Forever, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. I wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. Should've known better, yeah. You said forever, yeah. I burned your letters, and I'm just forgetting about you. I'm just forgetting about you.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Anything can happen in stage 2.
All we can control is the here and now.
There are only 4 spots left in the Stage 2 playoff bracket, and time is running out, but not for that guy. Here's the winner. That's a winner right there. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. On the desk today, you got Ender and Athena. I'm Golden Boy. Sorry you're going to have to deal with me for a little while longer. Let's go ahead and do this. Come on, man. Really?
I didn't say anything.
On your second day with me?
What are you talking
yeah,
about?
I was
You
doing.
didn't say anything. Yeah, oh, yeah, you did. You know what? We have the tape.
I don't know
we
what
have the
this
tape.
guy's deal is.
No, guys, look, it's a big day, all right? We got some crucial matchups, so let's go ahead and get a little limber up, shall we? Get things warmed up. You guys are good, all right?
What are we doing?
Let's do wrong answers only.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
what a way to start the show off.
I'm going to be good at this game.
Yeah,
I did
that's right.
this at school all the
There's
time.
one thing we know how to do is get everything wrong. Okay, so this is how it works, all right? I got you, don't worry, I got you. See, I'm gonna read from here, okay? Then you guys are gonna answer, all right, with the wrong answer. But it has to be related, but incorrect. And it's rapid fire.
It has to
and
be
I'm
related?
gonna swap sides. You know, you don't know who's gonna go first.
Oh, so you're gonna
It's a lot
point?
of pressure.
That's so much pressure.
Here we go, first one. What color is your shirt? Athena, go.
Orange.
Orange. Pink. Pink. Oh,
Let's
right
go.
answers. All right.
Dude, look
2.
at us go.
What is the best comp to run? Myrna. Failure. Failure across the board.
I was about to say double duelist, but that's literally the best
Number
call.
3. What is the strongest gun in the game? Ender, go.
Pistol.
Orange.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
You can't say orange for everything.
Next up, number 4. Who's winning stage 2? Athena, go.
Furia.
Fanatic.
What? Both? Yeah.
Wait, how do we know that it's wrong yet?
I mean, so far you got it. That's true. This is true. Okay, here we go. What is the name of Raze's ultimate? Ender, go.
Sage, revive me.
Not wrong. Athena, go.
Disco.
Disco. Okay, next up, who is the person standing next to you? Myrna, go.
The duck.
The
It is the duck.
It is true.
Wait.
But that's wrong. This is next to you. That's wrong.
Wait. Okay.
No, the duck is a person, but
Yeah,
you were
Mimi,
wrong.
you got that wrong.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
all right, let's
You
move
need to
on.
work on that.
Let's move to the next one.
My bad.
What is the name of the new map? Ender, go.
Potato. Salad.
Potato salad.
That's crazy.
Yeah, potato salad is the name of the map. All right. Which team won Masters Toronto? Athena, go.
EG.
EG.
Fanatic.
Fanatic. And the last one, last
Orange
one.
fanatic the whole time.
Who am I? Go.
Dad?
Yes. Hello. I am father, children. Welcome to the show. Gather round. There you go. I think that worked out quite
Yeah, I
well.
don't think I can
Good way
top
to start
that
things up. You guys feel warmed up? Limber,
Yeah,
ready to go?
absolutely.
Limber.
Excelente. All right, let's go ahead and talk about what happened on our stage yesterday because we started off with Cloud9 locking in playoffs with that win over 2G. And look, we came into this one, Athena, we were like, maybe 2G is going to show us a little bit of what brought them to the dance, you know, so on and so forth. But the thing is it did not happen.
I mean, it just felt like the 2G that we saw that performed so well just kind of crumbled under the pressure. We didn't see them come out super strong as we did before, and it just felt like their playbook was an open book for C9.
Yeah, I don't really want to talk about my experience with 2G and C9.
Let's talk about
let's
energy
focus on this
Yeah,
game.
okay.
Because this was a banger. Can we just
Oh my
just continue
God.
watching the MATA highlights? Because I think they literally never stopped. This guy just willed the win
Yeah.
to NRG.
I mean, he had like, what, 3 aces?
3
in one
aces.
game?
He was playing absolutely absolutely out of his mind.
crazy.
And it's wild, too, because it just felt like it was like slowly but surely just getting more and more ridiculous as the match went on. You're like, oh, he got an ace. Yeah, Mata's great. He's really good at that. Oh, we got another ace. Okay, well, that's crazy, but Mata's really good. We got 3 aces. Good God, man. You know,
Just relax. Like, don't take
Like,
things
it's
so
not that
seriously.
serious.
it's like it's a regular season
not that
game,
deep.
brother. No, but honestly, it was an incredible performance there. But let's go ahead and take a gander at the standings and where we are right now, because there are only 5 days of the competition that is left here in stage 2. And look at that there. You got Alpha. That's all filling up. There's 1 spot left for grabs there. And, well, you know, we'll see how that one pans out. And then, of course, on the Omega side, who knows? It's all out there, Ender. It's all out in the open.
Yeah, the fact that MIBR is sitting 1-3 after losing that game yesterday, their chances are so slim. But this team was so good back in stage 1. Omega is nuts right now.
Yeah, I mean, everyone can beat anyone, and that's crazy to me. And it's such a good like group to watch, because at the end of the day, you're just like, they could be 1-3 right now.
You think Furia can beat Sentinels? If
Yeah,
everyone
why not?
can beat everyone?
I said Fury can win stage 2.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, but that, yeah, well, she wasn't. Yeah, sure. I was gonna say, she wasn't wrong. Wait a minute, that was the game. But yeah, you can guys see the schedule down below there. We got 2 great matches lined up for y'all today. Of course, we're starting things off with Sentinels versus Evil Geniuses, and then we'll head on over for El Clásico. It's Leviathan going up against KRU Visa, which, oh boy, I'm really excited for that one there. Now, of course, coming off of this big win that KRU had last week, they were using double duelist compositions. Let's talk more about that, right? Because it feels like there's this school of thought, various schools of thoughts, right? You want to run the double smokes, you want to run the double duelist, but Ender, we'll start with you on this one. What's your read on where the current state of the meta is right now? Because it's quite wide open.
Well, I think ever since really Bangkok and what T1 were doing with a lot of double duelists at that tournament going on to win it, a lot of teams started experimenting with it. We had nerfs to Teo as well. So the whole meta landscape sort of shifted to people realizing double initiator isn't really the thing. So maybe run double smokes or double duelist if you want to play a more aggressive style of game.
Yeah, and I feel like especially with that double initiator fading more away, when you have a double duelist like Yoru, who's basically one of the best initiators in the game right now, he has the flash, he has the mobility to be able to get out of sticky situations, and his ult can be used for so much information. So I just feel like overall playing aggressively and being able to get info in one character is super sick.
Yeah, it's almost like Yoru. It's less double duelist.
Yeah.
Just put
Double-
Yoru in every comp no matter what.
It's a little like a fraudulent duelist, you know what I mean? Like, kind of does a couple things there. But Athena, I know that you had a telestrator you want to break down with like some of the teams that run this as well.
I do, actually. If you guys will follow me over here.
Follow Athena.
I have a telly because I wanted to talk specifically about 2 teams, one of which love to play this double duelist, and they recently found themselves playing it a lot. And we have a team that doesn't play it as much, and it just doesn't fit in their playstyle as well. So for the first team, I'm going to be talking about KRU. You can see they love playing very aggressive, and for them, using that Raze and that Yoru to kind of take that Shower's control with that setup works out really well. They use the Yoru flash to get into that Showers, kind of getting that Sky. I know the cam, you can't see it here, but here, it's such a good fight. They get super fast control of everything, and they end up winning the round. Now, if you want to talk about a team that doesn't play double duelist, that often, you want to look at C9. They're actually doing the same thing, another Shower setup, but instead of that, this time, they're just using the Raze and the Sky in this setup. So I'll play that forward. The way that it works is they're sending that util through the TP with the Sky Bird, and they're just sending Oxy through with an operator. He's kind of crazy. Okay, he's kind of crazy. He's a zoomer, but he manages to get that kill, and with the high mobility, he manages to get out as well. And C9, they tend to build their strats and their playbooks around that single duelist really, really well. Whereas with KRU, we tend to see them have more success on the double duelist because both these players bounce off of each other super, super well. And so that's kind of it for me.
No.
That's kind of it for me.
No, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Of course, we're going to talk more about this, especially when KRU takes the stage later on today. But the thing is that not every team is liking running the double duelist. Some teams like it, some teams don't, right? Sentinels, they're one of those teams that don't like running the double duelist, but that's okay because they got Zeek in here with a little show and tell. Check it out.
Hey, I'm Zekin, and this is my show and tell. When I was like 4 years old, my mom took me to a laundromat and we put in our clothes and then we were waiting for them and we're bored. So she took me next door and there was a Taekwondo school that had a class going on. I don't remember, but she said that I was watching it and like the kids were doing their like punches and stuff, and I was looking through the window and like mimicking them as like a little 4-year-old. So she took, like the next day she took me back in and signed me up for classes. I was doing it from the age of 4 to like, I want to say 12, 13, or 14. It was really cool. I enjoyed all the people I met there. I enjoyed, shout out to Master Israel. If you ever see this, I miss you and thank you for being a great figure in my life. Yeah, it was just a great time for like a good 9 or 10 years of my life. Going to tournaments with, you know, our team, and we're all in our pads. It was just a lot of fun. Felt like a sense of community, like within my town, because it was a very, very local school. So yeah, I would say just like getting that competitive spirit in me early was my favorite part. I would say the aspect of like discipline and just working on your skills. Like you will only get as good as the amount of time and dedicated, like conscious effort that you put into it. It's definitely a much different concept as like a 7-year-old trying to get good at Taekwondo versus me now trying to get better at Valorant as my job. But there are still like quite a few similarities between the two, and I think I enjoyed the process of getting better at both a lot. There used to be forms that you could do with a staff called a bow staff, and you'd twirl it and swing it around. Like it's in New Jersey, but if I had that, I could probably do something. I think that was my favorite, like, I want to show my family a cool trick, so I'll pull out the bow staff and twirl it around. Like that would probably be the only thing I can do, but I never had a signature move or anything. Thank you guys for watching. Second, I hope you guys enjoyed learning a bit about Taekwondo. All right, see you guys.
Well, today I learned, and also I now learned that if I need someone to back me up in a fight when I'm out of in the brawl, I got to hit up my boy Zeek.
Yeah.
I'll be there in a heartbeat.
Zeek can beat you up in server and out of server.
Yeah, which, you know, that hurts. But of course, we respect that. Thank you so much for sharing that, Zeek. That was pretty awesome. Right now, though, it's a good time to be a resident of Sen City because they're the only undefeated team in Americas, all right? They just managed to clinch themselves their spot in Paris. They're locked in for playoffs and a win here today. Gets them a #1 seed. Oh, my God, the Sen City stocks, Athena, so high right now.
I mean, I threw that jersey at you yesterday for a reason.
That's
because
right.
I am big on the Sen City. Sen, they were looking so good. They've qualified. They have more to prove, though. They recently, when they're playing against G2, they lost one of those maps, and they immediately went on to go fix it. And I think that's what I love about Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels have also faced their most difficult competition, right? You said they faced G2 back in week 1. Then they faced against regular season Cloud9. We're expecting this at least to be a very close series between the two best teams in the group, it seemed. But they kind of just smacked
Yeah,
C9
it was
around.
actually crazy. We thought it was going to be so close, and we just saw them go crazy. They had really good mid-rounding, really good protocols, and it feels like they kind of read them like a book.
Yeah, it does feel as if this Sentinels team is hitting right now. And what a time to hit your stride as well. Because I think there's always that conversation point, right? Going into the big event, going to Champions. How well are some of these Americas teams going to be faring here? And I think it's safe to say with Sentinels right now, what a time for them to really come alive, especially, you know, after some of the rockier starts early on, and now here they are.
Yeah, looking to, you know, top the group, going to playoffs as the #1 seed, already beating G2. You look at the remaining schedule for them, EG today, 2G next week. If you just look at the standings, they have cleared away the most difficult competition. They're looking like the strongest team in our league.
True, and I feel like right now they're literally just getting their practice reps in and like making sure that they have everything that they have solidified. So like protocols, mid-rounding, making sure their comps are good. And I think it's really sick. And they even had a little bit of a throw-in where they had John and Zelsis kind of switch roles, and it literally did not affect them at all. If anything, it looked even better for them. So.
Yeah, it really is. All the parts for Sentinels have been absolutely working as intended. Exactly what you want to see for Sen City as they get ready for Champions. But let's go ahead and check in with Narrate, who had an opportunity to catch up with Dan Silly earlier today.
I'm here with Narrate ahead of the match against EG. And Narrate, throughout the year, we've seen you get better and better. What is it about the Sentinel system that allows you to improve and get better as a player every time?
I mean, I think the coaching system and the players have like a ton of trust in me. I think at the beginning of the year it was a little bit lower, but as the year went on, they saw more potential and, you know, kept giving me a lot more trust. So I think that allowed me to, you know, just play my game and have fun out there. And yeah, helped a lot.
It's been looking great. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Now, of course, that guy right there, Narrate, what a year that he has had, and there are ups and downs for certainly. But right now, all up. Seems to be hitting, and the team seems to be supporting him very well.
It's been ramping ahead ever since the start of the year. He talked about some of the struggles he was having earlier back in kickoff, back during Bangkok. Yeah. And it's kind of funny to think that post-Bangkok, like, all the strange, like, narratives that we're spinning up, we're, like, looking at star signs, we're looking at, oh, they're switching around in their seats. What could this mean for Sentinels' future? But Narrate, ever since Stage 1, and especially in Toronto, has been on an absolute heater. I think he quelled all the doubters with that global performance. Yeah. He's one of the best guys on the Sentinel squad and hasn't let that slow down since coming back home.
Yeah, he's been having that fragging potential. He's been clutching. And on the initiator roles, his util usage has been really, really good. I feel like he's just really becoming their standout player, constantly winning clutches and just overall having such a sick performance. And it's hard to do that when you're on initiator, right? Like, you have so much util. You need to relay that information over your team. And it feels like he's just doing everything flawlessly.
Yeah, by the time you get to these late rounds, you've already used all your util to help out your team. So it's all about your marksmanship. And he's so sick.
Yeah, he's nasty. And it has been hitting exactly the way Sentinels would want him to. You know, having to fill big shoes, right, coming into this season, too. So there certainly was a lot of question marks for Narrate. I think it's safe to say the guy has been stepping up. Now, while Sentinels have been doing great, that, unfortunately, is bad news for Evil Geniuses because, well, they got rolled last week by G2. And look, they need to get this win. The problem is you would think, Athena, like, oh, you know, you're going up against G2. They got themselves a sub. But no, instead it was a great day for Baby Bay. It was a great day for G2 and a bad day for EG.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially coming off of their one-map win, they were, like, feeling it. They were ready to go. But at the end of the day, G2 just looked so much better. And I think for EG, man, I'm starting to feel a little bit lost when I watch them. I feel like they're losing a little bit of their identity where they're having that Ye and that Derek, being those aggressive players and having really good solid plans around them and having those set plays. I feel like I haven't seen them be as fluid with those recently.
It seemed like on Corrode they had that level of depth. Like on their defensive side especially, you see all the different variations they had when it came to like B main control with Ye there on the chamber, Sova ults. Like they had different looks every single time. But then you're right, on attack it so often comes down to these super slow rounds where hopefully, you know, Supa can find a pick on a lurk or Ye can find an opener. I think their attack side is really where they're just sort of paralyzed in the mid rounds and end up losing to time more often than not.
Yeah, and I feel like they just look a little bit more lost. And it's crazy because they do have these so defaults. They do take space, like you said. But then when it comes to even the trading or even who's going in first, it seems to just fall apart a little bit at the seams. But these are all small mistakes for EG. I feel like they're fixable.
The macro ideas are good, but the micro moment-to-moment stuff is where they're struggling.
100%.
And you think about an EG like last year as well. Like they did play this slow style on attack, like on Lotus in particular, and it worked wonders for them, right? Their solo players were finding good lurk timings, we're finding picks, we're getting all these things. The issue is I think there are maps right now where they're just running into these situations where those players aren't finding those openings and they don't have a like plan B to get them out of a round where their lurks haven't given them some major advantage.
Yeah, and one thing I've learned watching Valorant, you know, all these years now, not only you got to have a plan A, but you got to have a plan B. Sometimes you even need to have a plan C because things can go south very quickly here. Now, while we're talking about the style of Evil Geniuses, we actually did get a chance to catch up with Narrate about EG's style to get his thoughts on it. Let's check it out.
The changes I've seen in EG since Stage 1, I would say they're definitely trying some new things, which I think before they were kind of sticking to their one comp and they were like just hard forcing it, but now they've shown like weird things like chamber on Derek and like stuff like this where like they could really bring out like a pocket comp, you know, like some people like a pocket pick in League of Legends. It's kind of like a pocket pick in this game. Like they might just whip out something that is unexpected and maybe is good to counter your game plan. So definitely something to look out for. They're a very flexible team, so I'd say that.
Well, let's go ahead and keep that conversation going about EG's comp. Some good notes there from Narrate, right? And a lot of echoing kind of what we're talking about. They can do weird things. They can throw new ideas out there. The problem is landing the plane, executing and getting the dub.
Yeah, and I feel like when you have a coach like Potter, they have set plans. Like she has set plans for almost every single pop. It makes sense. The wild card pulls are usually pretty good. And so all I ask is that if we go on any of these maps to get Chamber back in the mix, because I feel like every time they have Chamber, they have that
You think Chamber's like a win con for them?
Yes, yes. But this comp with the breach on the Haven, this was not my favorite. I feel like we've seen 2G do a lot of really good breach plays, but when I was watching EG, it just felt like they kind of had a plan around it, but it didn't execute as well as they thought.
I mean, EG play pretty stock standard on both Ascent and Haven, right? You can see that in their comps, whereas I think when they I don't know. I feel like when they're playing less meta comps, they're a little bit harder to read.
Yeah.
You know, even like Narrate talking about it there, it's like, oh, those picks that come out of nowhere almost surprise you a little bit more. You like have to think a lot more about, okay, what are the different like default plays they can run when the ults come into the mix. It's very, very different.
I just think in that situation, like from what I'm seeing here, it feels like I don't know, if you're EG and you're playing stock compositions against other really good aiming teams that run those stock compositions perfectly fine, you're not really setting yourself up for success here, because I don't know, like the one-on-ones or aim-to-aim duels, I don't know if they pan out for EG's
favor.
I
feel like when you have copycat comps, it's really hard because it's just like the team that plans better and the team that shoots back better. But then like you guys are both saying, actually, EG, when they have those wild card picks, you see them have plans around it that throws the other team off. Exactly like you said. And they do it both on defense and attack. But I think the problem is once their plans get kind of a wrench thrown into it, it feels like that's where their protocols kind of fall apart. And that's where I feel like the wild card is good. It's a pretty good card to pull for the first few rounds. But as soon as the other team adapts, that's where I feel like EG fall apart.
I also think when it comes to the conversation around like these chamber maps versus non-chamber maps, a big part of it is when EG are playing non-chamber maps, so much of their utility is going into like just setting up like the jet to be able to take fights, and the rest of their map plays very, very passive. On the other hand of things, like on Corrode, when it's Ye on the chamber, Icy on the neon, they're so much more flexible around the map. Like they'll start off an early round to post Ye onto a forward angle with utility, then Icy's gonna leave, they can fight on another place on the map. I think that style of comp for them is way more flexible, and when they're playing these other ones, they just get stalled out after they've shown their hand.
So is the answer more EA on chamber, perhaps, Sabrina?
What do you mean no chamber maps? Every map is a chamber map. Am I right, baby? Let's go. Put EGA on chamber, and I think they have a solid plan because he actually goes crazy every time. And I'm not just saying fragging power. He does a really good job with the operator. He does a really good job at taking that forward aggressive space and knowing when to fall back, TP back, and just be that sentinel for his team. So it just goes really well. He has this really good understanding and game sense, and I think the way that EG play around it is just super well.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to just like look at the numbers and go like, oh, we should just play chamber because you know, Prime Ye, so good on chamber, can't play any other agents. I just think that it actually suits the way he wants to play more because it lets him be more isolated in the fights he's taking. And I think he's so good, he doesn't need all this support from the rest of EG. EG can focus on using that initiator utility or neon to go take fights on other areas of the map. They can supplement their weaker parts of the team and let Ye just continue to be the guy that he is.
Yeah, but also when I see those numbers, like, come on. Like 328 ACS on chamber.
In his defense, he played, the numbers look insane because he played one chamber map this stage and dropped 30. Yes.
But also he played chamber and dropped 30. So maybe there's a conversation to have
with
here.
a grain of salt is all I ask. A grain of salt.
Well, let's check in with the assistant coach of Evil Geniuses. We got Coach Faux, who actually had an opportunity to catch up with us earlier on today about this matchup.
Hey guys, I'm here with Faux, assistant coach of EG, and I want to ask you, we're living in a world where people are experimenting with different compositions, but for you guys, you're playing a little bit of the standard compositions for Ascent and Haven, for example. Can you tell us why is it comfort? What's the reason?
I think in today's meta, like, there's a lot of like cheese and gimmicks that people like to do, but I think that that's not like the win condition. I think the win condition is like having a good macro game, and it doesn't really take having a comp like that to be able to play a good macro game. So for us, we'd rather just be comfortable and be able to play that like solid fundamental macro game.
All right, sounds good. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Solid fundamental macro game. It feels like it's everything that we're talking about here.
Feels like they're listening to us. I'm just saying.
That was pre-recorded.
They're not listening to us.
I don't know what you're talking about. Coach Ender, Athena, and GB here.
Hey guys, opportunity to abound. No, but honestly, we'll see what happens, of course, when we get into the action later on. But guys, look, we've been looking back at 5 years of Valorant throughout the season, and it's time to look at some of the highest highs. Here's our good friend Mixwell with his top 5 aura moments of Valorant. Check it out.
Hello everyone. If I had to make a top 5 most aura moments that I remember at the moment, I would say top 5 10s in Masters Reykjavik, the first one, the first title that he won. He was 19-2 in entries in the final against Fnatic and 1.35 rating throughout the tournament. Top 4, I would say yay with Chamber in general. It felt like he was unbeatable and he was carrying every game. Top 3, I would say EG's run in Champions LA. I think that was one of the most impressive runs I've ever seen, especially considering that they started the year not very good as a team, and all of them did a great job, including Potter, a great coach. Fnatic's comeback in lock-in is also a very good choice. That would be my top 2 most aura moment. I don't have to say anything else. And top 1, I don't think anyone will say this, but I think the top 1 is Chronicle against KRU in the semifinals of Champions on Bind when they are coming from B long, and he aces KRU in a crucial round under pressure in the middle of nowhere. And also he played really well in other tournaments. Of course, he's the GOAT. He's won many tournaments, and he had, for example, in Masters Berlin, he had a plus 28 and 1.45 rating in the final. I think Chronicle is one of the guys that has the most aura in the game. And I remember one thing where he did an insane round. Everyone in the team was cheering, and everyone was screaming out of their lungs. And they were saying, Chronicle, you're the GOAT. And Chronicle said, thank you, but focus now. He's the robot. I don't have anything else to say.
Definitely cannot argue with anything that Chronicle does.
No, but I don't think those were aura moments. Those were just like
really great moments.
Great moments.
That's true. That's true. You know what?
Not even moments sometimes. Sometimes years of the Yay Chamber.
That's fair. It's fair. So you know what? Let's not let Mixwell have all the fun. We decided to take some of our own aura moments here. So Athena, what is your VCT aura moment?
Mine has to be EG winning champions 2023 and Demon 1 getting up on that desk, fully celebrating everything. It looked so sick. This made for actual pure cinema.
Yeah, that was the peak right there.
That was the peak.
Kicked so many keyboards, broke a monitor. I'm kidding.
What was the story you're trying to spin here?
Thousands in damages.
Actual vendetta.
Thousands upon thousands.
No, that has
I'm kidding.
to be
It was great.
aura.
I have mine. For mine, it's got to be the Kong snipe. That was such a cool moment.
That was sick.
And I remember asking about this. He just said, I just got up and just decided to do it. It was funny, and that's it. And the guy is just, what a beast, man. Always fun watching him play. Such a character. All right, Ender, what's your top aura moment?
I just have to say, you're both wrong.
Wow.
Oh,
okay. I don't think that's what it was.
Anytime he got up there and danced.
I
mean, this guy has supreme confidence.
True.
Look at this. This is in Toronto, I believe. We actually can only show you the top of his body there. You can't see what's going down because we have to block off that as well.
Athena, I did learn. You told me what this is.
This is Cat's Eye. This is Cat's Eye gnarly dance. You guys don't know Cat's Eye gnarly.
I know Cat's Eye.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, I'm a big Cat's Eye fan.
Yeah, who's Cat's Eye again?
They are a person.
It's 6 girls.
It's 6.
Yeah.
There are 6 persons who do music well, right, and do dance moves.
Yeah,
right?
pretty much.
Come on, really? It's
Okay,
unbelievable. Guys, let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions from our broadcast team. Unreal stuff. The way I'm getting played out here.
Someone's excited.
Oh, Okay.
It's a VCT Americas guarantee. Everyone went for Sentinels. How embarrassing.
Okay, if you don't go for Sentinels, Rob Moore literally attacks you on Twitter. So
That is true.
You have to vote Sentinels.
That is true. We don't have much of a choice. It's a good thing I don't use Twitter anymore, though, so I can avoid that entirely. And then, of course, down at the bottom there, we got I was debating back and forth between KRU and LEV, but I want to still believe in KRU. You know?
I think this makes sense. I think this is the most 50-50 game we're going to get, especially because, like you mentioned, it is El Clasico. It is literally just 50-50. I think it's whichever team shows up and has the better day, honestly.
We asked the fans as well. New thing we're doing, by the way.
Not
so
alone.
if you are on social media and you happen to see the poll pop up, want to go ahead and engage with it, so you might get your opinion showed up on the show
What's
here.
crazy is there's 14% of you that are delusional.
Oh my God, Ender! But also technically, what you're saying isn't wrong. So I understand what you're saying. But to the 14% of you that believe in evil geniuses, my heart goes out to you, my friend. It's going to be a toughie without a doubt. But it should be an interesting series, to say the least, to see where Sentinels are, right? How strong they're going to be coming into this. And then also El Clasico later on today, which I'm really looking forward to.
That one's a banger.
Yeah, that one's going to be a banger. I think if yesterday was any indication, our second match, oh boy, you're going to want to tune in for that one without a doubt. But the good news is we're kicking things off strong here. We got two great North American teams that are going to be taking the stage. Sentinels continuing to lock in. And of course, Evil Geniuses trying to get those pivotal wins. We got El Clasico on deck as well, folks. You don't want to miss it, baby. VCT America starts right now.
I think sometimes the frustrating thing about Sentinels is obviously they have like a really talented roster. You know, Narrate's been playing like amazing.
Strike again. It's
Oh my
Narrate.
God!
What in the world? Sentinels again are ready to fight. Narrate gets his 3. It's actually down to Mitch. Look through 1v1 and Narrate.
We have 5 like insanely good players who can bring a round back at any time. And that allows us to play really flexibly and just exploit weaknesses of other teams. I don't think EG have been particularly impressive, but they have a lot of players who have shown that they belong here. My first impression of Derek was this guy's the best player in the world.
EG are going into this A site with 20 seconds. And everybody is here. And it's Derek on top.
Derek's the clutch master, man. Like we've all seen what he's capable of. He just pulls 1v3s out of nowhere, and even in this stage, he's been amazing.
So that'll be kind of hard to play against, and obviously Yaster is Yaster. So we'll see. I think they definitely have potential to be a strong opponent.
Well, let's go ahead and bring out the current assemblymen of Sen City. It's the Sentinels! Now, of course, important to note, not voted to the assembly of Sen City, Athena, right? Important thing to note here. But no, jokes
Who's on the council of Sen City?
I don't know. We'll have to,
Rob?
find out. Rob, for sure.
Rob, Tarek.
Yeah, Tarek's up there for sure. Yep, that's right. But of course, Sentinels, they're coming into this one. Lots of fans here excited to see this team take the stage. But Athena, they have to have a lot of confidence coming into this.
Yeah, for sure. They need to get this win to get that first seed in playoffs. And I think they really need to make sure they prove what they have today. If anything, if EG comes out with a little bit of a wild card, they have 86% of the fans that are voting for them to be the favorite. They have a lot to prove.
Well, let's see if we can bring out these mad scientists and what they've got concocted. Welcome to the stage, Evil Geniuses! And we are very much excited to see what this team has been cooking up. They know how pivotal this game is for them. I mean, at this point, right, you want to make it to the playoffs, you got to make this happen here, Ender. Problem is, you're going up against a potential brick wall here in Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels, no easy competition, especially with EEG sitting right on the cusp of that playoff picture. Yep. Remember, back in stage 1, what that meant for them when they come in to playoffs as the 4th seed, start in the lower bracket, and very likely having to do that same team battle here, but it's going to start with a good showing up against Sentinels.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging for for EG without a doubt, but also, hey, challenging for Sentinels as well, because as we have noted multiple times, these squads, no slouches whatsoever. Here's your series layout. You got Lotus, Corrode, and Bind, and looking at how this had played out, I think I'm not too shocked given the map selections.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually EG's pretty happy with this, having that Lotus in and picking Corrode. Corrode, the only map that they won against that G2. But then Lotus, I mean, they looked really strong when they were playing Derek on the chamber.
Yep.
They switched it up for Taeho. I'm pretty sure that was just an anti-strat type of thing. But maybe going back to it, it's going to be super strong for them.
We'll see. Potter's loved Lotus for the last like 2 years. It's always been very much in EG's map pool, even though they've gone through 5 or 6 different comps during that time, always mixing things up. Now with Ye playing that Clove on it pretty consistently. But also, we have to say Corrode, I thought was their strongest map. They took G2 down on that map. I think their defense side showed so much depth. So I like to see that they're headed there for map number 2.
This is going to be a tough one, but you can see Potter motivating the troops as always, Athena. But we need to see some new ideas here for sure.
Yeah, we need to see. Wait, why are you giggling?
Well, I was just going to say, because she
about?
has the individual handshakes with everyone, and she did a little like baseball bat swing with Icy. I found out Icy actually played ball.
Wait,
growing up.
really?
Yeah.
That's
So
really
it's like
cool.
actual lore there with her and him.
That's
pretty cool.
really cool. He's going to knock the ball out of the park. But when it goes into Lotus, what I'm expecting to see, we heard the coach actually talking about how they wanted to play a little bit more aggressively. They wanted to have their fundamentals down. That's everything that we were talking about for EG, but the aggression, that is such a big thing because especially comps-wise, if you don't have that chamber, I really want to know how they're going to manage to push themselves forward into that.
Yeah, honestly, I think that what's going to be really telling here is what we get out of the agent select for Evil Geniuses. Here, of course, what we're seeing on Lotus, pretty much standard business there. Zelsis going to be doing a lot of work over on that C side, holding it down with the Vice utility. They got a lot of options as well with the Rays on movement, but let's see what EG cooks up here.
Yeah, this is what we're waiting on.
Whoa.
It is going to be Derek still on the Taeho. Now, this
Okay.
makes sense. Like, Potter did say in an interview that the chamber wasn't something they were planning on playing for a long time, but I think after faltering on this map the previous time they played it versus C9, people were maybe doubting that composition, and Derek's going to have to prove why Taeho fits in.
Yeah, I feel like we really need to be convinced because earlier in the green room we were talking and you didn't believe me when I said chamber wasn't going to be played, and you were right, unfortunately. But I think they really have to prove Taeho. They really need to show us why they keep picking him into this comp.
Well, folks, let's jump into the action, shall we? Map 1's underway. We're going to bring it over to your casters. It's a duo of Vogless. Yeah, that works.
Thank you so much, guys. I think for Sentinels, the story has been told, and we know what their outcome is. We know that they're making it to playoffs. We know that they're going to Paris. And while there may still be aspirations, Vance, to make sure they walk in as the #1 seed, for Evil Geniuses, the story has not been finished yet.
Exactly. We still don't know what the outcome's going to be. At least if you're following the pages of how it started for Stage 2 for Evil Geniuses, though, it hasn't been the best of stories. When they win, it's kind of scrappy. But when they lose, they're getting owned. So hopefully they set up some sort of course correction in the past week to have a good showing against the Sentinels today. But now we have an opportunity to start things off on Lotus. I mean, they talked about at the desk, Derek coming back here as a Taeho. But I think if you're looking at the map veto, it still kind of looks pretty good for EG and hopeful in that sense. Because you talked about Narrate. He said that EG's been playing like a one comp kind of thing, experiencing on other ones. And it's exactly on Lotus and Corrode. So hopefully EG comes out with all stops today.
It will have to figure something out here. You mentioned Lotus has this opening map in the best of 3, Corrode, and then if needed, the dessert will be Bind. EG on the attacking side looking to pen a bit of a strong opening here on the pistol.
Samsung SSD. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs in this pistol round as EG on the attack. We talked about the slow playstyle for EG at the very beginning, but they are looking for information quite earlier on. Double drone coming through on both sides and inserts all over the place. So you're hoping to find the information, force the rotates early. Already from the reaction from Sentinels after seeing that drone from that Taeho, they're focusing a little bit more on the extremities on both sides though. Good reads coming in from the defensive end.
Yeah, so far a tap at the door from Evil Geniuses to suggest a threat may lie there, and so far it is not a red herring, it is not a fake. That is where they are headed. Got a couple of bits of Vice utility to kind of keep them at bay and dissuade them. But you do have a couple of options if you do want to split towards B.
It's definitely the insert from Derek on that side, but he's definitely going to be the late lurk coming through. So that pressure's coming in towards that A side first. Good stalls coming in from Zelsis, but the clothesline from Icy to open up the A side for EG.
He had nowhere to go, got caught in a precarious spot. And now Evil Geniuses can accelerate a tap of the spike just enough, but not committing. They're calling it out. They're headed back B.
Sentinels are still staying very patient. They kind of want to give up this spot even if they've lost Zelsis in that first place because Zekin still has the pain shells. So they still have great utility for a flood retake. But look at Derek's position.
Yeah, they're already ahead of it. They might know where it's headed. Narrate, snappy with it. The pistol looks so damn good.
Derek cleaned up in the end. Very nice for Sentinels to start the pistol round with what was mentioned at the desk before. Narrate, utility is very good to find information for the team, but when he's got to shoot, he has stepped up to the plate literally in this stage for the team of Sentinels. Finding his groove, finding his spot. And unfortunately here for the side of EG, faltering to the slow play style in the mid-round towards the end. 13 seconds before they actually commit into a site take. And even if you have this lurk coming on Derek's side of this Tejo, he's so far behind within the action. So you kind of have to land your shots. The protocols weren't there for EG as Narrate's able to pick them all up. No plans, full classic round for EG, only a Sheriff for Ye. Everybody's congregated on this seaside mount control.
And Pang's gonna get pushed off this angle, has to TP away. While Icy trying to push the pace at least a bit. You mentioned it though, Vans, with the lack of any guns they may have, I think it's a tough ask.
Yeah, this is super safe for EG. I think it's nice for them to pressure out with the util that they have within this round to take control of Mound, take Icy onto an orb. This is very standard EG as well. Going to a full eco where you know the odds are against you because you can't go for a force buy. You at least can maximize something, a silver lining into your round. Now maybe trying to look for a couple of picks, a 5-man squad right into an A site, try to guarantee a plant is another little check mark that you want here for the attack side of EG.
Relying on the strengthening numbers, but again, if Narrate's just gonna be getting kills like that through walls and positions that he probably shouldn't, that just makes this formula significantly more difficult to solve.
Should be easy pickings too.
Yeah, I don't see that slowing down anytime soon. Narrate already has his ult online. 7-0, if I'm not mistaken, to kick off this series.
And a flawless on top of that. Only Narrate has to rebuy armor within the next round. And for EG, couldn't cross that line, but you're seeing at least something here that EG is trying to do. The slow style that they have with the Tejo is that second salvo that you kind of have here on your side is really to try to help you scale up for some sort of split in the future towards this A site so that nobody could swing out unbreakable. So we'll keep an eye on that in the later rounds here as EG are still trying to cook up and find some rounds here on their attack side. Remember, they played this composition against C9, lost that one, didn't have that many rounds on the attack to play with as it got shut down by the defensive side of Sentinels. Of C9. They're hoping that Sentinels don't do that this time around, but Ye's already heavily injured into their gun round versus Sentinels' bonus.
Zekin flushed out, having to pay a little bit further up. But the spike is once again back towards A. And once again, they will have to reckon, they will have to dance with all of Zelsis. Oh. Well, never mind. Scratch the utility. Zelsis already popped.
That's all the util down. And it seems as though Narrate wants to move in here for a hero play.
And he has the ult, remember that. A blistering pace from him to kick off this map. And the position to play spoiler once more. But once again, clotheslined.
You really do now. EG's in such a good position. Oh, until actually a good delay happening as John Cutie drops nature.
This will buy you a little bit of space to work with as Derek once again on this late lurk in through B. Spike managed to go down. Sentinels full eyes forward. They're going to have to dance around this one way that now dissipates, and now they have a little bit more space to play. But Derek strikes at just the right time.
Last two looks like they still want to commit for a bit, make it expensive now for EG, trying to clear out the back of that site. But yeah, that late lurk at least that has been attempted by EG from that pistol round bears fruition into this round here, the gun round that they have versus Sentinels bonus. And that's an early tell already that Sentinels could start taking advantage of and learning into the later rounds in these post plans. Because remember, Derek playing as his Tejo, there's no refreshable onto the salvo, so you can't really play that distance. So it's on EG's job within that site to stay alive and not play as passively. Use that util for that second wave to stop the floods from coming through from Sentinels so that Derek could get value off these flanks.
You know, I think one of the things I'm most excited to see is the Evil Geniuses brand of Valorant, if you will, is that there's constantly an additional layer to it. Once you think you have something solved, they throw in an extra wrinkle. And I'm me personally, Vance, I'm excited to see what that looks like around Derek's timings.
Yes.
Where he's going to take his pathings. How does he continue to be the thing that you cannot forget if you are Sentinels?
Exactly. I think if I think about EG, it's always about what they cook up on these trap plays for pistol rounds or even off timeouts. Potter's been very successful into those ones, but now you also have to make sure that you have full control from your IGL of nature, and you don't have to count on these timeouts all the time. And as we continue this round number 4, Sentinels and EG are looking for a little bit of a battle for mount control once again. The drone actually will not get Zeek in, so he'll still have full util they could use to deny your push on the C side. Prowler comes through, and it's just, again, the name of the game. EG's holding the default towards the spawn on both extremities.
Remember, Celsius is close by. That's a brutal headache. Brother, that does not feel good. Celsius will best the A on the opposite side of the map, but Mound is not relinquished.
Look at that. A minute down, and Derek has no util left. It's up to the rest of the team right now to regain potentially the rubble control, as looks like Icy is going on a hunt and trying to find some information here. But just one paint shells. Look at how he pulls Sentinels on that side.
Well, I think it was a couple of things. It was this paint shells, but then it was also the spit.
Yeah.
The spit out from Supa, where Bang normally plays on half wall, drew the rotations over. EG are going to try to find a timing here, but once again, they're going to have to flirt with all of this Vice utility.
A wall contact play. It's the best thing you can do right now. And as soon as you figure out that wall, I mean, it's all going to get stopped.
Brother, the wall is the problem. But they all clear it, all at the right time, in sync in their approach. But Celsius has not been dealt with. 3 on the round for him as Derek finally puts his fire out. Icy playing really far up, trying to scale out and catch a timing, and it's successful. 3 for the duelist. Bang's left alone. A 1v2 as he tries to retake this side on his own. A Bulldog in hand. Full belt of utility to play around. But he has to play this patiently. He has to play this perfectly. First smoke out to suggest that that might be where he's coming from. And I don't think Icy knows. He's been good. That's 4 for him.
Big round coming out from Icy. For sure a home run in terms of the re-hit for EG into that C site. And I thought everything was going to get slowed down by Celsius utility. As soon as that wall comes up, you still had the Razor Vines on the floor. But maybe the satchel from Icy across breaks it, or at least somebody was looking towards that ground, because if you're looking at this retake right here from Celsius, already EG was all spread across that C site. And there was no way here for the aggressive positions on that defense from Sentinels to hold up that push.
Well, one of the things that we saw there that eluded Evil Geniuses the last time they played was finding success on scaling into spawn after getting the site. That was a massive problem for them last time. And I think that's a big win condition in how they like to approach the attack rounds. And if Icy's already doing things like that, it bodes well.
It's a good call. Players pushing towards the spawn in the post plant, also players flanking in the post plant to cut these rotates over from Sentinels. Right now we're still kind of guessing here what the playbook is for EG. As a change of pace this time around. A little bit more aggression coming out from EG side. 4 players focusing on that mound. Showstopper available for Icy as well. And they kind of just want to push and prod to see where that defensive line could be. And by walking through this orb, well, they know now that Celsius is once again set up towards the C site. Will they want to continue for a re-hit? May seem to be the case. Because if you're looking at this minimap, nobody really has full control of this A rubble yet. Nobody has listened for information. Nature's even all the way up towards that C site for the second Prowler. So the next thing really to try to clear towards rubble is Derek with the drone.
There's that second Prowler you were looking for. And the eye, too. But they're not biting on this.
Oh.
They do not believe the lie that they're trying to spin.
Left. Right now, thankfully, it's just both initiators showing their util. Nobody's really made noise, and this time, we're focusing on a split towards A.
That's plenty of noise. Icy pops the ult, and Nature assassinates him. The rocket never goes off. Narrate holds the line. Looking to stand and deliver once more as Evil Geniuses try to brute force their way out. No other options, nowhere to go.
One enemy remaining.
But Sentinels extinguish the fire once more. Nature will get a consolation prize at the end there, a parting gift, but what a hold from Sen City.
I don't know if I'm watching EG or if I'm watching Fnatic at this point. Another 10-second hit coming out on their side where it comes to a Hail Mary play. The idea is there to try to move in with the showstopper, but Narrate once again, that position at the staircase really shut them down. Even when he was caught with util around the corner, the Nightfall was good enough to win that second duel right here against Ye.
Quick track of that. We're going into round 6, by the way. He's had 2 ults already. Yeah. That's not too shabby.
Nice,
9 and
boys.
3
Let's go,
for
boys.
him.
Let's go.
And
Now,
Evil Geniuses will call a timeout.
Also comes down to what Sentinels are doing, understanding here the pacing of this round, the pacing of this matchup. When Narrate's popping off the way that he is, you want to make sure that you maximize him being able to get diffuses or whatnot as well.
Oh, 1000%. Feed the beast.
Looks like Potter has a lot to say to the team. So the first few pages of the book seems to be working out a bit, where since the rifle round, they have been finding a little bit of value, but as soon as they lose a little bit of that econ, they want to make sure here that they still have full control of the attack side. So far, though, I think the plague right now for EG is the 10-second hits. They probably have to activate a little bit more. Sentinels on their end have not been as aggressive for rubble control, and when they actually show themselves towards that C mound, everything towards the mid round is actually quite passive. It gives a chance for EG to maybe group up here to go for more of these death balls and hits, just like they're trying to do right now, but maybe add a little bit more seconds into those hits.
Viper wall up towards A. The Spike and everyone else on the attack side B. An area of the map that they have not really explored. Also note, Derek went off of his ult. Chance to inject a little chaos into this situation. The contact up is not going to work, bro. Not with Zekin shooting like that.
Unfortunately, no second player to really swing out immediately right after. That's the issue coming in on EG. I mean, the idea is still quite nice to walk contact in front of the B main, because Sentinels haven't really been anchoring players in that spot or trying to find information early on that side, because they've always been playing towards C mount pressure. Now this is a timeout that unfortunately is gonna hurt here for the side of EG. Taken advantage of by Sentinels and just by the pure fragging power that Zekin brings here for the team.
I mean, Zekin, Bang too, getting that kill towards A main. This Surgeon Scalpel is sharp.
We got 40 seconds left. This has to be one of those moments where you just have to save your weapon. Unfortunately, nature can't, and already Derek's been spotted.
Yeah, I don't feel good about him saving this weapon. I'm not gonna lie to you.
And that's what I'm talking about. There's util, there's ping pongs, there's 180 flanks. Sentinels are looking much cleaner right now on these fights. Even when we talked about Derek being one away of the ult within that last round, Elise has it this time over.
Yeah, though, I mean, do you dare invest it in what is likely going to be a busted buy?
That would be the EG way, to be honest.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Right now with Icy, I mean, you do have a composition that allows that as well. Ye can assert himself a little bit more with more speed here, playing his Clove. Icy double satchels with a Bucky. And starting off again with some more B-side control. A Haunt also shows that nobody's pressuring on that side of Sentinels, at least on that mound.
It's the same attempt they just tried in the previous round. Remember last time Zekin played spoiler on this contact up? They're going to try it again.
Yeah.
And Zekin's here again. This time the dog, the saddles the satchel through. Yay, hits an insane shot onto Zekin. And now they have room to work B.
Great on Icy to break the crosshair placement, being the selfless player pushing him through the spawn this time around too.
Narrate controlling things on the other side. That paranoia from Bang is on the money. It's creeping forward now. They have fully pushed through B, fully pushed into their spawn, and are now trying to get back A. But Narrate's here. Nature will fall. Icy trying to hold the line, playing on the other side of smoke. The barrel will betray Bang. Very well done from EG so far, but the job is not finished. Narrate is still the final boss that has to be dealt with. Tucking in the smoke. Derek committing to the plant. And remember that ult could be the trump card here. Narrate finds the first. Ye pops his own. Forcing the fight back into Narrate's lap. Shot's not connecting on the swing. Ye gets 4 as EG steal the round away.
And you're able to do that without using the Armageddon on the side of Derek. Again, it came down to those two players that actually invested into a buy. Them being Icy and Ye. The satchels across, he's 13 HP. As Zekin is trying to hunt him down while he's flying across that B site. And that gives all that gap for Ye to push towards that spawn, and we just talked about that. Pushing towards that spawn and cutting rotate seems to be another win con coming in for EG. And it works in wonders in the lower buy that they had. Closing that gap, narrowing it down by 1 round again to tie up this first half of the series.
Brother went from yoy to yay in 1 round. He was 0-5 going into that series, or into that round, excuse me.
And playing like he's Chamber. That's 4 shared rounds that he's gotten right there. 4 shared kills rather, and EG back towards that C-mount control, Armageddon, and also Nightfall. These are a huge ult to take over the C site.
A massive swing from the previous round, too.
Yeah. The only thing right now for Sentinels, though, is they could allow for themselves to play a little bit more softer on the outside C-mount because they have 2 big ults for the retake.
And Narrate, excuse me, is one off of his, and that's another massive retake attempt. Cool.
That's why none of them are towards the C site.
Man getting flushed. There's Nightfall. And the spit delays everything.
Ooh, that haunt's gonna hurt too. That spots both players on that side, so you could definitely lean into this CB control here for the side of Sentinels. I think it's gonna have to come up to a lurk here on the side of Superman. Armageddon opened up the C site.
Brother, but a lurk when you're down to 3 in a 3v4 doesn't feel great.
30 seconds
I don't
left.
know that you have the resources to really do that.
And at this point, they're all separated too.
Just looking to see if they can find any free one to tip the scales back in their favor. Nature, there's a lot of threat behind that.
Give that up.
Yep. Knows that thing in reverse. Supa tagged up too, 13 seconds left. They're gonna try to get the spike down and should succeed. Remember Derek's ult. There's still a chance for that to play spoiler if he stays alive, but he's not in the right place to be. Second pops his ult, now the Armageddon. Will dissuade for just a moment, and now behind that, they can forge a path back into the site. Zekin lands a shot onto Supa. Derek and Nature side by side, looking to steal another round and tie us up, but they're overwhelmed. They're outgunned. The numbers are not in their favor. Nature forced to pull off a 1v2. Tagged up, and it goes from bad to worse. Those 6 bullets will not be enough.
It was still pretty good, though, at a player disadvantage for EG to be able to take over that B site with individual pushes. Nature jiggle peeking, seeing 2 players toward that C mound, and then also Supa pushing towards the back of that B site, spotting 1 more. So it allowed here for EG to set up for a pulse plant, to delay with the Armageddon, but unfortunately missing that extra piece of util to really remove that fuse off of Zekin's rocket. So as they retake the site, caught off guard, and it becomes a beautiful retake in the end. If anything also, Doug, that's twice here that I've seen Haunts in 1 single round get so much value for the side of Sentinels, and that really didn't allow EG to take control of this map, or the round.
Another testament to just how good Narrate is right now. That's a 3rd ult. He has online, by the way. We're still in round 9.
Yeah, he's definitely a raid boss right now for the side of Sentinels, and EG have not found any type of debuffs here to be able to overtake this. A little bit of a different look, though. Really trying to fight for this long seaside towards the bend. I mean, it's a double insert on both sides, so you are definitely looking for some sort of a buddy system. Fight for some trades. Force rotates out of that. Maybe has some sacrificial lambs here on the tempo that you're trying to bring on the side of EG. Sentinels just continues to play very passively this time around, letting him into the sites, trapping them as they're going for the last second executes. And this is what I'm liking here, Doug. It's 45 seconds, and it's finally looking like EG wants that a little bit more time.
Yeah, but they still haven't cleared all the spice util. Walls procced, first set of thorns has been dealt with. And so what, they try to split B, but Zekin's waiting on the other side of half. And now the Nightfall is going to cause even more problems. The C's back sight, not going to connect. Zelsa's looking for another, and the Phantom not on the mark, but bang! In a position to strike even more. Ultimately means his demise. A 3v3 as the spike goes down. And a brief moment of respite.
Yeah, Zekin's just trying to beat them out. It's the double swing through a smoke that's going to be the big play for Sentinels.
What utility do they have? No ults to speak of. Zekin has a full set behind him. But Narrate just fully swings into his death. There's Zekin on the trade. 9 bullets left. Finds his mark. Nade back up online. Yeah, he has to deliver in the 1v2. And he never saw him.
It's so patient what we're seeing coming out from Sentinels now. Always, it's beautiful to see how they're playing the retakes. I was talking about the double swing before here through that smoke on the A connector, just because you need those players to push some rotates out so that the Zekin can flank through the door. But it's the opposite. They play the buddy system through the door, and then the late lurk coming in from the staircase still gets value for the last kill. Right there onto Ye. Difference is right now that you want to take out of EG is that they actually executed with, what, 30 seconds left on the clock?
Yeah.
So it gives them a chance to really set up inside that site. And not only that, to play off the buddy system too. You saw some instant trades coming out. They played beautifully despite getting hit by the Nightfall from Narrate. But just couldn't hold the post plant in the end.
They were notably more pacey, as you mentioned. Zekin again, establishing his presence and control towards C. Ye and IC on the other side. That Outlaw misses its mark the first time. I don't know that he's going to get a shot at the second.
If anything, it might be Zelsis that takes all the rest.
Yeah. While all attention is drawn towards Zekin, Zelsis has slipped the net.
Drone going out. Magnification.
That's a big drone. At least it spots them both, but once again, EG tempos back towards the A side. Prowler even doesn't get a deep value into the A side, but then there's that tell. Counter Prowler coming out for the side of EG. So Sentinels are prepped up for a crossfire setup to hold out towards Breakable.
Narrate on the swing. A little more beaten and battered on the other side of it. Bang is close by, has a flash.
Here's that big difference, Doug. Look at how they understood now these late lurks coming out from Derek.
Yeah.
Great position from Zekin to watch towards the front B side.
Yeah, the adaptation's already coming through. Between that and the gun difference, it's really hard to find your footing. That nade's gonna land right in Derek's lap.
Removed.
Supa doesn't get any space on the work.
One enemy remaining.
And Derek will be the last piece to fall. A flawless round for Sentinels. They're running away with this thing, Vams.
Yeah. And that's the thing, even if Zekin doesn't get the early picks they're on to watching that front B side against Derek's lurk, the nades just puts Derek out of the full fight.
Yeah.
On what the rest of EG were trying to do here towards this A side hit. So now I feel this is a tough one. You probably have to start something different.
Clean.
Now that your lurks have been figured out, now that the late B lurk, has been figured out, you have to change that plan again.
And that's a second timeout called in the first half from EG.
And I'm okay with that, because on the side of EG, starting off on the attack side is not going to be easy against Sentinels that has been looking probably like one of the best teams, if not the best teams, arguably in Americas on this map with G2. It's going to be 50-50 on who's a fan of who to see who's the better one on that one. So looks like Potter wants to focus on at least salvaging the 4th or 5th round that they could pick up here in the first half and have a much better defensive run, as they've had good successes on defensive sides for EG on Lotus.
There are streaks of, trickles of desperation, if you will. I think, again, as we kind of ground ourselves on what the stakes are here for Evil Geniuses, if they do want a chance at making it to playoffs, this is one that you kind of have to convert.
Yes.
I mean, Sentinels have their path figured out.
Yeah.
EG is much more up in the air.
And even if you look at the strength of the schedule for EG, even if they had to play, or they're playing against Furia, who hasn't had the best of runs either for this whole year.
That's a nice way to put that.
It should be an EG win. But you can't really let just that week number 5 decide your fate, because you need this one over here to really greater your chances, and you have to wait to see what happens. Because even if you win today, it's not locked in for the side of EG.
But this is the box that they do have to try to check as best as they can.
That's why this timeout is super important for the side of EG. Already those Sentinels are taking full orb control. Zekin's one away with his ult. And him playing so well into the anchoring towards that B side, he could pop that right away. Now we're trying to set up Ye for that fight into B.
And Zekin doesn't even give it to him. Oh, there he does, and he swings out and still wins? Meanwhile, IC gonna get a little bit of value on the other side. They have some A main control, but that's about as far as they've gotten.
Sean Cutie's watching this towards Derek. They just know. Step ahead.
Feeling a lot of that pressure. Icy with 8 HP, still gets a rocket off, still finds its mark.
Spike down B.
And that spike out of reach with an 8 in his lap will make the situation significantly more difficult. Super forced to sit back and wait. All the onus in the hands of Derek. Second rocket pop, second kill found. Super 1v2, Zekin's weak. So it's winnable.
And Superman has pit while Zekin is very low. He's trying to find this timing through the spawn, and so far, so good.
Superman has to be the savior for Evil Geniuses right now. He has to find a way to clutch this one out. Oh, he's pathing all the way back to C.
10 seconds left.
With 10 seconds left, I mean, he's going to pit and plant. But then
first!
That gives a chance for now Sentinels to rotate across. The door at least is open.
Brother, that was less than a second left. But Supa's still in a position to pull this thing off. Finding cover in the pit. Sends View obfuscated. And now Supa in a position to play forward. Spots the spike, sees it's not there. Second was the weak one. He still has Bang on the other side. He has to win this one out. Can he deliver for Evil Geniuses? Can he play the villain that they need him to be? No.
You're playing against so many good seasoned players on the side of Sentinels. That for Superman, when he actually gets that first pick towards that pillar, and he doesn't see the instant trade coming out from Bang, he has to think that both players from Sentinel sides are isolated. So he plays a start move to look back towards that bend because of that door being opened earlier on that reflank, but Bang just walks through that pit, gets the backstab at low HP. And unfortunately not around once again. That gets converted off a timeout from Coach Potter.
Last round of the half. Evil Geniuses looking to speed things up towards A. Nature has his ult. Derek's close to his. Wait, that's so far back. They used an rifle from their spawn. Ye's all the way up B, but Narrate might go unchecked once more. Viper walls perpendicularly slicing their way through the hopes of Evil Geniuses. But Supa holds the line. Supa stands tall. You've dealt with Narrate, but what about Bang? Derek crumbles as well, just two left. The only two things standing between Sentinels and a 9-3 half on their map pick, Icy and Ye. Every single player falls at the hands of Bang.
It doesn't even matter which player is towards that staircase. There's going to be a multi-kill right there. Narrate for a few, Bang for the last one. And you know this spells trouble for the side of Evil Geniuses. When even a buddy system, when you have player advantage to play against one player and they always get two at once, oh, things are looking grim now for EG for the second half.
With all due respect, it has felt like things have looked grim for a little while on the side of EG. Unfortunately, they win, what, 5 rounds in a row to close out the half? 7 of the last 8 to be at a 9-3 half. We'll see if the tides turn as they turn over to defensive side. We'll be right back.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded. With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
A bit of a gruesome picture painted for Evil Geniuses, painted by Evil Geniuses. Really honestly painted by Sentinels, as the canvas has been anything but kind to those villains. Now they're over on the defensive side. Now you have to figure out how to reckon with Zekin on Raze, Narrate on what feels like the best he's been in his career over these last couple of weeks. Vans, this is a tough pill to swallow.
Definitely is. And when we talked about the value that EG and the successes that EG have been finding on the defensive side of Lotus, was actually when Derek dropped that 30 on that chamber, but now he's playing the Teo. And playing that Teo against Cloud9 on defense also wasn't the best. But thankfully this time around, a crossfire set up to prevent the push from Sentinels into this A rubble control.
I think you might be a little ahead of the thankfully here. might be a little premature, might be a little early.
There you
well
go.
Done by Icy, yeah. Little util combo there. 3/5 of the team getting in on the action. Zekin waiting behind the wall. They are going to accelerate back towards A, where both Icy and, well, never mind, not Icy, just Ye. Lies in wait. That was a ghost.
That's his 5th kill in
Yeah.
first kill in a very long time for Ye.
That marks the 2nd round he's gotten a kill in. Tough as that may be, John steady with the shots. Smooth with it, but Supa stands out on top. John's gonna have to do it on zone, a 1v3. And fortunately for EG, the pistol goes their way.
And it was super important for Ye to win that fight, to trade off his teammate on Icy, dropping to Zelsis right by Breakable, because if he falls as well, that's A site open, that's door that can get controlled here by Sentinels, and those players that are converged by the side of EG into Breakable, I mean, they're gonna have 0 value. Turns out quite well. You saw the close smoke coming through, funneling everybody from Sentinels into the 3-player stack of EG off that rotate. And that's a great start now for their side on defense.
Yeah, little signs of life. But they have to find a way to continue to get this snowball going. I mean, a pistol is the first step of many that need to be taken.
Oh no.
That's kill traded.
Thankfully though, Nature got caught with util in hand, but it's a seize. No lurks.
No, Narrate falls. Supa holds the line. It does not look like Sen will get away with any funny antics this time around.
At least the plant. That works out.
Sure, a little money.
Looked dangerous at the very beginning though with the wall contact play and surprising a player, but AG in a prime spot. Converting the anti-eco with by only losing 1 player in the process is actually quite nice. And that's off again, a very strong pistol round that allows for them to play that 2nd round very confidently and comfortably for EG and the anti-eco.
Now, if I may inject a little bit of hope into the minds of Evil Geniuses fans, we have seen EG down pretty considerably in scores and then almost put together a really impressive comeback on a couple of different maps. And so while I'm alluding to the Corrode from a couple weeks ago, this is Lotus, a bit different, but they do seem to feel more comfortable when they feel like other people might think they're out of the fight. Yeah.
Actually, I talked about that with you in the green room. If I see EG in the lead in double digits, I'm always afraid. But if EG has to play the comeback, there's a chance. So now at least trying to convert a bonus round for the defensive side of EG. Orb control coming out of Sentinels though, and that's Zekin picking up the orb on that C sign. So far though, the only stall that you really have on the side of EG is a solo hold, very passively done by Superman towards the C mound. When you're using the early util on this right side of the map, you're giving a chance here for these players to now converge here towards B. A little bit of support from Ye to move in with Superman and try to stall that a little bit more with util.
Yeah, they're creeping up too. Wanting to take this fight, as you mentioned. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That does not feel good. Ye has to play ahead of it, and he does somehow! Gets away with 2! Criminal! I mean, utility be damned. It takes a whole army to bring him down.
And that whole army is actually heard this time by EG. So that's 3 players spamming through the smoke. The spike's down out in the open. So now you can still heavily lean towards a C-side anchoring from the 3 players of EG.
That is a problem. 30 seconds left. That's a big problem. He's going to post up right on top of it. Supa's 87 HP will trade his 1. The numbers will go their way, and that's the bonus. EG still in the fight.
Oof, he got scary for a split second though, Doug. When I saw Superman move over to that spot, I was like, okay, it's a great elevation spot, but they didn't really have a player to really set up for the crossfire setup because smokes were coming through from Sentinels at that end. So as the chaos resets, there was a chance there for Sentinels to move through and getting great value off the entry. But with that,
brother, like, you do everything right. You hit the C's, you hit the nade, you know where he is.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, he just plays that perfectly.
and with support coming out from right here, Superman, that snake bite towards that entrance really allowed Ye to get great value out of that frenzy, despite him being under heavy attack by Util.
And that will be enough for Kaplan to get involved in the conversation. EG again come out of this halftime break, winning 3 in a row and starting to bridge the gap. There's still more work to be done, though.
Yeah, I think it's time for Kaplan to talk to the team to calm things down for a bit on their end, because if you're looking at how things panned out on their defensive side, we just talked about it. One player able to win 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, finding great timings, and they think now that they could just brute force their way and just winning duels straight off against EG. But when you're going against that side with EG, you're playing against the defensive end where they do have great utility for stalls and even trap plays with the composition that they bring. So when you're trying to brute force, maybe it'll work out on duels, but now you have to face against Util on top of that. I think Sentinels needs to slow down that pacing a little bit more and maybe bait out a little bit of that utility, force EG to go for that early drone, early prowlers, and they won't have too much left here to play against Sentinels on that hit.
We'll see if they take your advice. The buy from Sentinels is shoddy at best.
May not be this round because it's a stinger buy for sure, so I could definitely think about aggression this side coming out from Sentinels. Just trying to bait out the early util. You saw that. So the haunt came through towards the A side, and they went for the fake TP for rubble control. But there's no util to answer back this time from EG. Still full arsenal on their end for Icy and for Nature.
They're speeding up towards C. And it is just Supa back here. Derek is starting to rotate over with the salvos. But Zekin has found safe passage.
Spike drop.
Oh my gosh, they're going to get the spike down.
And that's fine. Look at the amount of util you have for the pulse plant for the retake for the side of EG.
They have to flood out on the other side of this. They cannot afford to let Sentinels get cozy, get comfortable. The Stingers are going to be a massive problem here if they do not play this perfectly. But they continue to stall, they continue to wait. What's the go button? What's the spark for EG? Icy with an outlaw in hand. Again, pushed back behind the utility. Forced to take a more passive approach. There's a couple of kills traded right at the very beginning. And the spike continues to tick away. The Stinger's a problem! Narrate gets 2. But Bang and Zelsis both so weak. So beaten, so battered. Supa with 3. Zelsis position given away. And Supa avoids disaster.
I mean, time?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! 0.39! That's about as close to avoiding disaster as you could possibly get. That is uncomfortable.
Who better than Superman to save you in the nick of time, right?
I guess. I don't think that's how they wanted that round to go, but they'll take it however they can get it.
And I agree.
Brother.
We literally just talked about the amount of util they had available here for EG to retake that side on the pulse plan when everybody from Sentinels were just kind of just anchored in that spot. But when they use that flood util, Salvo's creating space, nobody flooded behind it. Wait, that was...
It's rare you see a round where both coaches are upset.
But doing the same moves.
Yeah. An op online for Icy here.
More synergy in the coaches than that retake from EG on that previous round, but thankfully Superman saved that round. Op in the hands of Icy.
Crosshair train on the other side of the wall. Uh-oh. They're coming for him. The rocket up close. The op now down. And now an opportunity for that to be scooped up. As Bang still trying to play around in tree. They've got Zekin so far forward. And EG push from pillar to post, now looking to retake some of that space that they lost. Derek will fall in the hands of John. Narrate on the rope will best the opposition. And Supa, again, is left to try to save the round.
A lot more difficult this time, though. Big ults available for Sentinels on the post plan as well. And even the more time that Superman waits, that haunt should be coming back soon. Already up as we speak about it. And a jump spot's good enough.
Just a little spit to push him back. Perfection required, demanded out of Superman here. And he's never really even given an opportunity for the plan to unfold.
This time it was a tempo change for the side of Sentinels too. They definitely did want to go a lot faster and just break down the walls of the defense for EG on that side. But that's because they had so many big ults to work with, so they could work behind the space that Zeek could create with the showstopper. Not only that does he find space, he takes down the operator. Util is perfect for tree control on the side of Sentinels as well. And you just kind of make it so difficult for EG to rotate all the way from the B and C site.
Real quick, attack side, outlaw for Zekin. That's one shot and one kill. Just like that.
And even before he gets that pick, the amount of util that was thrown
Yeah.
for rubble control
Yep.
too, and how much HP does he make it out of with? I mean, he's almost full HP pretty much at this point.
And they've gained some space, but Sentinels have their intentions declared elsewhere. Supa trying to land on the satcheling rays across his screen, off the mark, and then punished for it.
Planted.
Looks like, I was gonna say, looks like EG wants to be a little bit more separated here on that flank on that side, just so that you could insert one player from some damage control for the exits.
Just try to get any advantage they can, and that will certainly help. Still plenty of money on the side of Sentinels, so financially speaking, that is not a concern.
And you see the change at least, even though you've lost Zekin in that spot. He actually went on a hunt, gave the outlaw to Zelsis. If you look at what's available for their end, there's still full util on their side, full ults rather, on that side for the side of Sentinels. So you kind of want to farm that up here for Zekin and play the long game, if needed be, to cycle these ults in your favor. He's already halfway to another showstopper after using it the previous round.
Yeah, it turns out Nature's still here.
Yep, still here.
That's 3. Okay. And so while I was just talking about how they have plenty of money and all will be okay, a little bit of damage has been done to their bottom line.
So you cast a curse yesterday, now today?
No. Don't do that.
That's just great movement mechanically once again from Zekin.
Yep.
With that pick to escape again at almost full health.
No, man, I didn't want to reload and not die.
Sorry, I mean, if you understand Vietnamese, that's a funny hot mic. That said, let's focus on this round here. Prowler early on the side of EG, though. There's no real pressure coming in from that B side already as they ulted a bit towards C. So AG already has some sort of inkling that Sentinels are going for this rubble control unless they've stayed back towards that spawn a la EG style. They need to use a little bit more util for that second wave. Derek still has a drone to work with. They still have a hawk to work with as well.
And a nightfall.
Yes.
For Nature. Well, sometimes you play Valorant, sometimes Valorant plays you. John's gonna get away. With the salvos nipping at his heels, they're gonna try to push into this pit. And they're gonna find Supa. Found by the Nightfall, satchel forward. Zekin, a little friendly fire onto Bang, and Supa continues to hold the line. It's a disaster for Sentinels.
How the hell did Superman pull that off? That's Spike now out in the open and down.
A little friendly fire helps.
Yeah, that's true. We talk about the comeback game for EG, and it's starting now. And the Econ just previously not the best for the Sentinels. But they look like they're kind of pinned. The biggest thing right now is for John Cutie to meet up with Narrate, if not a free kill, and it's the free kill instead.
So we start to turn our attention over to the next round. John's going to do his best and should succeed at carrying this Phantom into the 20th.
And I was just about to mention that Sentinels actually had a very nice little pivot to move towards that C site.
Yeah, I thought so too.
It's almost like an EG style where Nature kind of sets up. Whoever gets first contact, they'll pull out an ult and then just flood through. So it was perfectly baited by John Cutie. But as they moved towards the C site, they had a super Nightfall to spot Superman, yet once again steps up when it's needed, and he gets a 2K out of that, and even allowing this friendly fire to happen.
That one's tough.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready. Everything's gonna be okay. Life will be sweet.
I don't know if that was fully confident or if that was like a self-pep talk. Sentinel still at 11. EG still trying to mount this comeback. Icy has his ult. Derek's one off of his. And a quiet approach from the attack.
Yeah, it definitely looks like for Sentinels, you're going to want to keep it simple. You're already giving a tell that you're prowling towards that side. They're staying grouped up. You still have the Vice ult to just overtake the C site.
If they even need to use it. They might just contact out and find that nobody's home.
Yeah.
Or they will pop it. Now pushing forward.
That allows Pit to have, exactly. So you want to create that space from the Vice ult into that side, take full control of the map.
Dumped a ton of utility into spawn to make sure there's nobody flooding in behind it. They have moved up the line of scrimmage, forcing EG to play from a back foot. Nature takes a fair amount of damage, still alive though, still in a position to play. Icy has his rocket.
Yeah.
They're all huddled up in spawn, waiting for the right time to go. The Haunt just clears spawn. They can't even use it to get back out onto the site. And now, the fuse has been lit. The satchel pops. A little bit of a misfire, so he doesn't fully make it out onto the site. And now he just has to jump into the pit, and he just gets spammed right through. No value from the ult, but somehow still in a fight. Derek left in a 1v3. Time is of the essence. He doesn't have much of it. Sentinels get to 12.
And that's the difficult reality of EG right now, facing Sentinels when they were trailing behind by so much since the first half. They just need that ult cycle to come through for Sentinels to make it very difficult here for EG to really get that true comeback against the team.
Yeah, that misfire from Icy Satchel really feels bad.
If anything, it's thanks also to the paranoia that was thrown on the defense, or on the post plant rather, from Bang. So the amount of util that was still available for the side of Sentinels, because they only needed to use 2 big ults to take the site, which is the Vice ult and then the Pit.
Right.
When the rocket comes back, you saw paranoia, spit, nades. I mean, there's nothing here that EG could do when they were lacking util to support Icy to get value into the rocket for the retake. Beautifully done on the side of Sentinels.
For EG here, you have to have short memory. You got to forget that one.
Yep.
If you want to extend this map and postpone and delay Corrode.
And hope is still there. Still a strong buy on the side of Evil Geniuses. Armageddon available. Prowler once again. The same protocols come through for EG of what they're trying to find for information close to that minute mark, what the mid-rounding could be. They know it's it.
The story for Evil Geniuses these last couple of weeks, even in the last year, is almost but not yet. Close but not enough. And here they are attempting to mount a comeback, and they've gotten close. Can they get over the line here? Paranoia out, Satchel forward. Zekin has taken a ton of space, and now the Armageddon in play. Icy finds his mark on the Bang, but Zekin continues to be a menace, continues to be a problem. 3v3 as John goes unchecked as well. It's all onto Derek now, and he gets popped as soup as he swings from heaven. 13-8 for Sen City as they take a 1-0 series lead.
Turns out to be an easy win towards the end. I mean, it looked like EG had some sort of good control since winning that piss around on that second half. But again, as soon as you have enough in terms of the ult on your end, and also being one step ahead into these flood retake denials that they've been doing against EG, you see the result towards the end, and Sentinels look dominant now in this first map.
Yeah, they did. You know, we talked about it on the desk. I mentioned it earlier, but Kaplan was so complimentary and praising his team for the form they brought into last week, the form that they are very clearly carrying forward into this week as well. Narrate in particular, I mean, started off on a bender. Brother, he was insane.
Yeah. And for the side of Sentinels, also from Coach Kaplan, as you mentioned, the other thing to add is that they definitely do want to dominate this stage. They want to win this stage too, especially when it comes down to the last 2 grand finals that they went up against G2, went on G2's way. So you definitely do want to come back swinging and maintain here the level that you brought this stage for Sentinels.
It's been a menacing approach from them. Job's not finished, and that's exactly the attitude that they're taking towards Evil Geniuses. A 1-0 series lead, Corrode on the other side of the break, a map where EG has found some success. We'll see if they can pull it off here. We'll be right back.
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in road. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal I will give it my all.
Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through.
Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip a society. Underdog, overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
Just make it loud. Make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. Drop out, check it out. You gotta make the dance, just make it what? Make it loud, just make it loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. Make it what? Loud, loud, loud. You gotta make the dance, just make it loud. What?
2v2 now. Seppa.
One enemy
It's actually down to Mitch, who looks at a 1v1 and Narrate! Derek looking to play around the utility. Baby Bay on the swing. It's Derek again in a 1v1. Still alive, dancing around what's left. And it's Derek on top.
A 13-8 map win for Sentinels against EG. And Kaplan, the team, if you secure the win, you're securing #1 seed of coming into playoffs. And we've heard the team talked about how the vision is to get that #1 spot going into champions. How do you take that step by step to make sure that the maps are as strong as they can be as you move forward?
Yeah, just exactly what you said, reminding the team of the goal. Hey, we can clinch first seed for playoffs. What does that mean for champs? And just make sure we just stay on target. Realize the importance of every game. Makes it easy to put the work in when we're doing that.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
A lot on the line for both squads here, but Sentinels, of course, one step closer from being able to lock up that first spot. Would be huge for them. Welcome back, everyone. Now, when we started this matchup, we thought that we were going to see, you know, some unique ideas from EG. We did get some stuff like that in this Lotus map, but I think it's just safe to say, Ender, that what we were getting from Narrate, again, kind of continuing that conversation we had at the start of the match, the kid just keeps on hitting.
He's absolutely on form. And again, on the Fade, just completely dominating from the get-go, right? Huge 4K in the pistol round and just carried that forward.
I feel like just in general too, his timing with his utility was super good. And I think Doug mentioned while they were casting, he had like his 3rd Fade ult by the 9th round, which is insane statistically, but he just played super well overall.
Yeah, it's very clear that for Narrate coming into this game, actually, you even heard it from Coach Kaplan there, Athena, right? The goal was very simple. Be able to lock that first spot up, and performances like this certainly get you one step closer.
Yeah, and we actually mentioned on the desk earlier that he was improving after every map, and I feel like even now he's just constantly putting out that performance, having really good information and having those good rotations to put his team into a good position.
I think what's interesting to me is how many of those fights you just saw on screen were him actually stepping forward into aggressive angles or pushing through a smoke, coming around a tight corner, and then winning out on all those fights. He's that rare type player that is so aggro even in his role, and it allows you to get all those ults like you're talking about.
I feel like even on defense side, he was just like walking up A main just whenever he felt like it, like using his prowler to clear and making sure he gets into those aggressive positions. You can see he actually has first kills is 3, which isn't that much, but again, this is a fade that we're talking about.
Yeah, that should technically not be like, it's not a super high number, but it's a number where you're like, oh wow, I'm taking note of that.
Only Narrate can just walk forward with fade.
Exactly, exactly. Now, of course, so something else that we got to bring up, though, is that we were seeing EG do a little bit of a comeback here, Ender, right? They were trying to get the troops back into this thing, but you could tell there were a few moments there where there were some slip-ups and things just weren't quite landing the way that they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, it really started in the second half, winning pistol, of course, but then also on the bonus, Ye being able to find 2 kills here with the Stinger. Even in the first half, I think EG had a good low buy round where they're getting a lot of kills with Sheriffs and these types of things. So once you win that round 3, it starts to snowball a little bit more, but I think Sentinels were able to just calm down after the super clutch.
Yeah, and I feel like they also started to somewhat read the Taeho, so I felt like they were able to shut it down really quick, and I don't feel like EG got as much like utility out of the Taeho as they should have.
Yeah, and of course, you know, those ideas, right, we were talking about, do they incorporate the chamber? Who do they incorporate instead? And it seems like Taeho's going to be what they roll with, you know, at least for the remainder of this one. And well, at this point, it did not work out the way they wanted, but
they have bigger problems than this.
There are some other things they got to solve here.
Bring chamber back.
For more on that, let's actually hear what the legend Coach Potter has to say as we get ready for map 2.
Dryad here with Coach Potter, and going into this map of Corrode, first week that we saw you were actually banning this map. Now into this 3rd, 4th week, you're actually picking it first. Is it because of what we saw last week and how good the team looked in defense? What is the secret of wanting to play this map next?
We're looking for a strong start, and Corrode is a newer map. It seems like everyone's still trying to figure it out a little bit, and last week definitely plays a role in our comfort level. We found a victory on it on stage together, so we're hoping to ride that momentum here in map 2.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
And they're looking to ride that momentum into a map 3 potentially if they can win here on Corrode. But again, you kind of still run into those same issues that you were having on Lotus if you are Evil Geniuses. But Sentinels, though, know that Evil Geniuses wanted to go to Corrode more than likely.
Yeah, and Sentinels are choosing to start on defense, which takes that side away from EG. EG looked a lot weaker, a lot shakier on their attacking side. Even in that win versus G2, it almost started slipping away from them because of how drawn out those rounds were. They do not play side XX very often on Corrode.
No.
It is all about waiting until a lurk finds an angle.
Yeah, they really relied on lurks, and I feel like we saw that in this Lotus, their attack did look maybe a tiny bit more put together. And actually, both teams have won Corrode both times they have played it, and both times were versus G2. So I think that speaks pretty big volumes.
G2? Do we got to talk about Corrode?
Don't worry about that one.
I don't know if it's a G2 problem. But yeah, so EG definitely coming in hot on this one. I think they looked really good. I agree their defense side was super, super strong, but I think overall the game plan, the understanding, and the way that they set up for this map just works really well for them.
I don't need EG to win out on attack, but I need to see them put up 4 or 5 rounds. Their defense is their moneymaker on Corrode.
Yeah, got to see some signs of life from Evil Geniuses there if we want to get that map 3. We'll be right back, though, with Corrode right after this short break. See you on the other side.
Well, Lotus did not go as planned, as expected for Evil Geniuses, but now, Vans, they might have an opportunity to spin a bit of a different story, right? Rewrite the situation for Evil Geniuses as we turn our attention over to Corrode. We'll take a look at Agent Select here in just a moment and see what these two teams will be bringing into the fold. We saw a couple of really interesting ideas from EG the last time they played on Corrode against G2, and we'll see if they bring up a bit of the same.
Well, so far hovering towards it. Hopefully we're going to see that top 4 Ye chamber that Mixwell was hyping up around back in like 2021, 2022. That said, though, I think for EG, if they're not going to change any compositions across moving into this map, I think it makes sense. They found a winning recipe against G2 last time, but the analyst desk has set up the stage quite correctly here for the side of EG. When it came down to such a strong start against G2 on their attack side, winning like, what, 5 or 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, they were up big.
Exactly, and things started slowing down a bit because G2 did a good job stalling the time against EG. And that's something that we saw on that first map of Lotus as well. Plagued by the 10-second hits, and they tried to change that a little bit towards that mid-half, midpoint when they executed with more than 30 seconds left this time around.
Right.
I think that might have to be that pep talk that Potter has been doing here with EG in between the maps. Just trying to make sure that the tempo continues to be quick and strong, just like it did when they tried to go for the death ball.
Yeah, she mentioned there in the interview that it was a map of confidence for them, a setting where they feel like they can dictate the pace and try to take matters into their own hands, and they would be looking to ride that momentum into this series against Sentinels, who are playing in pretty damn lights out form. We'll see if they can figure it out. EG on the attack. The spike currently posted up towards B by itself.
Yeah, it's just a recon to find information. It should be on that side to see if there's any aggressive pushes coming through, but Nature decides to hold on to it, so change of a look.
Aggressive Viper wall across the middle of the map. Narrate, you little bugger. Tucked in the tiniest of corners.
Against her opponent's wall.
Yeah, that is a different level already. But they're not even interested in flirting with that area of the map. They're going to try to scale all the way up into heaven.
Oh my, even through spawn. The insert from Icy was already there, and that's probably going to be a late pivot.
Yep. Derek will fall first. Nature still unchecked. The spike now down in the middle of the map. And while they managed to get all of the space into their spawn, they forgot the spike.
It's such a hard area to take here.
Yeah.
Especially with this composition. There's no flash move towards through. You haven't even purchased a drone into that round for Nature, so you can't really go for that scaling to the connector.
But so take a look at the discipline that Sentinels are showing here. They're not fully committed onto fighting across the middle of the map. They're just going to play the extremities. Oh, just a little off the mark. Yeah, you can tell what he was trying to do. Bang's going to get chewed out in VOD reviews later, man. That's tough.
You had one job.
Yeah.
Here's your second job, though. Top of heaven.
Oh, no. He missed that one, too.
Redemption, maybe?
Yeah, he will still punish Ye. Suva gets a spike down. Nice, he gets Stink, 57 HP. Sentinels now fully pushing forward across the middle of the map. The dog will spot the first. Nicely done, but traded out. Not many options. Supa gets pushed. John gets 3. Sen get the pistol.
And that's the issue. Sentinels having too much util for the post-plant retake that EG really can't set up in the scenario of a 2 versus 4. But again, I want to focus on what happened at the beginning of the round. No util to really work out towards the A connector. So those inserts that you had towards that spawn, when Icy played the walk contact, it had so much value to, 1, 2 options comes out of that. You could cut rotates on that part, or you could go for the re-hit back from the B side. When you already had a trip on that side, you realized nobody was pushing forward. You could start scaling back up and play numbers. But yeah, that is unfortunately something that doesn't work out for EG in the mid-round. Something they're going to have to rethink here if they want to go back for the control into the A-Link. What could really be there to help you out?
Icy looking to be fast here. And getting the best of Ye. And they're going to try this B fight. I guess perhaps an insert of their duelist.
That's annoying.
Yes, it is.
Even fast lane trying to move through, the Icy can't really get good value. He's going to have to get stuck into the cubby, and now they have to rethink the plan. 2 players now meeting up on the right side of the map. Maybe try to bait up the wall coming out from Zelsis, so they could at least hopefully move into an open B site for a plant now for EG.
They have some of the defense here, though. And remember, the tag that Icy got at the beginning makes it so much more difficult. They're getting antsy. Yeah, they are.
Spike down, B.
Narrate steady, though.
Like I said, the plan was there. They smoked out towards that right side here, so you can really move in and try to bait the wall from Zelsis right at the entrance of that A side. But then the re-aggression coming out from EG was quite nice. It actually catches now the player, from Sentinels, and catches the players of EG for that late hit towards B to not get any value, and that's spiked down. Gonna have to rethink into the next round for the attack side.
Yeah, John gets the last couple of kills. Those eco frags always feel good. 3 off of his pit.
And that's the positive end for Sentinels too. Just farming down these kills. Trying to get some good value into their bonus round. And at least for the side of EG, if you're still having a lot of hope for that side, is that none of those big ults are really available yet.
Nice, boys. Good job. Good round. Bonus.
So it gives you at least a good buy to work with for the side of EG. So full rifles, no off on that end too. Yay staying with the group. And it's only Icy that's inserted alone here on the top of mid to start.
There's a little help close by. Again, they play around these walls so well. He slides at just the wrong time. Oh no, that is tragic. Zekin again gets a second.
Derek felt like he was pinned into a corner, but thankfully now Ye moves up to help him out. But what great movement from Zekin. To go through that wall when the drone was coming through, a recon dart to get that kill was super nice.
I don't know that, anyway. Moving on. They managed to get the spike up. They're headed towards A, where Soup is taking a fair amount of space in elbow. And weapons have been upgraded. Zelsis has a Vandal. Zekin has a Guardian. Supa holding that first line. And now Ye is left alone. Zekin called the bonus in the replay. And Ye is going to have to stop this one by himself. Forced to take the swing. He's gotten it down to 1, but Zekin, he's sticking it. He's holding it the whole way. But Ye got some. Right, the Red Bull clutch. That feels disingenuous. I don't know. Either way, EG are on the board.
What a costly round coming out for EG side. I was expecting to with such a deep plant inside the site with no map control after getting that first pick from that lurk. Great lurk, by the way, by Superman. You want to play a little bit more inside and set up some better crossfires, but 2 players were kind of left on an island pretty much at that point where they couldn't really support each other. And that gives such a huge chance for Sentinels to even convert in the bonus, and yet definitely, I mean, everybody is sigh relief on the side of the EG camp.
Dude, Potter's going through it, man. Really nice stun at the beginning. That's a path that Icy has taken many times. He took it a ton of time against G2. He's already shown that pathing here, and Sentinels are ready to punish that.
And that's the work from Gunter and Kaplan. When you sometimes want to talk about playing your own game, but you also have to go with the anti-strat. So you read that move, paranoid with the push, easy kill as the duelist on the side of EG's down.
The middle of the map has been taken away, and you've seen they've been set apart from one another. Supa's going to try to rotate through, but he has to either play behind Util to join up, or he's going to get punished. They're going to walk right by each other. There it is. The middle of the map was not safe. And now Sentinels, after relieving some of that pressure, can now turn all of their attention towards B. Yay, flashed up, has to TP out. Live to fight another day. Zekin's ult does not get a ton of value, but the rest of Sentinels do.
And again, you're trying to get forward positions. I mean, at least at first, when it comes down to EG moving in, there was a forced error on the side of Sentinels where that should have been a free kill from Zelsis onto Derek. But EG came through, made sure that there was a player watching somebody else's back. They opened up the site, but into the post plans, person isolated, solo on top of heaven. Yay, solo here on the side of the A connector, and it just get picked off.
Brother, that IC spot is a read 1,000%.
Yep. I mean, the paranoia came out instantly from the side of Bang. So people are testing around the map now. Potter has mentioned it for the side of EG. But they haven't really elaborated the playbook for how they're putting Icy for the scale on the attack side. Almost a haircut on that side.
Yeah, that's a near miss. That is not a miss.
Elise and Eco on the side of EG, and they're trying to just team deathmatch it on the top. I think you talked about pretty much playing ARAM. You're seeing this battle in the middle lane.
Supa will respond a little bit. He'll get his pick on to Narrate. He'll get his.
Yeah, somehow it's still a good position for EG here so they could start manipulating the map. Already drone comes out. I mean, you are saying, hey, let's be careful here from a push, but the idea is just to try to swing out for control. You have to play contact pretty much at this point and not give your position away that you're rotating across a different area.
John jump spots behind the wall. And they still managed to find a way across.
I think John might have spotted one of them here.
30 seconds
And I think
left.
that was Superman on that side, so playing that side a bit more passively.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Zekin with 3, looks for 4, bang, steals the kill. As Sentinels get to 4. All right, let's do it again. Let's do that hope thing one more time, right? EG in a position here where they're able to fully invest into this next round, and they have 4 out of 5 ults to play around. And so they have tools here where they should be able to capitalize on.
Yeah, when we talk about these ults, the Hunter's Fury, I think could be a big thing to open it up here for EG, but I thought it was going to be another one of slow rounds. I think it's much quicker now towards the A side. But look how passively we're playing on the side here of Sentinels. I think they're already anticipating some sort of a death ball into the A site with all of these ults from EG.
Supa's going to be going through this really late lurk back into B. Make sure there's no one trying to creep forward.
That's been a good win con actually for Evil Geniuses. Superman has been finding good value off these lurks. He's opened up the A side multiple times, and this time is trying towards B.
Now rejoining the rest of his team across the middle of the map, where Zekin currently lies in wait. They're so concerned about every little corner. Brother, that was a spit and a shock just to clear out that 50.
They are using every piece of util to micro scale so you could actually burst out with the Hunter's Fury.
Yep, Trigger still yet to get involved. The drone spotting the first, pushed off the angle. Meanwhile, Bang falls on the other side. A little bit of space there as Narrate's able to punish back at least a little. While Zekin tries to insert back double, he gets 2!
The story repeats. One player from Sentinels winning at a disadvantaged position. A 1 versus 2 won by Zekin.
Zekin is just on a tear. 5-1 for Sentinels. It was. I want to say it was Myrna, or maybe it was Ender who talked about it on the desk. One of the reasons where EG looked so good on Corrode was because they were able to start on the defensive side, because they had a couple of really cool protocols and trap plays outside of B. Them starting on the attacking side has been brutal.
But you would think that they would have the confidence to move into the attack side. We just talked about the 6 rounds that they won in a row against Cloud9 on the attack side last week. But everything that they're trying to do so far, I think we talked about the ults that were available on the on EG's side the previous round. What did they use really? Only the total false available from Ye. I really thought you're going to try to open things up with that Hunter's Fury.
You just wanted to say that
right next
with
to
your
you.
French accent.
Right next to you.
That's so annoying.
I know it tilts you, so I was just rage baiting you.
It's only tilting because I can't say it as smoothly as you can.
Can you try it?
No. Nah, I'm not even. Nah, I will not offend the French-speaking people by trying to say that the way you can. 5-1 the way of Sentinels. EG call timeout, the first of the map. And I think, yeah, I mean, if there is a silver lining, it is the fact that they have not invested a ton of those ults that you were just talking about.
Yeah.
And they still have those in play.
You still would have hoped that they would use some of it to guarantee the round so they wouldn't be in this position where they would have a broken buy moving into round number 7. So, if anything, you might see a similar story that allowed EG to maybe get a couple of rounds here on Lotus before was this Icy with some sort of a buy to try create some space. He's got the Bucky with full armor, 1 away from a Neon ult. A lot of them congregated towards this B side, so yeah, Recon maybe find information and start opening things up.
Well, Zelsis has to play this carefully. The drone early to make sure there's no one playing these aggro line B. But they have the wall, they have the thorns.
Break it with a shock dart.
Brother,
Nature needs to do it. There you go.
There are no doubts of where this is headed.
Go, go, go.
They're kind of stalling out a little.
Just waiting the wall, Razor Vines. They haven't even baited the wall yet for the Vice defense, so.
That's what I'm saying. It's just him, and he's instantly gone. Icy is allowed no space. Derek falls 2.
feel this was like a G2 at home strat, where you actually had your Omen TP towards heaven and you're trying to execute through, but without baiting that and breaking the util on what Zellsis really set up on that side, it really breaks everything apart. Thankfully, there's a lurk and insert. I mean, that's the best thing you have so far for EG within this round. That's Superman in his spot trying to be met up by nature.
I mean, that is the one constant they have had. I think you're absolutely right. Supa is constantly finding these timings and these lanes to get a little bit of space. The problem is they have never been able to capitalize on it. They've never been able to convert that into a win. Maybe this is the time. Maybe.
I mean, now it's a Guardian and a Sheriff inside the pit. This is so tough against a Nightfall too. GG.
Yeah, the Nightfall is like the counter for that. But they're going to try to hunker down into the site. Try to entrench themselves in those positions. First, the eye cleared. Nightfall has now faded away, but with Supa getting spammed, the pit will go down. Nature will follow. And there goes that.
I was really hoping on that part, at this point rather, with this plant, that you save that pit. You try to leverage the Guardian that Superman has to maybe push towards that spot and cut the rotates.
Right.
You have two excellent aimers in both Ye and Superman, Sheriff and a Guardian to play the long-range battles against a rotate from Sentinels. Remember, this is a map of Corrode that is very long to rotate across.
Yeah, takes forever.
You get good value here off long range with the weapons that I just mentioned. And sorry, it was Superman and Nature, not Ye. And now, unfortunately, I feel that this is a pit wasted. Thankfully, though, it's cycled ult, so you still have a Hunter Sphere available.
Aggro pit from Sentinels, denying A main space at the beginning of the round. And Zekin has an op, B main too.
And it's a tough spot here. Superman wants to try to lurk back towards the front B side. That's an excellent call. Because now the dart or the drone is not there. If you're going to try to walk up and try to find some value, you're going to get instantly picked off here by Zekin, who's been a monster through this stage.
12-4 just in this map so far. And we've just started the 8th round. He's going to get a shot.
Oh, no. And the drone went towards mid.
Yeah, they have nothing. This is like waiting for that. Wow.
Sorry, chat. I get to cast a curse.
That one's on you. Bang's going to get popped by Nature's ult, and all of a sudden the side is open. The Paranoia out. They've gotten some space. Now this 5v3 for EG should be secure. There are a couple of tools.
Big ults for Sen.
Yeah, mainly Zellsis' ult. I think you're absolutely right. But he's up really far, and he gets swung up. Still gets his kill, though. Icy falls. More work to be done. Financially, they are in a position to where they could go for it. That spike has been going off for a little bit here.
They have been pushing everybody back. I think you're right, though. With the time that's remaining, I don't think that Zellsis would go for an ult. Just try to do the econ damage on the side of Sentinels now.
And it would be significant. You take a look at the right side of your screen. There's not a lot of money to go around.
Last player standing.
Doesn't even get one. John will sit back and wait. Hang on to that Phantom into the next round as EG get their second.
We don't talk about that one either. If anything, though, great job for EG to punish here what Sentinels were setting up on the defense. When you have such an aggressive line for Zekin with the Operator, you kind of allow yourselves on the defense to play a 4-1. So as everybody's really focused on taking mid control because of that pit that was placed at the very beginning from Bang on the A side, well, it's very long to rotate from that middle into the A side. Or into the B side, sorry. And they were able to get great positioning off the pulse plan for EG. Very similar to what happened to Lotus, pushing towards that spawn.
Fast up mid from the defense. Yeah. Just the head spotted and the spam connects again. Zekin's done that more than once on that exact same line. And Bang. I mean, that tandem has been terrifying. John's gonna get another across the middle of the map. It's just an Odin now and then a Vandal for Supa in a 2v4. This has really gone off the rails, hasn't it?
Indeed. All right, silver lining at least. But they have found information on the 2 players because the wall just got baited over the A side. So Zelsis has the responsibility now to just anchor up the A side a bit and even play soft. So they could flood right after. He still has a very big and important ult that they could leverage if EG somehow finds itself in the position to be able to plant.
That seems like an ambitious stretch right now.
30 seconds left.
All of it around the timings in the space they're able to take away. And so with 20 seconds left, they creep up the middle of the map.
Right.
Very slowly.
Walking into Zekin.
Yeah. Zelsis there close by. 13 seconds left. The spike hits the ground. Supa has to push forward. No real way through. Zekin gets 3 as Sentinels get to 7, and the stomp continues.
If anything, I want to commend how good of a setup that was for the side of Sentinels for the mid control. And Zekin, as is Neon, either it's on attack or defense, has always been a thorn on the side of any of the opponents that Sentinels have to play against on this map. But when they set up to fight for this mid spot, the value here also of having your Fade playing from the B side to haunt up on the top of middle to get 2 pings. And then the 3 players holding towards middle are just able to just prevent EG from really able to get their own mid control.
Quick into the next round. An attempted buy from EG. Nature as a sheriff. Again, kind of having to force down here and work your way into a round as best as you can. EG have historically been very good at sealing away rounds that they probably shouldn't have been able to. And that's what they need here.
It's just been so difficult for EG to take mid control over here.
Zekin might be in some trouble, but no. Gets away unscathed.
At least they pushed him back to take down Bang. And that's what I was going to say. It was very difficult for EG to take mid control, and it seems to be primordial for them to take, so they could allow these splits into the A site.
Zelsis in a lot of trouble here. He is by himself. And that might equalize the fight here a little bit. Put him on equal footing. Make the fight a bit more fair.
There.
And that'll buy enough time for rotations to come through. The
Exactly.
defense is now bolstered.
30 seconds left.
Reinforcements at the ready. The dash will not be good enough. Derek and Ye trying to put them back. John cannot 180 his way, leaving things in 1v1. Derek committing to getting a spike down. Nature's going to show up with an Odin in hand and full utility to speak of. The haunt cleared. Prowler goes through unchecked. Derek has to figure this one out on his own. There it is, the tap on the first swing. Narrate pushing his way through. Waiting for the first mistake to be made. And it's Derek with 4.
A big round coming out from Derek, much needed for the side of EG, even picking up the Odin in the next round. And yeah, definitely a look of disappointment for the side of Narrate. You just mentioned it, the amount of tools that were still available for Narrate at that side to really clear out and flush out Derek. And I really thought it was the opportunity there for Derek to just start spraying through the paper-thin walls and just get the wall banging within that spot where Derek was hiding. It looks like he hesitated for a split second. And Derek takes full advantage of that one to put some air back into the lungs for EG, a little bit of hope back on their side.
9 and 8 for the controller so far. And a possibility to at least make this a respectable 7-5, 8-4. Look at how far up Zekin is here. They're so concerned with the left side without knowing that Zekin's playing elsewhere.
And never played that spot before. And the thing is, it was a hot spot for him to play because the haunt was used here by Narrate to try to ping out towards the front B side at the beginning.
Speaking of, Narrate, fresh off that 1v1 loss, in a position to try to redeem himself. Zelsis getting a little value with the op. Narrate takes a step back. There's an aggro TP. Derek is stuck the ult. He's all the way back behind them. Narrate feeling the walls closing in. Gets his one. A 3v3 now, you see. Bang is so far up and he goes unchecked. The paranoia will connect too. Derek has to solve this problem on his own. Good for the first, and that's all he will connect on.
Not a second clutch in a row here for the side of Derek, but what a round coming out from Bang, being able to sneak through the way that he did. By getting those 2 picks, he already hurt the TP from Derek on the top of heaven. So it gives the audio cue for the team to close in, even Paranoid to run that clock down, and it makes it so difficult for Derek to be in a position to be able to clutch again. And I love at least the start that you saw from EG. As the Haunt came out from that B side, they know that they have a lot of setups here for Sentinels. That's a 1-3-1 in their default, so they just want to plow down towards that B site. They overtake that area against, or they try to against Narrate, and at least get a plant down. But not a good post-plant scenario for the side of EG. A broken buy for the last one, and what weapon here does Ye have?
The ult. the ult. Remember, it was a 9-3 half on Lotus. EG looking to avoid a similar fate. And Pixel, just a bit elusive. Oh, but Zelsis does not miss the second time around.
Somehow I think that was like 2 through smokes.
You might be right.
And now that's no smokes for the execution, or it's going to make it even more difficult to take over this A side. The next best thing, sorry, is for Icy with the fast lanes to allow here EG to scale up. Gonna bait this wall first, though.
That's a tough ask, though. Icy is 1-11 right now. He has struggled. He's got to find a way to get something going.
I mean, it's EG once again with the slow play. They are trying to get the best value out of the op here of the hands of Ye.
30
But it looks like
seconds
Sentinels
left.
don't want to give anything away.
Take hold.
Narrate feeling some of the pressure.
Teleport's ready.
Ye upgraded a weapon.
But there's 20 seconds. They still have Razor Vines.
And there are still 2 members on site, and one of them's Narrate. He gets his 2. We'll stall for a little bit longer.
Spike down B.
And now Ye left in a 1v4, finds its mark on the second, a clean shot. But it's another 9-3 half for Sentinels.
At least you got something with the Tula Faux, but yeah, 9-3 half for Sentinels. Again, another dominating half to start things off on their side where they could do no wrong on a defense. But even then, it wasn't only about the individual plays on the side of Sentinels this time around like Lotus. It was also in terms of how good they were on the macro against EG, controlling middle lanes. Even then, 20-second hit, you can't even get anything through the Razor Vines, and it's just free, easy pickings for the side of Sen. That might continue on to close out the series.
Yeah, you were right, too, about that one shot that Zelsis landed. It was through a smoke. All smiles for Sen City, and well, you have 9 rounds to be enjoying that lead. We'll throw it to a quick break, and then EG will be on the defense. We'll be right back. Feel like a snake oil salesman who's been trying to convince you guys of a little bit of hope, but let's pretend for just a moment that I haven't destroyed all credibility. Vance, let me try one more time to sell you on a little something.
I'm
right?
down.
Let me try to sell you on a comeback.
I'm ready.
It was actually what you alluded to prior to the break, is that Evil Geniuses were very good on the defensive side, and they had a lot of really cool ideas. And we saw those cause problems for G2, and now positioned to play from that area. But Sentinels surely have learned from the mistakes of those who came before them.
Yep. Especially when you look at this pistol, I mean, the setup they kind of have for EG is quite similar.
Yeah.
Lots of pressure towards this B main side, and Sentinels already wants to go for a 5-man hit towards A.
Dude, they're going to get out onto A and nobody's there. And they have to speed up, and they have to do it quickly, or else they're going to lose full control of the site. Supa's already smoked off. They're already up elbow.
Dude. It's just super nice scaling on that side, and then even the push to get prime position on the plant so they don't have to play inside the A site.
Planted.
Flash gets cleared right off the bat. Bang with the paranoia. Will connect on to 3 seconds. Slides through. Derek blinded. Still gets a kill. Now the rest of the pistols from Sentinels into position to secure the round. Narrate. Misses, and Derek gets 4. 1 left to claim. Nature cleans it up. EG get the pistol.
Okay. A hero play once again coming out from Derek. Is that his second 4K now into this map?
I believe so. 14 and 10 right now. Derek has played exceptionally well.
Comes down once again to hero plays to salvage a round for EG. If anything, that was Sentinels all the way here on that piston round. It was just remarkable how they were able to scale up towards that A site. And as soon as the Viper wall comes down, well, that's the beauty of playing double controller. You're able to cycle a smoke down towards that spawn. Zeek even goes with a relay bolt just to make sure nobody swings through the smoke. And they're in prime position on the pulse plant until Derek goes nuclear in that round. But even with the spike plan for the side of Sentinels, no stinger buy. Just Zekin with the Bucky.
Which, just to be perfectly clear, is plenty.
That's true. Especially when they keep doing this type of play.
Brother. Oh, Icy saves the day. That had trouble written all over it. And it might still. Bang trying to TP around, grabs the Bucky. This is one of the silly rounds. And it seems to be working.
Wall's about to come down, though.
Sentinels have no business having made it this far up. Icy gets punished. Zelsis gets 2. Oh gosh, not like this. Supa has to solve this 1v2 by himself. Will spot onto the first, has no idea where the second one is. And Zelsis finds the timing. He hits the shots. And Sen win a thrifty.
Oh, Doug, you just talked about the Bucky. Sometimes good enough here for the side of Sentinels, but it's the classics instead. Everybody just in different spots, inserted in different areas of middle, and they're just getting backstab classic kills, trade after trade, and somehow are able to take the advantage of that, leaving that stinger out in the open as well, trying to retake control of middle for the side of EG, and they're able to take advantage of that for the side of Sentinels and convert from a thrifty into what was the most minimal buy you could have.
Now it's EG on the back foot. A shorty for Derek. Yay. Gets no value out of the headhunter. And they've done decently well to take away a lot of the middle of the map. Nature so far up, playing behind his wall, but Sentinels have already made themselves comfortable on A.
Poison orb emitting.
I mean, Doug, Zelsis is already into a Vice ult in the next round.
Yeah.
Well, the rest still far behind, but look at how you're pushed up here for the side of Sentinels. You don't really want to give a chance here for EG to even dot a spike or be in prime position for exit kills.
Yeah, that hurts. Nature's gonna proc the wall as the spike goes down, try to get a couple of exits. Really the only sort of consolation you could possibly ask for, or hope so, or hope for, excuse me, and he won't even get that. A flawless round as Sentinels get to 11. Full steam ahead.
EG might be in a scenario here that they're just going to have to focus on the remainder of the matches from the sidelines. Remember when we talk about storylines of silver lining and hope here for the side of EG, Doug?
I don't, no, actually. I don't remember doing that to you guys at all. I personally would never. Little high-low setup across the middle of the map from EG. The spam, not. Oh my gosh. Okay. That was a bulldog.
Yeah, I mean, you're spraying Odin, and there's 3 players. Just you make that even 4 behind the smoke from that jump up at the bench. Counter spray, whatever hits, and it's the bulldog. And now they have such a good map control for the side of Sentinels.
This is tricky. Was that off of the sound cue of the TP? I think it was. Just spamming the wall. Yay gets punished.
Stunned from a relay bolt 2 before getting the opener. Zelsis doesn't even need to use his ult. You take full control of site, and EG, I mean, you have to save at this point. You have to play for OT.
I guess the attempt to get exits again. Try to take a couple of guns out of their hands. Get a little bit closer to having an ult online. Listen, just to be perfectly clear with how Zekin's been playing, I would be running away from that fight too.
100%.
I do not blame him.
You need these 2 weapons. I already thought it was over ambitious there to just try to go for one solo duel. Yeah,
I agree.
Let them have the money. I mean, look at what's left here for Sentinels. Celsius is already going to be maxed out. Everybody could buy for the next round or 2. Just save those 2 weapons. Superman will get his, so it's going to be the most broken buy we'll have for EG, trying to stay alive in this matchup. There's not really, you could say for EG side, I mean, it's just a default setup on their end that a couple of players are just dying through smokes, dying through walls. You can't really talk about any of these good trap plays that we praise EG for being able to do on the defensive end against G2 last week.
Well, I think part of the issue too is they've never gone B. They're going to go B now, and they're not set up for it.
I mean, Superman has Guardian and Snakebite Wall to delay. Sentinels, it's a walk contact to execute right after.
Smoking off Heaven just for the hell of it. At this point, there's nobody there. Zekin drops onto Supa. It's a bullet in his ear. Now the paranoia swinging on the other side of it. Yay, able to get a little bit of value.
By Salt, no guns now available for EG.
Forced to sit back and wait, at least momentarily. What else do they have to get back into this? Ices might take a pathing in towards Heaven. I thought they might try to flood behind this, lean into the chaos, but no.
They've lost so much space though. So for him to walk the whole time towards spawn, that's so much time wasted.
Zekin pops his ult, letting him know about his feelings. Nature falls, a 3v2. Daring the swing, looking to best Ye once more. He has had his number, but it's Icy and Ye who get a couple. Zekin, a 1v1 against Ye, who's so weak. Not the shorty. Not like this. Ye has 10 HP. Trying to bait him in, and that's exactly what he does. 13-4 as Sentinels obliterate EG in 2-0 fashion.
That's how Zekin got his 2,000th kill, and that's how Zekin will finish this series, a bucky to the chest of his opponent. Where, yes, it was Sentinels all the way from map 1 and 2. There was a little bit of sign of hope, at least for the side of EG, on how they fought here on the side of Lotus, but unfortunately could not find anything on Corrode, their map pick, a map that they found value, found one of their map victories against G2. I mean, if you're looking at the performances here, Doug, of EG for this stage, I think they've combined 3 maps in terms of victory so far and O2s for the rest. That's just a tough look here for one team that used to be the champion back in 2023.
A perfect stage for Sentinels so far, and it seems like they're only getting better week after week. It seems like they're only hitting their stride more and more. We sung their praises so many times, but they're worth talking about again. Narrate and Zekin. These 2 are a problem for Americas right now.
Yeah.
Those 2 guys are playing in form that I don't know that I've ever seen before.
And this win, you talked about a perfect run so far here, Doug, but this win also guarantees that #1 seed for the Sentinels on the Americas stage. So also besting G2 in week 1 when you had their super sub of Baby Bay coming in for the side of G2. And again, it's a team that wants to come in with a vengeance into stage 2. Realmore also is forcing them to want to win this stage for a trophy finally in Americas.
Currently 4-0 with 1 week left before finishing off the perfect stage and heading off over to Paris. And again, it's hard to take a look at that and point out some of the deficiencies that they may have. I think maybe Bang missed that smoke on the chamber on the chamber trip, and so he'll have a talking to. But I mean, honestly, we make light of it, but genuinely speaking, the form that they're in right now, the brand of VALORANT that they're playing is damn near perfect, man.
That's basically the thing as well here, Doug. Even when it comes down to like small mistakes where the smoke misses, it doesn't matter when everybody's still able to be pristine in terms of duel fights. That's always coming in favor of Sentinels. So I think they could do no wrong going to this one into the playoffs. I think they're going to be able to go on another deep run into the grand finals as well.
Well, they dispose of EG in pretty effortless fashion, 2-0. We're going to send it down to Dryad behind us on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Celsius.
Celsius has always been this high. Also, can we hear it for Sentinels? They secure the #1 seed going into playoffs, and Celsius, yeah, I think we're good. That was the workout for today.
Yeah, that was a little workout.
Congratulations on this win. You get the #1 seed, and I want to talk about the narrative that we've had in Americas, where people are mentioning how it's only 2 teams that are always making it to the top. But I want to turn that into something more positive. You have been incredibly consistent throughout the year. What is it about Sentinels that makes this team so consistent to keep getting these wins and keep making international events?
I think it's just been like the whole year working. Like, I mean, obviously we've had some rough results, and it's no surprise. But I think through all the results, we've like worked through the mistakes. And like, shout out to the Cap and Luke for like always harping on us and like having the tough talks, because it's always hard to have tough talks within a team. But we had them, and I think it's showing in regional now. But I think Americas is getting a little weak, but I think it's because a lot of people made roster changes and there's a lot of like inexperienced players coming up for the first time. So it's kind of unfair to call the region weak when I think it's just inexperience.
It's a little more time, and then you're going to have a lot more competitive teams. And now, speaking about the preparation that you have as well, we were very excited that first week when you showed that map of Corrode, and now you look even more dominant against CG. When it comes to preparing for Corrode, and were you watching other regions, other teams, or was it just only your ideas on how aggressive you wanted to play?
That's a Kaplan question. I'm not going to spoil his big brain, but I mean, when there's always a new map, I think our team strives because Cap is like kind of a nerd about the game, so he's always good at like finding out the meta, finding out how to play the map like really early on, and he did that for us on Corrode, and I think we look really strong on the map.
Yeah, you look amazing. And also for my last question, the last week of regular before we move into playoffs is going to be against 2G. Obviously, because you're already #1 seed, because you're already secure for champions as well, you're in a pretty safe spot. But what is that mentality going into a match like that one?
I'm playing Phoenix next week, so I'm just gonna lock it. I don't care. No, I mean, yeah, we locked first seed, but I think it's still the same mental of we want to be the most dominant America's team, and you know, we want to beat everyone in the region, including LEV, because you know they're getting too big for their boots. No, but seriously, like I think for us, it's like a stepping stone, and we want to be prepared for champs because I think we've gone through the year in how we did, and I think it's time for us to lift the trophy. So.
We're so excited to see that and more of you, Sentinels. Thank you so much, Celsius, once again. Can we hear from Sentinels once again? And that being said, we're going to throw it to a break, and when we're back, we have El Clásico for Latin America, KRU against Leviathan.
Gives you wings.
bank with allowance. Now it's a Ben Frank on a salad. Now I'm the big man on campus. Betting on me and they liking their chances. Yeah, gotta give them no work. 9 to 5. It come with some purpose. Better stay on your job. I be going berserk. The time is mine. Gotta give them alert. Gotta look who in first. Yeah, you know it's a team. Gotta rip on a shirt. Check the wrist. Big time. Big play. Gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know. We go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know. You looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know. We go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know. You looking at the goal for real. Whole lot of kinetic, I've been in motion. Whole lot of wins, I've been in focus. Whole lot of hate, they all wanna doubt the boys, but nah, they gotta be joking. Know you seen them on a rise, know you seen them on a sign. It's a movie in real life, it's real life televised. Check the wrist, big time, big play, gotta hit the rewind. Who you got? Pick a side. Rockstar lifestyle certified. Wins. All I know. We go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know. You looking at the goal for real. Wins. All I know. We go head to head, go toe to toe. Let's see who wins. All I know.
Jugar contra Leviatán es un partidazo y yo personalmente no han ganado mucho, así que voy con demasiada rabia y voy encima a amasármelos. Creo que Sato ha sido una incorporación demasiado insana, me ha sorprendido todos los partidos.
Puede mover ahí la naranja, pero le causa daño. Queda solamente uno. Y Sato llegaba a tiempo, hace un ratito estaba esperando su momento de brillar.
I think overall, like, Sato's been proving himself a lot, and the more he shows, the more you'll see, like, Beast, you know?
Creo que Dante también ha sido una incorporación muy buena para nosotros, así que esta ya está ganada, ya está ganada.
La apertura también, quedan un 1 contra 1. ¡Oh!
¡Bien, Dante!
Dante con la triple. Una triple de esa de nuevo.
Mi mensaje para Leviatán, obviamente, espero que sea un partidazo, que lo disfrutemos los dos equipos como siempre lo hacemos, que sea un buen clásico, pero que esta vez voy con todas y no me van a ganar por 10ª vez.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas. And when I say El Clásico, you might think of FNS and SADAC, Optic versus Loud, but the real Clásico is the Latin rivalry between KRU Visa and Leviatán. Right from the jump, KRU was the team to beat in Latin America, and no one could do it. They were the region's sole representative at global events for years, and that is until 2023. Following an auspicious spike-dropping debut at Masters Copenhagen, a young Leviatán roster packed with talent like King, Melzer, and Shy managed to break through the top 8 at Champions Istanbul, placing ahead of KRU, and showing that LATAM is not a one-team region. The first year of VCT Americas was a tough one for both teams. KRU lost every single match in the regular season, and Leviatán struggled to stay afloat. But they were the last 2 standing at LCQ, and KRU managed to win it all, securing the final spot for Champions LA. Last year, Leviatán caused some controversy by shifting to an international roster, bringing in superstars like Aspas, Com, and Tex, and the change was a success. LEV beat KRU in every single match. They won Americas, and they finished top 3 in Champions Seoul. Their rosters have changed again in 2025, and both teams are fighting to make it to playoffs to get back to the global stage. But this is their official first match for 2025, and they are real stakes, so making this Clásico live up to its name. And you know what's crazy too? We've seen King play with Mazzino, with Shy, with Kesnet as well, with Melzer. So King knows 4 out of the 5 players of KRU right now, and I think that gives you a little advantage.
Yeah, I think so too. And if anything, you know, he's going to be in their heads a bit more, right? I thought the video was pretty funny though. Kesnet saying like, "You're not going to beat me for a 10th time." You know, it's something
you
about
keep saying that.
Yeah, it's like, you fool me once, shame on me. You know what I mean? Fool me 10 times. No, but honestly, thank you so much, Dan, for that. And yeah, I think this history, right? It's so profound between both of these teams here. You know, Leviatán, one of Leviathan and KRU, having been one of our best rivalries in the VCT, now getting an opportunity to do it again. You want to see both of these LATAM teams make it the playoffs. You want to see these teams thrive, especially for the region, Ender.
Yeah.
But today, only one can stand tall.
Yeah, only one can do it. LEV up 4-0 in the all-time head-to-head, but so much is riding on this game because they're both teams in Group Omega. This group completely open. They only have one team that is locked in, and I think especially for a Leviathan coming into this, after the 2 series they lost, they're 1-2 in the standings, but both of them are on map 3s, losing 13-11 on Icebox. This team, in so many other realities, are 3-0 right now, but in this one,
This is the greatest camera view, by the way,
Well,
of all time.
speaking of different realities.
The duality of human. It's so good. Well, don't worry, Dan. We got you. We're gonna get you the shoes. You just have the growth spurt from yesterday. What happened?
It comes and goes. It's
it comes and goes with the wind, right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
depending on how the sun is shining that day.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
how foolish of me to forget. Now, of course, last week we saw KRU actually stop with some role swaps and instead go to double duelists. And would you have it? Oh my goodness, Athena, it worked.
It worked. They played double duelist on every single one of the maps that they won against Loud, and I feel like it just worked really well. We saw them really build their play style. We saw them become a team that knows how to play together, know how to play off util. They had really good mid-rounds based off of this, and they just had that confidence to push forward and be aggressive.
I like how you mentioned confidence too, because Dante in the first match that they played, even though they won, Dante was apologizing to everybody, saying that he just was not able to perform the way that he wanted to. So the more that we get to see him, the more confident that he's getting. And he's also praising Kesnet a lot for that, saying that when they're playing this double duelist, he doesn't have that full pressure on himself to perform, but you can rely on him as well.
I feel like it's really important to have a duo that you can bounce off of really well, especially when you're playing in those forward positions. And I really like seeing them do it because they do it super well.
Yeah, if there's one team that can run the double duelist effectively, it's KRU, because they have Kesnet and they have the Deuce brothers, you know what I mean? They got those boys holding it down. That also sounds like weird. I don't know why I said that.
Let's do the Deus, maybe?
The Deus brothers.
Because they're both machines.
Because if I say the Deuce brothers, anyway, we'll go with that one off camera. But of course, on the other side to that, though, you know, you got KRU, right, who understands that one of their win conditions, as we had talked about, was seeing Dante activate, even though he did not feel like he was necessarily hitting the way that he would have wanted Ender. I think it's safe to say if a guy's feeling like, oh, I'm not contributing enough, and yet you still win, that's a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously going to be hard on himself. He spends more time playing the game outside of like scrims and stage than basically anyone. This guy's been absolutely grinding. Says he was rank 1 earlier this week. I think right now he actually fell to rank number 2. But like, he's been rank 1 for like the majority of the year.
Loser. Number 2? Oh my God, that's the Deuce in his name, right?
Okay.
I'm kidding.
That's crazy.
But you know what though? Look, Dante, he's going to have his work cut out for him today because he's going to be facing off against Sato, who, as you see right there, seems to be doing quite well for himself in the rookie tally. Homeboy dropped 74, so close to 75 kills last week.
That's crazy.
I mean, Dry, this kid is insane, and Dante's going to have a lot of work ahead of him.
He's so good. He's so fun to watch as well. I mean, if you're not a Sato fan by now, I don't know what else he's going to have to do to convince you. He's incredible. He's one of the greatest rookies that we've had, not only in Americas, but I think globally. He's constantly having these kind of performances. We saw it week 1 against Loud when he was playing that map of Vine, where we got to see how good he is in the Euro. But he's also playing every single duelist that's meta right now, and that's everything that you can ask for a younger player like him.
100%. It's so impressive too that he's standing out from the rest of the crowd, because this is one of the strongest rookie classes I think we've ever seen in Americas, right? Luke Show, you got Sato, Dante on the other side, but by coming in stage 2, if you're one of these rookie players, like, yeah, you can be the best right now, but if you don't actually manage to make it to playoffs, you get 5 games on the big stage. All of a sudden, you become a little bit more of a memory. So for a guy like Sato that's wanting to prove not just, himself, but like stand out amongst this crowd, you've got to be making top 4. You've got to be going to the
and I think it's really interesting how he's still a rookie, but he's playing Yoru most of the time. We see him on the Neon sometimes, but with the Yoru, his util is so good. He knows how to set himself up. He knows how to make it better for his team, get that info, and really put himself out there. And I feel like you don't find that very often with these younger players. Like sometimes they do just like to hold W and like zoom around. But he really does set the standard, and being able to have that game sense and being able to relay that through his team.
But here's the kicker, though. Despite the great performance, despite the 74 kills drop, despite how good they played, they still held the L. Dryad, what the hell went wrong? Because Leviathan were looking like they were swimming.
It's so, I want to say it's unlucky because I feel like it shouldn't have gone that way. It went the exact same way that it went on the week 1 where they were playing against Loud. The decided was Icebox, and then they couldn't really close it out. I don't know if it's an Icebox thing, but when you watch this team, I mean, energy was obviously incredible, but it was just, when you watch this team, it's a team that looks like they can make not only playoffs, but champions with the shape that they show sometimes.
It is worth saying, though, that on this map, that yes, they did lose it. They started off really poorly in the first half, and it was them coming back and hitting us with a bit of a fake comeback towards the end. So it wasn't like a second half throw or something like this. They actually showed a lot of grit to be able to try and bring it close, but ultimately it's still falling short.
Let's not forget that they were on that trajectory at the same time as NRG were on their trajectory. So if anything, it was just a collision course of two teams that were very clearly hitting their stride at the right time. Someone had to win, someone had to lose. That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
So unfair.
Exactly. Life, isn't it?
Is that how it works?
That being said, though, you know, one of the elements of this team that have been kind of, you know, stalwarts, been there for so long, is King, of course, the Emperor, continuing to reign over his people. And look, he's always just been such a solid addition for their squad in every single team that he's been in. The longest standing member of Leviathan as well.
He has been here since the beginning. This is Australia's time, before LEV was even a thing. He's been part of the squad for the longest time, and he's gotten offers. He's gotten opportunities to leave and go somewhere else, but he's decided to stay. And what I like the most about King right now is that not only is he back in the IGL after Rossi left the team, but you also have a King that during interviews has mentioned how happy he is that the team is actually listening to him. And, you know, it gives you an insight of the team can be a little chaotic, but if they're listening to that IGL,
that bothers me. I don't know
me
why.
as an IGL. Whatever he meant by that.
My job is getting to listen to me, and it's great you're finally listening to me now.
It's working out, so I'm happy to see. They still need to get those wins, but I think they're going in the right direction.
I'm sorry, is that what you think King sounds like? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I had a lot of conversations with the guy, okay? So I don't know about you, we kind of are tight like that. No, but seriously, though, all jokes aside, earlier today, Dan, this person right here, had an opportunity to catch up with the IGL's former teammates, brothers in arms. You know what I'm saying. It's King and Melzer. Let's see what happened.
El Clásico is almost ready, and I'm here with King and Melzer to talk about it, both of the captains of the team. And guys, we've seen many El Clásicos throughout the years for LEV and KRU, some of them where both of you have been on the same side. So looking at the rosters, looking at both of you as leaders and captains for the team, what is going to make this El Clásico different? Melzer, you first.
Bueno, no creo que nada sea distinto, solamente los rosters. Para mí es un partido más, o sea, está el picante de que son los equipos latinos representantes, pero siempre es un agrado jugar contra los chiquillos, contra mi amigo. Y aunque me haya quiqueado de LEV, todo bien, pero... no, pero es un partido bueno que siempre esperamos porque hay mucha euforia, mucha barra ahí peleando, así que es un partido entretenido.
I think, honestly, there's not going to be many things that are different besides the roster that are different. And if anything, it's always that spice of going against the two LATAM teams. And even though he kicked me from the team, it's all good. It should be a good match. What about you, King?
Bueno, para mí, un poco parecido. Más que nada, los rosters son distintos. Y nada, el picanteo es más entre orgas. Yo igual siempre un agrado jugar básicamente contra todos mis amigos. Que les tengo mucho cariño, a Machuquita, Fabi, Almacino, que he jugado con ellos, así que nada, va a ser un partido divertido.
It's a little bit of the same of what Melzer was saying, where the spies, the fight between the two is mainly the orgs. He's always seen the KRU guys as friends, if anything, specifically for Melzer, Messino, and Chai. So it should be a good one, and they're still friends. Are you guys still friends? Okay. Back to you guys.
That response, one response was different than the other. I just want to tell you all that right now. That was not a very
convincing.
That was amazing. Here are the predictions for this one. And, Athena, I mean, it's certainly looking like this is going to be back and forth. No one knows who's going to be able to come out on top.
It's definitely 50-50. I mentioned before, it's going to be up to which team kind of brought their A game today, whichever one has the most strategy prepared in advance. And I think that goes for either side here.
Yeah.
Look how close that is.
Whoa, look at that. The fans have spoken. Let's go
smart.
ahead and bring out these teams and get ready for another chapter in El Clásico. That was a good one, right?
Yeah.
Really held
Great
that one in there. All right, folks, let's go ahead and do this. Last match of the day. Bring out your first squad. It's Leviathan.
Incredible walkout.
Sato needs to do that every time now.
Yeah, Lev is winning.
Yeah, I'm down for that every single time. Yeah, I mean, this is that interview try was hilarious. By the way, you were 100% right.
just being honest. They look at each other. There's a little bit of a rivalry, but there's also friendship. You get a little bit of everything, and I think with Lev, this is what you can expect with a player like King that is not only an incredible leader, but as we mentioned before, has played with Melzer, Shai, Kesnet, and Mazzino before, so 4 of the 5 players of the other team. You have all the knowledge. You can maybe win the series.
Oh yeah, he knows them quite well. Well, speaking of, let's go ahead and bring out his opponent. Welcome to the stage, KRU Visa. And for KRU, this is a big match for them because if they win, they will lock up a playoff spot, which would be massive for those guys. And they won't have to worry about the playoff hunt, at least for another week.
Yeah, then they can start worrying about, I don't know, winning Americas, making a deep run, qualifying for champs, all these other things.
Job's not done.
You still got to get these wins here or next week to get over that hurdle.
Job is not done, not by a long shot here. But of course, both of these squads, and I'm sure the hype is going to be pretty real in Latin America. A lot of people are excited about this matchup for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Because you know what, KRU, they found themselves. They found their identity. They know how it feels to play together. We talked a lot about the double duelists, but both these teams have a solid hold on who they are. And Bind being first, I actually really like this pick.
I actually really like this
think
for
it's good.
both of them.
Right?
It's a perfect scenario because this is where week 1 we got the chance to meet a little bit of how Sato likes to play on the Euro. And then on the other side, they made recent changes with the double duelist in mind. So everything is fitting for it to be the match that we're talking about, just so back and forth between the two.
I think that was a family chant on 3 there for Leviathan.
Did they say family?
That's what it sounded like to me. I don't know.
Okay,
that's
I
cute.
just want to be part of the family, Ender.
I want to be on the team. No, honestly, it was funny. Back during week 1, even after that tough loss to Loud, we went out for dinner and ran into the whole LEV squad, going out and getting food.
I remember that.
They were kicking themselves after the loss, but still seemed to be brothers in arms up there.
Yeah, that was Sato's face at the KBBQ we saw. That grumpy little frog there. That was him when we ran into him at a dinner that day. So yeah, you can tell how much it means to these guys. Obviously, it goes without saying, but especially for Sato, I think you guys brought up a really good point here, right? You only got a couple of games to really establish yourself. It's safe to say he has certainly done that here, Athena, but work ahead.
I mean, I think for me, Sato has his work done. It's more making sure that the team is able to follow up with him and make sure they keep up that pace, making sure they're able to close these rounds, making awkward eye contact because the camera is not.
Dante trying to pull a Drax to Destroyer if I stand still.
Crazy side eye.
All right, here we go.
He heard me talking, man.
Agents coming out now for Leviathan here, and we are going to see Sato back on that Yoru. You were commending his Yoru and what it brings to the table.
I think especially on Bind, when you're getting that information, when you're getting a lot of those, mid-round TPs on attack, as well as the defense side information, this works out really well. And Sato, I mean, we said he's doing really, really well. It's just up to his team to step up behind him.
For sure. I also think this comp for Lev just has so many crazy ults on the attacking side to get into a side with the Gecko, the Yoru, all these things. So if you win pistol, if you're farming orbs early, you can snowball that first half.
Double duelists here, as we saw Kesnet and Dante locking in the Raze and the Yoru respectively here. So we're back to what worked for KRU.
And I'm glad they're keeping this going. They lost this map of Lion last week, but they show great signs.
They looked better, though.
Yeah, they look way better, 100%. And this is something that the team recognized. They just need a little bit more practice. Obviously, changing compositions from one week to the other is not the greatest thing, but if you need to make the change, it's the time to do it. Again, KRU win this match, they're in playoffs.
Absolutely. The leaderboard crusher in Dante finally getting ready. He was standing up. He's waiting to put the headset on. He's taking his sweet time.
That's good. I like it. Patient.
He's listening to us right now.
Yeah, it seems like there was a little issue, so we'll be sure to get that sorted for Dante in a moment.
Oh, really? I thought he was just going to take his time for fun.
You know, I thought that maybe he just wanted to meander, look at the crowd, right? Beautiful crowd we have out
Soak
here
it in,
today.
you know?
Soak it in, the moments, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean.
He's cruising.
Yeah, you know.
No.
You see, I like that. I'll give that one to you. That was good.
Am I uncifying
If I had
myself
said
right
that, if I had said that, y'all would have booed me.
Yeah,
but
true.
Athena says it, and you guys just say, oh, you.
We also booed her.
No, but it wasn't like an
Took her
aggressive
side.
booing. It needed to be like an aggressive heckling, and that was not happening here. You know?
Boo!
I care about the measure of heckling, okay? It's a level 1 to level 10. All right, that was a level 1. But that being said, though, we should be getting ready to go once everything is all sorted. So we thank you all for sticking with us for the time being here.
I think what I'm expecting for KRU is just having a little bit more understanding that their trap setups are really good, but being aware that the util is so heavy, like you mentioned, on that left side, because they can't just like walk up and take the TPs for free anymore. And in their mid-round rotations, when they fall back on attack side, they have to have some sort of information, some sort of lurk set up for them to fall back into those positions.
Need to add a little bit of depth there for
Yeah,
sure.
100%.
I think. Now, what I'm curious about is we showed our predictions a little bit earlier on. Me and Mirna, we went for Leviathan. Dan, your hair is blue.
Yeah.
But you picked the pink team. Explain yourself.
Yeah. So there's it's a whole thing. You have no idea. I've been the crew guys. They want to fight me. I want to fight them back.
Whoa,
You know,
Yo, I got you.
it's a big deal.
It's on site.
All I've been looking for is a good knife fight. So honestly, I'm in. You let me know.
Yeah,
I'm not
honestly.
talking about in-game either.
And everybody says, is it hair for LEV? What's going on? You know, like crewing more. You know, the longer the Corrode jail, if you guys know that lore or not. Right. So I'm not answering.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for asking.
That was the longest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Let me go ahead and give you this long explanation as to why my hair is this color. By the way, not going to answer it. Screw you.
I'm pretty sure Dan would crush in debates.
I was in debate club in high school.
This makes sense.
I'm bringing it back.
All of it makes sense now, man, because we were all like pins and needles.
Yeah, I know.
Hooked into every word you were saying.
No, well, the people can't really see it because you guys are looking at the players, but I do have a bracelet.
You have a little pink bracelet on.
But you don't have to say it, JB.
Okay, all right. I'm
You're
just
ruining
trying. You're playing both sides of the field over here, okay? And I don't like this.
Actually, her hair is blue for C9.
That's true.
Yes.
Yes.
See?
Oh,
Finally,
also,
someone
you
gets
are
it.
revealing it to us finally.
I said it yesterday, JB. You were not listening to me.
I'm so sorry.
When I was on the desk.
Who's your hair rooting for?
My hair is rooting for hymns or for any form of Rogaine that we could potentially minoxidil, preferably if there is a minoxidil sponsor that's out there who wants to come and support the VCT.
Maybe we ought
Crazy.
well, I can't color any of my hair. Come on, man, I have none. Speaking of, I don't know why that's a speaking of, because both of these guys have hair. Let's send it over to your casters, two gentlemen who have luscious locks of hair. It's Uber and Wyatt.
All I've got to say to that, Golden Boy, is get ready to learn Turkish. One-way flight. That's the only option. That for Asteroid, it's too late. Just a couple social posts and you'll be sorted, mate. Take my word for it. Okay, yes, of course we have a Latin El Clasico on our hands, and there's a ton to be excited about in that sense, but also this Omega group is still an absolute mess. We have one team that has qualified for one of those 4 playoff spots, but for the rest of these guys, it's all up in the air. KRU and LEV, despite KRU having won one more map than LEV, they've basically got the same round differential. These guys are playing their opponents close, win or lose generally.
This group has been absolutely mental. I really don't think we've ever had a situation where all of the teams are so close and displaying such insane skill level, even if it's just on a firepower basis, week by week. And it's going to be a joy to go back to Bind, where we saw Sato debut a few weeks ago and dropped 31 on this map playing the Yoru.
Which, by the way, he does every time he plays Yoru in Americas, as it turns out.
2 games, 31 kills and 35 kills. Just get him on Yoru. Get him on Yoru, man.
For VCT Americas in this stage 2, no one has exceeded that so far. So, it'll be LEV on the attack side first. Standard walk up behind this Viper screen, and already Shy sniffs something out. Yeah, he's definitely going to concede this space. And he'll hear the whole
Stormer Wildebeest move in, but Okeanos is able to get the better of him straight away to the back of the site. It is Sato. Dante handled. Mizzino also accosted in the corner. Kesin hopes to try and get a foothold here, but in general, Leviathan's pace, a little too much for KRU to handle.
This one is done. I think the Cloud even went down to force Melzer into such a tough position here. Everyone looking at him, and there it is. Time to sit around and wait. Those swings out of showers from KRU were just really haphazard, trying to get in to support their player backside who was isolated. That was a wrap. Okeanos gets a triple to close things out, but LEV just really able to isolate KRU players who, frankly, kind of isolated themselves. Just not great fundamentals to open the game up there.
I don't know if KRU are ready for that. That util from Con that came down. There was a flash on the back side player. Yeah, just here. Obviously spotted out by the
Dizzy
horns.
over the top. And then Dante swings out. It's just a little bit early. And Mizzino comes next. And then Kesnick comes next. There just wasn't a moment for them to all pop out together off any kind of utility piece.
Clip on these boys.
Let's just pick them apart.
I mean, this is what you can still do on Bayern with those double initiator setups. And Nigoru, who in his own right virtually is another one himself. This time, Lev, though, looking towards the B side of the map with a really passive showers hold. You'll notice at the bottom of your screen, Okeanos on the map. Just holding it safely. Oki and Tex have already got themselves up to rifles.
I am excited to see what KRU have to offer this week on Bayern. They've already played it twice. They've played 2 different comps. This is the second comp that they've tried and lost with last week to Loud. So how much have they been able to improve on this map since then? I think this comp is the right one for the personnel on the team. They just weren't able to stabilize in this map on what was ultimately a very chaotic, very scrappy, brawly game against Loud. But maybe they've made the changes since then. Maybe they're ready for it seems as quality as LEV now.
The KRU stack has been matching the movements of Leviathan across the map, but they really don't have the weapons to stand tall when push comes to shove. Mazzino's got himself a Phantom, but is short-lived. Leviathan maintained both the rifles they brought into the round.
Let's see what KRU are going to be able to do on their first buy round. You know, this comp, seeing it, it's definitely going to make me think about 100 Thieves. This was what they were and have been running on Bind, and they've displayed on defense how effective the Yoru is here in conjunction with the rest of the agents on the team, the abilities to go back and forth on the sites.
And of course, we will be keeping tabs on Sato over this game. Running back his debut map already.
See, this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? KRU early on here, they're able to pressure into Shower, and if Dante needs to, he has the gate crash all the way over towards B. So you can get control of part of the map here, play up aggressively, leave a player inserted, and get out if you need to.
It lets you bolster an extremity for free. Sato went quite low in that early exchange here, and it's going to be the gate crash across the map for him. As Lev take more of a default stance over towards this B side of the map. Now up to Prowler.
Is going to be broken, so bit of information from Mizzino, who wants to get some spray through the cloud and activates his zone to just further delay Lev, who seemed like they would have loved to have done something over towards Long. Second Prowler expended.
That's the first time that we've really seen exploration into Hook here, Wyatt. Lev's starting to get the realization that's open.
There is a rotation being drawn now for KRU. You can see Melzer has worked his way over towards spawn because KRU have had some fairly forward space over on A, but Yamazino is just fully isolated there.
It's a noise cut, and I think the exploration over at Hookah that makes him think he's safe to go for that peek. He was wrong. Okeanos in and onto the site. Smoked out, Melzer living dangerously there. An outline drawn with bullet holes as he tries to play up towards that elbow direction. Okeanos going to get tucked here, refresh that smoke. It's going to force KRU out into the open, and it works. Dante's able to flash himself there. Kesnit by his side. That octagon control, though, is crucial for Leviathan, and Lex is holding it down.
Tex is taking that fight. Calm was on a really late wrap. Now in the 1v2 in a clutch.
He's got good sight onto the side itself, but Kesnit is there. High-low with Melzer. Com really in a tough spot despite having a good sideline. And that'll be KRU winning that crucial buy round.
That duelist duo from KRU stepped up on the re-entry, popping out of the smoke in spawn, collecting 2 kills to get them back into the round. Lev still had a realistic chance of winning, but a really late call from Calm to try and double up towards Long, and it didn't seem like Tex and him were on the same page because he opened face before Calm could even arrive. The spike hadn't been tapped out, excuse me. So things falling into some disarray there late for Lev, and KRU wrangle things back.
Last week, KRU like, hey, Red analysts, we finally played double duelists. You happy now? But look at how Dante and Kesnet played themselves into that B site and that retake, also very clean. They did so unscathed.
So we have the same little starting setup here from KRU. Early showers take with the gate crash towards B. This time, though, Lev want to fully re-clear. They gave this space up in entirety the prior round. Not going to be as passive this time, though.
Sato really hoping for a walk-up and committing to the Shower's presence. He'd be overwhelmed, though, if he lingered. He might have a chance to get out. This could get ugly. Double swing. He wins it out. Not supposed to take them. Other side of the map, though, King is down. All the pressure over at A for Leviathan. It's Kesnet now with that showstopper. He is blinded up by Dizzy as he ascends. And Sato can just stick it here in the smoke.
Wants to get back in. Shy gets the pick on Sato somehow, and there is a flank very far away from Mizzino as well. Can KRU buy enough time for him to be a factor?
Still no spike plant. That's the issue. Kesnet can get ahead of this now. Tex knows he's living dangerously. Oki not ready for the swing out, and that's 3 already for Kesnet.
30
it's on
seconds
Calm
left.
yet again. Last round, tall order. This one also too much. Ay, Dios mío, this is an El Clasico. All right.
Lev just not able to support the man sticking the spike on the site. Couldn't hold it down. That was way too free for Kesnet to get the kill there. It should not be going down like that. Lev worked themselves into a huge advantage off the back of Sato. This was actually the first kill in the round that had me momentarily perplexed. Just random spam down short that appeared on the kill feed. Sato gets a crazy transfer. Really can't be giving that away.
Losing King early. Very tough for Leviathan to safely get that spike down.
Here we go, same story. Dante just pushing up into shower early. This time the gate crashes to get away towards heaven. We saw Lev happy to fight more doggedly for the space on that last round. This time not going to be the case. They're just going to run it down short off that Dizzy.
That one-way challenge push through. It's going to be Lex here. Catching on to Mizzino. Melsa trying to very quickly get assembled at backside, but he'll be waiting for Kesnet and Shy to make those rotations over. In theory, this would open a window for a plant, but Tex is not convinced that there won't be a swing up by triple.
Right now, KRU, they are just waiting out any swings backside. Here comes the nade. That's going to get a lot of damage in.
Tex able to walk away, but barely. Dante fighting amidst the smokes here. It's going to be Melsa though that found his 2. These guys are shooters, folks. And again, it's going to be a Leviathan player post-plant forced into a clutch scenario. And again, the odds against them.
Feels like there's a lot of energy for the KRU team right now, who have had some serious ups and downs so far in this stage. But they are starting really strong here. I love the way that they were just able to take their time with utility, retain that control of backside. So that just puts the idea into Lev's head that they know at any point they could be trying to swing through those smokes, maybe a pop flash coming through from Dante, for instance, but it's KRU just waiting for the spike tap, getting in that combo with the molly, with the paint shells, tons of damage, throws the positioning off, and then they hit the go button when the smokes fade. Absolutely dismantle Lev on that round.
Lev not interested in playing for backside control on A. Get overwhelmed by someone like Dante who just fights through the smokes. Oh my goodness, he's done it again. Speak the devil's name and he doth appear.
That was an awesome little play, just off the haunt up top with the smoke. Doesn't get broken in time, gets 2 free kills. This one, it's already done. This should be over. Lev's buy is going completely up in smoke.
Whereas for KRU, it's a round they can really ease into. Gate crash here for Dante will allow him to get off the line.
I mean, perhaps if there's a way for Lev to get the spike down and then start playing within King's Pit. They do have an orbital strike and a molly. This thing is not over yet. Oh no! Oki cannot be given that kill.
One by one, the dominoes starting to fall. KRU in no position here to do anything about this. And yeah, it's a Viper Spit that also gives them that Shower's control. They're going to have a player embedded here over by Lamps.
And now that being said, Mizzino does have the Nightfall to try to ping one of these players out. They could even try to combo that with the orbital strike to get a kill here.
Spotted Okeanos, the only player revealed by the Nightfall, and they're going to go straight for him. He hasn't been out of heal. Back up, the decay makes him an easy target.
I think I just try to get on the spike and orbital strike right into Shower.
That's the plan. Come scrambling, trying to get out desperately down to 11, and he's caught inside the molly. King a little bit more lucky, but there's a defuse underway, and his snake bite is a little bit too little. Too late. The spray! What? Oh, it's not enough. It's too late, but still. What a way to end the round. KRU, it's a costly one, but still 4 in a row.
They invest all of the weapons they had and a bunch of ults, but they used them so well. I like that they realized they didn't need to use the orbital strike on lamps either. This was a cool play at the beginning of the round. I mean, simple but effective. It's just the haunt up top. No one breaks it, and they lose 2 players. But then on that retake, there was that run and gun moment from Peasant. They didn't want to waste the ult over towards lamps. They knew they could just overwhelm that player who was caught in Nightfall, then use that brim up for max value towards showers. Super well done.
By the look on King's face, you could see him talking with the rest of the team. Something not quite right is, frankly, Leviathan launching into these rounds fairly well. That one being an exception. They go 3v5 down. I would find some great timings on that A side, open it up, get the plant and the Viper's Pit in the post plant. A scenario also where the Nightfall's not hugely impactful outside of spotting out Okeanos. It does give that free kill essentially over to KRU. And then that orbital strike completely pounds them.
Yeah, we've seen on a couple rounds now an issue for KRU being just playing quite passively in their post-plant positions. You know, there was the round where they were denied getting back sight. To be fair, that was a weaker buy for them, but here they just give up everything, playing 2 players all the way back in showers. Another player passive. There was that other round on B where things got scrambled, where Tex is all the way back in long and Calm is trying to run back to long with him. It's just been too safe of positions in some of these instances, and it's allowing KRU to just get right back in with ease.
This time, nothing cheeky B long for KRU, but Dante will be in their standard Yoru spot. We're about to have an encounter here. This guy probably brave enough to try and take a risk. Oh man! Far too many free kills for Dante on that part of the map.
That was one of the 2 ults that LEV have, also now just erased from the toolbox. Dante going back in, but denied by Sato.
Overwhelming on the side, Shy also going down. It's only Kesnet at B for the time being. A hasty rotate coming on in, but there are going to be smokes refreshed. KRU are going to have to play themselves out through a flash.
What is the move? The money's actually not great for KRU because they lost so many players on that last round. How much do they want to commit here?
And they don't have a flash to really work with either. Nothing of the sort.
Yeah, they do just get a haunt back now from Mazzino. That's being thrown out. Does have 1 Prowler as well. Mazzino gets the opener.
Okay, King dealt with elbow presence starting to develop here for KRU. Okeanos! How would it deal with Melsa? Mazzino now will just try and inch his way forward, but he's in that 1v2, and finally, Leviathan find a bit more of that rhythm.
Sato just double-faced up there with a teammate to deny. KRU working their way back in through elbow. They fight there with a little bit more aggression, or rather just a willingness to retain their forward positions. Not give things up too easily. Well, that's unlucky for Shy.
There's a lot of that happening this game.
Yeah, there are a pretty ridiculous number of spam kills so far.
Is this Corrode?
I mean, I guess it's only fair they go 1 for 1 on the spam kills in that round. Justice is served. Oh, time for the same attempt with the haunt. And he gets everybody again. Someone's got to be ready to break it, man. This is a really early thrash to try and get up this long area, take the space. 3 KRU players are already on this B site. Look at them pushed out of A, by the way.
A big swing. Look at how active they are getting on defense. Smoke though is going to be in their way. It doesn't seem to matter. Shy is able to find 2 with the Sheriff. Of course. Casino caught inside the seas. It's dangerous. They got a dick there on Com. Yeah, a little bit too much value with these stingers. Nicely locked down there, Corbin. He was at 2 health. And now it's on Kesnet.
That got
okay.
Dangerously close. Could get closer. Okeanos just able to turn in time. That could have been, honestly, a bad situation. The 1v2 with Calm only at 2 HP could have been realistic if that first one is found.
Just economically giving up an extra gun there and having Com liable to also die at 2. That would be very annoying. We've seen a stabilization here from LEV, but KRU are, on a round like this, really trying to play up on defense, right? They're the kind of team that will take 5 Sheriffs into mid on defense if they have to play, an eco round.
I mean, Real respect to Cobb in that round. He was in a very important position when you're in that 1v1 isolated in hookah. If he goes down and they lose that map control, it could be over. But we're already into the next one. Dimensional drift in on the full by getting a lot of space.
This pace is wild. Cobb again in a pivotal spot, but King is there to back him up, and he does good. Kesnet and Dante both dealt with. Now Nightfall coming from the defenders. Hex can't get ahead of it. Decayed down. Easy pickings for Mazzino. King against an assortment of his teammates of old. 12-5 in the game. Has to bail Leviathan out. That's one. No. No. Let us be a little reasonable here.
I mean, this is just the kind of pace that you're going to get in a bind game when a team is running Yoru Rays. You should be trying to flood in and fight as much as you possibly can because your rotations are just so fast. And when you have an ultimate like the Nightfall to supplement that speed and ease of getting back in, you just have to hit the gas constantly, and that's what they're doing. It's so overwhelming. They're just in so quickly. All of the rotates there.
It's the kind of pace here that KRU need to keep showing us. Extremely proactive, especially in these early rounds. And look, B-Long, we've got both duelists stacked up here.
In the meantime, over on A Prowler was used damn near all the way into LEV spawn from Mazzino, so he's got a ton of control towards the showers.
Won't be a haunt ping for Dante and Kesnet here. 20 to here.
By the way, this is a full investment from LEV, and it's left them with one player with a Stinger, one with a Guardian. Not the ideal buy here.
An expensive rounds for them.
Yeah, this is an inflection point late in this first half.
Ooh, Sato lucky to glimpse the high-low setup and get out alive. Good info.
Now it looks like LEV want to peel away after making their presence known over towards B, but again, there's a gate crash over towards that A side. Dante can rotate pretty quickly. Beautiful timing on the pit here from Shy to lock down short. And LEV know if they go showers, they have to re-clear everything. They don't know what's been going on here. Well, now they certainly know someone isn't because the Prowler is sent at them. 30 seconds on the clock. Kesnet rotating now towards A.
There's just no time.
Drew with multiple players in the pit to deny short. This is looking like a good defensive setup.
Waiting for a push up there. Could go either way. Kesnet's going to be hit by the Dizzy. Showstopper fired off to no effect there. It's going to be Sato on the swing. What's this fight? And Kesnet sits him down. Now King amidst the pit. Lever in a post plant. They've somehow been able to stick it. That's comms work.
Yeah, this drift is getting so much info though. 3 players are in shower and KRU have full awareness. They're on the spike already.
Is he thrown out? There's no way to interact with the spike diffuser by the looks of things, and there it is, it's stuck! Another KRU round as all of Leviathan forced away from that shower's position, spotted out by the drift.
It's just this ruthlessness on defense. Getting back in, fighting for the space, staying with multiple players in the pit, and then Kesnet fighting for backside. That's a crazy duel for him to win against Sato. Re-swinging while the crosshair is on him, and he wins this out. That was mental. But you can see this is just another situation where LEV are denied getting any forward space at all. 3 players are stuck in shower. How on earth can they win that post plant? It's just not possible.
I mean, they're not getting that backside control at all.
Yeah, they just can't. They just can't because KRU are too fast. Now, at least they did get the spike down. Their money was bad at the end of that round. They can buy up here. It's decent enough.
Prowler here sees the judge. Sees avoided by Meltzer and a molly to stave off Leviathan. I think LEV have seen all they need to about this part of the map for the time being.
They're still being denied any control of showers, by the way. Mazzino just still retaining that space entirely on his own with a Haunt and a Prowler, and now positioned on the line. Shy spotting towards short. Kesnet on the rotate. Good timing. They're going to have 3 players to hold this site, it looks like.
King has to play a little less passive now with his team up on short. He won't really be in a position to threaten that shower position yet, though. He's still playing into it so slowly. Meanwhile, Summoners util now being divested of. LEV able to get Okeanos in the direction of Kesnet. Shy can still play here from triple there, but Sato's already up on the site, and he doubles down. That is a very crucial passage. And Melsa has to rotate over with a judge. It's over.
Those were some excellent shots from Sato, and just that next little wave of utility going to fight back site. Finally for LEV over on A, they're able to get in really deep. I mean, you can see where the kill markers are. They're towards the crew's spawn. They were able to get much further into the site, take the fight to crew that time.
When they actually get that backside control, it's over. Rounds like the previous one where, you know, Kesnet wins that unlikely duel against Sato. That's the pivotal fight. So, there's an investment here for Leviathan. They get themselves back on the board and have a chance to have an even game heading into the half.
Only a couple ults to speak of for this final round of the first half, unless Melzer can work his way to the orbital strikes. Just 2 away at the moment. And look at this. It's this fight towards lamps. That's what I'm talking about with those kill markers on the map. Fighting into spawn there. And then Shy, he's feeling surrounded. Sato's able to go back, clean up. And the second one onto Mazzino is pretty sick. But even still, if he doesn't get that kill, they have so much control of the map elsewhere. Mazzino's going to be in a tough spot trying to get towards the spike. All right, crew. Going to position themselves over towards B. They love spamming through the smoke. It's worked so far.
Same,
a lot of kills.
Deep haunts here.
Mazzino's just getting all of this for free.
Yeah. He didn't Prowler at this time. He actually spent the haunt on that information back shower. But there's actually an extra player watching him this time. Still free real estate. Still Melzer inside Hookah with the judge.
It's interesting, we actually haven't gotten to a point where crew have locked in this half. I'm surprised we haven't seen it at all. Sato gets that opener. Kesnet would love to trade things out, but Sato's going to play a little bit more safe right now, or just go for some spam through.
I mean, that's definitely going to start pulling some rotations, and it might be an opportunity for King to get a little more active in that short direction.
Now, crew won't have that fast rotator to support, to try and flood in aggressively like they could on some of these prior rounds. It's going to come down to some honest site anchoring, it's looking like, because Mills are fully entrenched.
What is that?
God, he is just so impressive with the phantom shots.
Oh, Mills had hoped to play closely with the judge, but spotted out by the Dizzy instantly. Nightfall here for Mazzino, hoping to pave the way to some degree, but he walks in a molly down to 75. And here's no help for the foreseeable future.
This one is just as good as done. I mean, it comes down to Sato being an absolute phenom, playing Yoru. The accuracy of his shots, just mental. He is such an unbelievable aimer.
Shy here exits the half. The Sato is credited with a 4K round.
4 1v1s, and he just wins the ball.
He just pried the side open solo.
4 1v1 wins for Sato. Having a pretty impressive half. You know, both him and King putting up 13 at the moment. Yeah, there's this first duel, just able to isolate onto Dante.
Bear in mind, this is all with a Phantom, at range, through corners.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, bit of magic in the air. I can feel it whenever Sato locks that Yoru. A very solid 13 kill half. We are tied up here. Halfway through bind in this Latam El Clasico. What lies around the corner? Naturally, only one way to find out. Stay with us.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I think, putting it lightly, It was a lively affair, that first half here on Bind, folks. Leviathan and KRU who honestly haven't had much success on this map in terms of delivering results over the last 6 weeks or so, really, ever since sort of Stage 2 started. Whereas it's been a strong showing for Leviathan basically every time they've rolled out here. Sometimes it's required Sato to drop 35 kills and bail them out in overtime, but they have been good on Bind, and they picked it in this series. But like was mentioned on the desk, the perfect place to really put these two teams to the test. As we know, Leviathan have been dominant in this, rivalry of late. This game, though, could go either way.
I'm excited to see what KRU can do here on attack. They are definitely looking better on this map so far than they did with the same comp against Loud last week. They are improving, and I do think this is the right composition for the makeup of this team. Just enable Dante and Kesnet to be the star players that they are. It's full shower control here. Basically no chance of comp. Well, get anything done unless he gets a spam kill was going to be the end of my sentence, but he did it a bit faster than I could say it.
Surely someone's counting those, because we're probably in double digits by now in terms of ridiculous spam kills in this game. KRU with a characteristic deep prowler ends up revealing their position, getting caught out. They're in the site. Guess who is encroaching? It's Sato and Tex inside showers, waiting for their chance to spring forth, and Com will start to show a little bit more leg here. Horn pop straight away, they're going to check close. That's Mel's against the drop on them here. Good anchoring from KRU. Get that quick plant, they make the right choice of site hit. And they convert.
Just an unintentional bait from backside, trying to swing onto Dante, whose ghost was around the wall. Yeah, I don't think they set that one up on purpose, but it worked out pretty well. And Melzer just gets a free one, stood in the corner, no one paying him any mind. This was a big moment for Shy. Just after the spike got down, isolating that fight over on the flank to even things up. Some excitement from Kesnet. He was thinking about retiring back in week 1, but the addition of Dante just reinvigorating him, inspiring him to keep going, that injection of young blood into the team.
Nothing like an infusion of youth to make you want to roll back the years, you know? Talking about a guy
it's like you casting with me, right?
I feel like I'm aging in the other direction, Percy, but I'm no Ben Button, that's for sure. Push out of Huki here from Leviathan. The game, it doesn't yield them anything. This KRU simply respect it, play back to their side of the map for now.
KRU just slowed things down, gonna opt for a re-clear of Hookah. Lev going for the full gamble, running around with the pack.
Prowler on B, this is taking some time to develop for KRU. It's going to allow Lev to assume some of these awkward positions, and Melzer had a feeling about it. There's going to be help as well. Up to his right, the swing comes in. And all of a sudden, the amalgamation, the amalgam of Lev players, there we go, rolling around the map, starts to get divvied up.
Zeno just going to grab a couple more kills, maybe try to get close to that orb. Things eventually fall apart, as they were destined to do for Lev on that round. KRU haven't been able to work one player super close to an ult, so that's not something on the board right now. Just going to be a pretty honest bonus round attempt coming out from them against Lev. It was interesting, actually, coming into this game, both of these teams had a really high pistol round win rate, so maybe they can go even and both still look good, or one can surge above the other. They were both at 62.5%, 10 and 6 on pistol rounds, so kind of the forte of both sides, really.
This pistol round, though, results in KRU having the 2-round lead. Tex is hedging here. And they really wanted to hedge if they're going to leave Tex back, because they've got a gate crash as well. Want to secure 3 to 4 players on the side that's being hit. Here comes Dante, flashes himself into Octagon.
It's a lot of utility to take Octagon.
Expensive.
But it is some stuff that can be recycled. There was just, Haunt thrown, and then the teleport away. Now time to re-clear showers very quickly. Okeanos going to feel the pressure and have to give up a bit of that space. It's time to orb min-max for KRU. They have gotten Kesnet just 2 away. I went into this round talking about how ults weren't really that relevant, and, well, KRU are putting some emphasis on that. They want to get the showstopper as early as possible.
Looks like we're doubling back in the direction of B. But that Octagon control that was very heavily invested in, well, there's pings in that direction, so KRU might have to re-clear that slightly. Maybe just a double swing contact clear on that area. Yep. No longer spending any more. Here they come. Straight through that wall. It's going to be Sato with a lot to shoot at it. Bloody hell, he's good at it. Isn't he? Dante and Kesnet both down. Deals with the double duelist threat from KRU instantly. Texto marked up. Playing his life best he can. And Sky Smoke's about to dissipate inside Hookah, and then Rubber hits the road yet again. Mizzino pops his hand up, and there it is. Whack-a-mole for Tex. Blows him out of the server. And it has to be on Shy. This will have to be miraculous. It's King on the corner. Some history here, to say the least. Shy gets the plant, but down to 43. King waiting patiently. And his gambit does it! Beautiful piece of Shy! It's once in a blue moon stuff, and it keeps KRU up by 3.
The patience on that second tap was sick. Just 2 opportunities for a 1 tap at the end, and he nails it on the second. The crosshair placement for all of those kills was absolutely perfect. That is awesome. Oh my god, honestly, this stage has been a little more quiet for Shy compared to the other stages, years in VCT. Oh my god, what a time to show up though. In a game that, with victory, would land KRU that 2nd spot in the Omega Group playoffs. What has been such a tough group.
So the implications of that clutch are quite significant.
Well, they are massive. That was a bonus round conversion. Bonus round conversion. The economy is going to be so strong for KRU. Presumably that's going to be worth 2 rounds. KRU are going to have an easy opportunity to get to 10 unless LEV do something miraculous here, buying up some sheriffs.
And already being ahead in the game. That is going to really light the fuse as we hurdle towards the end of this bind map. Really tit-for-tat stuff in that early half. Leviathan once again need to go back to the wall and find a way to slow this momentum because KRU are playing with that same degree of pace, but they're bouncing back and forth between these sites. They're a little bit harder to get a read on here.
It is going to be 4 sheriffs over on the side of LEV. Can someone on this team be a hero with one? I mean, brother, if I'm on that team, I'm throwing one of them to Sato. Why, he's got the classic. Give that guy something, man. Give him something to work with.
It's the floor problem. Apex did the same thing. Like, yeah, give it a gun. Either way.
Going out that Dizzy, but not really going to have an opportunity to do much. KRU are happy to just, well, Kesnet specifically will be happy to just allow some of the LEV players to show themselves to that Outlaw. So sad.
And now that moment of silence has passed. Com steps up. Sees Melzer coming. Lucky to honestly get out of that encounter alive. Tex will be dug in here in Lamson. All of KRU know they need to wait this out a little bit. Some of that stall util being drawn out of LEV. Still plenty of time though for the attackers to land safely here. What a spot to be. Kesnet commands the high ground and Sato has nothing to say about it. Just sheriffs in the game now for LEV.
I like the KRU are trying to slow the game down right now. Don't force things too much. Showstopper gonna go out. Melzer fight on the flank, does win that.
Tom trying to command some attention here. Just how much of a sharpshooter is Tex feeling today? Nothing to see from this spot. As that Sky Smoke clears, he'll be awfully exposed. Here come KRU with a head of steam. The end of the map in their sights.
They do invest the Showstopper to convert that, but I can't really blame them. I mean, ultimately, they knew that they were going to have to face those LEV players really close. Even though they were in the 5-on-4, you want to get out of that round pretty much unscathed if you can, so they're going to let that ult go just to cement their victory.
Gotcha.
Wait things out, get a little bit patient before trying to force that spike plant down as well. Able to leave with most of the guns, so pretty comprehensively a solid round from them.
Rare op taken up here by Sato. Despite that, actually still playing alongside Tex towards B-Long.
Bring them down.
It's the first time we've seen an op in this game at all. You know, surprised we didn't see it on KRU's side on defense. They had a couple opportunities to buy, but didn't end up being the case. Sato was teleported over towards that A side after not seeing anything be long before the gate crash expires. What a time to do it. All of KRU walking down short, taking some control of Black, actually ripping that orbital strike. What a shot!
He is limping. Sato lucky to find that kill, but he had to get out. Orbital strike would have threatened him. Com here inside shower. It's a late wrap from Mizzino. Com has a feeling for it. Mizzino obviously has the edge. He's going to win it out as a result. Now we're even. Kesnet tucked in under heaven. Sato needs to find a way to peer in with his operator. But he was in the sights of Kesnet. Can't really find an easy trade now with Mizzino having taken up that shower position, or at least implying it. And that's why Tense is being so careful about his heaven pick and giving Kesnet all the room he needs to work with. Now, once again, Tex in the same spot with a better weapon, but still, the odds just as much against him as they were. And it's 4 for Kesnet. Nothing LEV can throw is sticking.
Really stunning round from Kesnet. The way he's playing that situation individually, he knows that the player, there will be a player swinging from main when the Dizzy comes out of heaven. So he just adjusts his crosshair instantly back. Gets that kill, was really rapid on the shot with Sato, and yeah, look at that. King trying to get off the Dizzy because he knows exactly what's happening. He knows where to put the crosshair, and he gets another kill.
And because Mizzino was able to get that kill on Com inside shower, Tex can't just look over. He can't overpeak that. He knows he's probably going to die, or assumes so.
What happened to the 6-6 first half?
Yeah.
What happened, man? This is LEV's map pick. KRU have just not been able to find success here this stage at all. Texas just not able to get into the game here. I mean,
nightmare.
He's in situations where he's trying to obviously just set up his teammates with utility, so he's not having opportunities to, you know, get as clean as fights as others. He's certainly been in tough spots, but
Dante here, feeling his role as the greatest decoy. Loves to get into these sides and loves to get his hands dirty.
Yeah, and this is why we were clamoring for the Kesnet and Dante double duelists. And when I say we, I would like to say I think just everybody watching this team.
Yes.
May I speak for every single person who watched KRU and VCT Americas?
It's funny because the way that Kesnet speaks of it is a bit ironic. He's like, yeah, okay, you guys got what you wanted. You know what I mean? Like it was a bit of a contentious decision, actually. Not sure about that one. Young Oki. Clean work, but unfortunately lacks the teammates. We are at map point for KRU. They have dominated this second half of Bind.
You know, just another aspect of KRU's game right now on this Bind attack is how well they've done at cycling ultimates. They've used one ult each time to win these anti-eco rounds, just solidify that they're going to convert, but they're still getting orbs to the other players. And now onto a buy round, you're looking at a dimensional drift to maybe crack open the site, and a Viper's Pit from Shy to close things out. They have dominated the ult game.
Both teams boasting a few of them. Crucially, though, it's Dimensional Drift active for Dante and Sato. The information game looks very different on this round number 19, especially with the map on the line for LEV.
He slowed down after that initial contact. Wow, full commitment into the warrior there from King, and is going to get a first fight. But
and somehow, we win it out! The trade is favoring KRU. They just lean into this B-long position.
A lot of damage onto Tex, and on top of that, insult to injury, Kesnet gets the orb with the kill, so he's got a showstopper here.
Dropping spike.
Sato never had a chance to use his drift to try and give his team the edge.
KRU, they just want to stabilize here. They still have tons of time on the clock. They have an advantage in terms of the players and great ults to play with.
They've got all this stall util still from Melsa.
They know they are on the precipice of stealing this map away. Tex on the rotate, almost caught.
Here comes Kesnet! Oh, nicely done by Tex. Shuts him down in the nick of time, but Mizzino dives in. Very low was Tex. They're going to jump outside of this orbital strike. And they're going straight for long here. Com overwhelmed before he realized what was coming his way. Okeanos with nothing but a molly and a dream to work with. Nails the head of Melsa. Mizzino and Shy can double up here. That's the danger. And Shy is playing distraction. What a dirty second half here for KRU. I mean, clean on the scoreboard, but in game, that was raw.
I mean, absolutely flawless. They were playing with some major heat. That entire map, really. Their defense was pacey, the floods were excellent, and the attack side was just incredible. The ult cycling was excellent. Amazing executes from them. They've really cleaned this map up. Can't blame LEV for picking into it. They've played it once, dominated week 1, or well, it was a close game to be fair, but when you have your Yoru dropping 31 and you win the map, you probably want to play it again, especially against a team that's 0-2 on it with different comps.
Yeah.
So they're going up against a crew who haven't figured out how to find success here. And then today, oh my God, they've absolutely fixed it.
It's, for me, the Shy 1v4. He absolutely sent Leviathan to the Shadow Realm in that clutch round. That was just when they were really fighting to get some of that momentum back in the second half. And really, because we were tracking, Sato was heating up, looking pretty scary, right? King also 12-5 at one point. And the fall-off was generational.
As it ends this game, topping the board with 19 kills. And that was despite having several unfortunate showstopper situations. I chose to not acknowledge those during the game, but that was unlucky. I think he threw out like 3 wall blind, and the 4th one, Tech somehow killed him instantly, but he still had the most kills.
Still a full series to go here. One more map at least around the corner. Can LEV come back? Can they stick in it? We'll see, and we'll head to our experts to break down the first map.
Gun here. Sorry. I'm on my way.
Está en la mera esquina, el humo le echa la mano, se va a desvanecer, lo tiene a la derecha, acaba con él.
No salió muy bien, Dante se va a abrir para Codo. Este equipo no para de ganar los choques. Se queda Dante 1 en contra de 2. ¡Ay, qué bala! ¡Qué bala de Dante!
An incredible map of Vine for the side of Crew, Visa, and Adam. We saw this map being played last week. It's the first time that you showed the double duelist composition. Last time it didn't go your way. What were some of the things that the team was working on to make sure that it looked as good as it just did?
Well, it's a map that we have been working a lot recently. We loved our vice comp, but it wasn't fitting to us in the stage. So we worked this out. We had a read that we would like to play ban on us. So we prepared a special game plan for them, and we're glad that it goes through.
You look amazing, best of luck.
The plan so far working out for KRU, but not gonna front. Part of the reason why they were seeing KRU find so much success, because it's some massive clutch plays that we saw. One of those plays in particular was from Shy, and Ender, that was just a beautiful, beautiful way to play that 1v1 at the end.
It gets the ball rolling in the bonus round of that second half where KRU end up going flawless. Just watch Shy's play here. So crisp on these shots. And then in the last one for the 4K.
5 bullets. That's all he had.
2 bullets.
He dances with little, goes super wide, gets him with the last.
I think that was almost a momentum turner for KRU.
Yeah.
It felt like after that they were just stringing rounds together. And for LEV, I mean, how do you lose that 4v1? It was just looking like they fell apart at the seams there. They even had 11 first kills, so it felt like they were always getting those numbers. They were always getting ahead, and then they were just kind of throwing it a little bit towards that defense side.
Yeah, they would always get the opening pick when it came to like KRU attacking into their site. You saw so many times like Sato gets the op kill, great, and then in 5 seconds, 2 LEV players are dying.
Yeah, it was like one by one walking into site instead of flooding with all the util that they have, especially when they have that Gecko. It's like, just didn't look cohesive at all.
Didn't at all. But let's continue to have this conversation, though, about the rookies, because on the Leviathan side, while, of course, they were not able to muster up the rounds to get the win, I think, honestly, Sato and Okeanos, especially Sato, I mean, this guy was absolutely hitting Ender.
I mean, they looked phenomenal in the first half, right, when it goes 6-6. And still, even in that second half where they're not winning any rounds, Sato is still finding consistently these opening picks, whether it's with a pistol or an operator in his hand.
Yeah, and even Oki on that brim, he was just holding it down. The util was super good. His rotates were there, and it just felt like he had the vibes, too. We saw a lot of the time when they were winning those rounds, they were talking to each other, hyping each other up, and the rookies, they really tried to bring that up. It just felt like they fell a little bit short on the game plan. I don't think it was an individual issue. I definitely think it was just team game plan.
Yeah, it was that second half just fell apart. But this is where it comes back to, like, especially both Sato and Oki, they joined our league in stage 2 here. We've seen them put up insane numbers like this, but we have not seen Leviathan get wins on the board. And now we're in do or die type situation, right? With playoffs on the line this week and the next week. They need to do something, and the rest of the team has to get behind them if we want to see them go into the playoffs.
Yeah, and one thing that really sticks out to me is that those numbers that we saw that were fantastic, those are numbers that you would normally see for a team that wins.
Yeah.
And instead,
it was a 13-6.
It's 6 freaking rounds, and all they were able to get was on that first half. So Leviathan certainly need to find out what is going on with the lineup here as we get ready for map 2, but we do have some words from the coach to give us just that. Let's take a listen.
I'm here with Coach Desmo ahead of match 2, and something that I want to talk about is what we saw on the first kills going your way for this first map, but when it came to the late rounds, there was a lot of clutches that KRU were closing out. What are you doing and what are you telling the team to make sure that those late rounds are going your way?
I think especially on the attack, in the late rounds, we just gave them too much respect. Like, we gave them too much space. They played very individualistic, and they took a lot of space back from us really fast, and ultimately, like, that choked us in the rounds. So for us going into the next map, we just have to be a little bit more disrespectful in a way, I guess. At least, like, play out our own game a little bit more.
All right, makes sense. Best of luck.
All right, well, that sets us up for Haven, but I can't help but think, like, you know, bigger map, more opportunities for there to be more 1v1s. Doesn't feel like that was going LEV's way last time, so that's why I'm a little concerned about Haven here at the end.
Yeah, and I feel like their defense was where it looked a little bit shaky. And on Haven, your defense side is super important. You need to be able to have either those trap plays or getting that map control, or being able to flood on a retake. And I feel like for all of those, it felt like they had the first 2, they had the aggression, but they just couldn't figure out the end part of it.
That being said, I do think Haven is a map where it's easier to hold on to the space once you find early picks. Like, if you get an early pick towards a lobby, you're not just instantly getting run down on sewers or something like on Bind, where you have to hold down both entrances into the site. So my hope for them is they can continue succeeding in these opening fights and maybe not give up the side so easily.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what the game plan is for Leviathan as we get ready for map number 2. Can they force a map 3? Let's find out after the break.
Welcome back, folks, to the top of map 2 in this matchup between Leviathan and KRU Visa. Yeah, it's a classic matchup, one we're very excited for, and one that is heavy with playoff implications. KRU, they take a map here, they take the series, they will lock up their spot in playoffs from this Omega group.
That bind game was looking like it was on course to be a close, maybe 13-11 banger game, and then suddenly KRU absolutely destroyed them on the second half. So we'll have to see if LEV can claw things back on Haven, which is KRU's map pick. And now we did see LEV win this map in their last outing, but it did require Sato to get 35 kills. So that was a Herculean task that I feel like surely he cannot recreate today. Surely, right?
I mean, unfortunately on Bind, he wasn't unleashed. That second half, he wasn't really able to get going. This, of course, is one of the, I guess, the few maps that Leviathan are really trying to go for their double duelist. Look now with Okeanos stepping into the Neon shoes. And in many occasions, you know, in that matchup against NRG, Okeanos would go in, create that space, have himself traded, and you know, and try and play towards that particular win condition. So we're all quite happy with that. On the KRU Visa side, right, this is where Kesnet picks up that ISO, Dante on the Yoru.
They were able to beat MIBR here with that. Kesnet really stepped up in that game. I'm really looking to see if LEV can fix the issues they were having in that game despite winning. And it was, for me, a lot of it surrounding the Neon. They were playing hyper aggro on defense. And that's honestly where most of the disconnections between the Neon and the rest of the team were so visible, so present. And in a situation like that, when you're seeing one player so far ahead, it's kind of hard to say, is it him getting ahead of himself? Is it the rest of the team? There's, you know, everyone's kind of disjointed in that way. So I want to see if they can clean that up. And frankly, they're going to need to clean that up to stay in this series. KRU are on the verge of qualifying for playoffs, the second team in the Omega group, and going into the last week, sitting at 1-3. Even if you win,
not safe.
Your fate may not be in your hands. So LEV desperately need this map win.
And let's remember what Desmo said. Actually, quite an insightful interview as far as halftime interviews go from coaches. He said they were taking space back off us, or just off us in general, so effortlessly. They were playing so up-tempo, so disrespectfully. We need to try and play into that more. Less reactive, more proactive. Let's get our brand of gameplay out there.
This is definitely a comp to get more proactive and play disrespectfully with, that's for sure. KRU off the jump, though. They want to fight 4 players, 2 down short, 2 down long. Okeanos taking point.
He's on the swing. Paranoia is going to be an issue, and they're able to capitalize on it. Blinded up is Sato, nothing he could do. Now the players from A-Long also emerge. It's a lobby flooded with KRU Visa bodies, and they've done their job here.
It seems like the LEV squad just got torn apart by the vulnerability that was thrown out. Kesnet using his utility there, while everybody from KRU swung together. Now with a minute left on the clock, LEV are going to need to find a way to isolate a player, try and find a pick. Both Kesnet and Melser very low on HP, but the team is just staying grouped up. The death ball approach, just trade things out with the numbers advantage.
I think the tone's been set for what to expect on this A side of the map. That combination of Paranoia and Undercut, pretty devastating.
Yeah, it absolutely cooked them. Absolutely cooked LEV.
So here the death ball makes its way through. Tech's likely to be bowled over. Found 2.
A little lucky.
For the price of 1. Evens things up a little bit more. If Com can find a kill here, if not more, this might be going to be more favorable. And so Kesnet Mazzino fall to his head. It's on Shy. And he's in a post plant.
Surely he doesn't win another clutch.
No. Preserve the sacred timeline for the love of God. Paranoia comes through, Shy's able to get ahead of it. Halved it. Damage in, not bad! Not bad. But an unlikely clutch back from Leviathan after the round started horribly for them.
Just connecting all of the shots, actually aim dipping them. Tex getting a little bit lucky with that lineup over at long, not gonna lie. This opening fight from KRU was perfect. It's exactly what you said. It was the combination of that paranoia and the undercut players getting vulnerable up. Easy kills.
Composure from those two. Yeah, I concur. That's basically what I said, Sato. And look, I mean, Tex and Com, two players who we were probably looking to really make their mark on this map after a quieter map 1 in this series.
Unlucky. Anyway, back to Sato making his mark on the series. Go on.
Hoping to even more so there. No, it was Tex and Com. I was gonna broach two players that we were in the back seat a little bit more so in that previous map. Once again, KRU, the death ball. That's what they do.
Just want to min-max homers at all times. Okay, Tex is isolated and goes down. Not much of an upgrade, though, from Azino.
And easily handled by Sato's Marshall. Date Crash will give Sato the fallback option to get proper value off that weapon in the post plant. And now KRU will converge. Some Heaven presence, some players towards Link here. Set up nicely to perish to the blast, as that likely is the main game plan for the defenders here.
And I do want to see, you know, just so overall with KRU, sort of similar to Bind, how much they're going to be able to stabilize and make sense of their own play on this map this week, given how the matchup last week against Loud here too was just utter pandemonium.
Yes.
And we've seen that from them on Bind. It's that controlled aggression. Calm goes down, uses one of the Guardians. A little unfortunate, but not the worst circumstance. Sato was able to grab one of the other ones.
Yeah, I felt like Bind was very, you know, frantic, but also relatively focused aggression from KRU. Oh, free haircuts, anybody?
Made up for it all.
Yes, he made good on that in the end. Right, so let's get out to the start that we're looking for. Bonus will include a Stinger and a couple of Guardians, but outside of that, armed to the teeth.
Looks like KRU are ready to go for another A-main fight. Dark cover, there goes the undercut. Some spam maybe coming through from Kesnet, but not able to connect anything. Shield popped. That certainly implies he's ready for the refight. And they are going to just deny him of the opportunity to do so by dropping a smoke in his face and patiently waiting out that shield to expire.
All right, double tap gone. Meanwhile, Mizzino's gone wandering up long here. A chance, you'd think, for Dante to emerge, but King cut into the quick instantly.
That's all of KRU just trying to fight together, but not able to get the kills. Can Nelson be the hero of the round?
He has a paranoia and he's gotten himself into an anchoring position. Gets clear of the relay bolt. They don't know he's here right now. And that's what happens. Okeanos blindsided by Melsa, steps up and it's a spray through the smoke as well. It's down to Combat, 16 health. It's hardly enough to hang your hat on.
That was some really marvelous positioning from Melser. I love that he just plays just outside of the dark cover there. Ready to swing to kill someone backside.
He got into that side,
default. That was so cool. That was really well played.
I guess he refused to let himself be, you know, caught inside Link or something similar.
30 seconds left.
That really broke the conditioning of Leviathan there. Subtle, but it just derailed them.
And that's unfortunate for Calm. He's about to get tagged up by the camera and rest in peace.
16 health and revealed. Cyber Cage. Shielding him from view, but would have been an easy pick up for KRU. And now, obviously a pretty face-up position for Com to fall back to. But never count him out. In the post plant. In a decent spot for it too. There's Melsa finishing the job. Limped over to the side, he did. Com still able to find the plant, but my goodness. What a round from Melsa inside that A site.
Some real heroics from him that were more about the brain and less about the aim. He just positions himself well, gets into that site just at the perfect moment in time before it was completely overwhelmed by LEV. Really well played.
Just cut the side up so beautifully. That second one, well, you know. You make your own luck.
Buena ronda, cabrón. Buena.
Meltzer has had moments this year where he just suddenly takes over a game. Like I remember even back in kickoff, he was randomly putting up like a 25 and 8. I mean, these days he's really just locked in on the IGLing, but is always capable of just suddenly giving you a moment like that.
We're talking about the Melzer, by the way, who had his IGLing role taken away from him. And I quote, I think it was Klaus saying, yeah, he can't IGL and play at the same time. So someone else is going to do it.
I mean, he is taken and lost and regained and given up again the IGL role so many times. Tex is having some struggles, man. It's been even just unlucky for him in a moment like that. He is looking kind of cursed in this game right now. Maybe it's because he took the hat off. He doesn't have his Tanner from high school snap back on.
Someone slashed his tires in Valorant terms. He's really not going to be able to get off the starter's block in this round. Still, over towards the A site we go. Okay, a little shock dart. Mazina will be able to avoid it. No, the timing looked good for Dante, but Tex has been able to make use of his limited health pool. Steps up this Mazino.
Also trying to get back in and Kessin has rotated away at the wrong time.
No way they're not going to go for this, surely. Caught out. Doesn't quite have the right weapon for it in fairness, but there's Kessin that Com dealt with, and now he's still sat up in heaven.
Yeah, that's the spike dropped. Good plant. Try to swing out. Tex is so low.
They've got no choice. They've got to go back for this. They've got to both go back for this spike. And Kessin makes short work of Oki.
No, don't you dare. Do not dare use the kill contract.
King and Kesnet. King holds his nerves and holds M1. Keeps his team out in the lead. There's no way, bros. Kill contract.
I mean, that would have been, that would have been for the content. That's the content brain move, honestly, ripping the kill contract there. But trying to take a swing off of timing where King needs to plan. I mean, more reasonable, I guess.
Glamorous, I will admit. Once again, Melzer tries to play himself into that A side by faking a TP back to Link.
Come on, Kessin!
Oh, I can read lips.
This LEV team got a lot of energy, man.
Yeah, yes.
The vibes for this team have felt just organically great this stage, you know? Just feels like they're naturally clicking as a team. And it just honestly feels wrong that they're 1 and 2 right now. It just doesn't feel right.
It really needs the context of this wider group.
Games have just been so damn close.
Cutting through.
I mean, they barely lost to NRG last week. The last map was a 13-11.
The things that this guy had to do to get them there, to that map 3, unspeakable. Sato in round 5, still only the 1 kill so far for this game. Not quite the same early impact we saw.
I got the spike.
Suffice to say, this A side is under the control of Leviathan. Good spot to be in. Full retake protocols here for KRU. And notice the weaponry is all over the place, especially for KRU Visa. We've got a couple of stingers here.
Okeanos hears that shield pops, so just immediately stuns. KRU are still denied from even getting through this choke point. Oh my god, the teleport.
Very clever there. Melzer's always got an angle, doesn't he? Always a way in. Now we're down to 3 on the Leviathan side. This is getting a little dicey, and the stingers are singing out. It's King on the swing, caught inside the kill contract, and Big Daddy Kesnet's come knocking. You best be opening that door. Com's going to back away. Kesnet low on time, lost his teammates while he was inside the kill contract, and Com has Hunter's Fury after the fact. And the double tap won't save Kesnet. Com for 3. LEV up by 3. And this, a volatile map to follow that bind.
Got a little bit of personal revenge, though. Getting the kill on King in the kill contract with the 1 tap. Didn't win the round, but, you know, evens the odds from the last 1v1
So how do you feel about the timing of the kill contract there?
I respect it. I mean, that was player advantage in a situation that seemed totally unwinnable. This teleport up top from Melzer, that was obscured by some of the util going in. At the same time, there was the recon. He gets that free kill. I mean, it was a great time to use it because theoretically it would have just left the other LEV player isolated and alone. But ultimately, the fact that KRU still just don't have the best arsenal of shields and weaponry and scrambling for time. Yeah, it just ends up crumbling. But hey, that was a fair shot at using it and actually converting an eco round.
3 rounds in a row, we watched Melzer.
No, and Mitch, that isn't a Labubu. Have you learned?
No, I have now. Yeah, no,
okay,
I know. It's too big. Yeah, and it doesn't have the,
the
face.
Yeah.
Yep. There are lots of varieties of them, I've now discovered.
Yeah, you're really...
There's a lot of
really in touch with the youth, bro.
Yeah. No, I've had it explained by those more...
Josh, which is diabolical, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? He's really got his finger on the pulse, White, you see. Yeah. Apparently, like, the amount of plat chat appearances correlates to your, being in the mix. And you've kind of fallen off in that regard lately, so... What's happening there?
It's tough. It also correlates to loss of hair. So I'm doing all right, bro.
I see. That's why you're keeping your distance. Respect it. All right. Round 6 just around the corner. Like we were mentioning, Melsa's, again, like 3 rounds in a row. He's done the most to give himself the best chance of success. And even with like a classic, he's able to play himself into that site. We've enjoyed seeing that from him, but it takes more. The crew have it. Oh, wow. The first time we're really exploring this part of the map. Outside of that late rotate from Com in 1v2. Garage control, nobody really operating that part of the map.
We've gotten all of this side control right now. This Hunter's Fury does get that one connection. Shy wants to get in off the back of it. Maybe just some spam or something, but not able to. Denied by Tex when the dark cover drops.
Every time really determined not to give that foothold to Crew to play themselves in. Some garage presence here, also going to be taken up by Dante Deus as he gets in there. Well, one-way smoke maybe to play him in properly. Here comes the 3-player push from the backside, but Sato, Sharp finds his first. Tex there to try and follow it up, and Melza, again it's Melza. Now, the protocols shift. Lev have to play much more passively off the side here.
Com has no utility, no shock darts.
King neither. They've just got to go raw source, no catch up, and Dante gobbles him down.
Melser had some really excellent peaks there. That little jiggle re-swing back in from spawn to get the second duel win. That was really smooth. He's turning up on this map. He's at 7-3. It's pretty much outright won the 2 rounds for Crew at this point that they have won with this 2K.
They're playing to the Lux position really well, yeah.
2 players double faced, but he's able to use his movement to isolate duels regardless. Has the perfect crosshair placement there as well. Has some really slick gameplay.
He was in that interview with King, right? No hard feelings, right, buddy? Keep me from the team.
I mean, it feels like at some point all these players cut each other, rejoin the team with each other. It's just the history of Lev and Crew.
Rolling in the same circles for quite some time. He's a fast lane to quickly get Lev here onto the B side. Melsa is in, gets his, and Shy also threatening from that link position. Oh, this guy is unchained! 3 for Melsa, and he's far from done. Come under extreme pressure, and Mazzino steps up. Tex trying to salvage, just no hope. Melsa's on one today. That is terrifying.
He is going nuts right now. Shy was in a lot of trouble. Things got awkward for him after Okeanos was pressing forward off that relay bolt, and Melser just saved the day. Yep. Swing back, sight, initial spam kill.
It feels like sometimes you see players, especially controller players, I see it, they hit with that spark of inspiration on a certain day, making use of that util in sort of very different ways, breaking that conditioning and taking people by surprise. Nice little 10-3 for Melser.
It's looking like another dark cover into the undercut main. Lever going so fast, though.
And Sato's getting pounded. It's been a tough row the last couple of rounds. Here comes Oki, though. Overdrive active. Contingency just to force him back for a moment. I like to see that ultimate expire before he has the chance to make use of his Tex. Gets a little fortunate there as Shy was first to the punch.
He's really starting to get into the game. What a teleport from Melser. This is great if there was a pivot towards C, just having control of long, but B is ultimately going to be the final destination of this spike. So we'll have to meet back up with the rest of his teammates. Dante's going to get all of this info towards site. Dimensional Drift going to expire soon. Multiple flashes to play with, though. Oh, what a shot from Com.
Maybe in case they could have waited a little bit longer for Dante to come out of Drift there, but still he can flash himself into it, even has time to make a correction. Weapon exchange, no Texas behind the barrier. Oh, my God! He is the Inferno!
The aim that he's displayed this week and last week has just been shocking, to say the least. I mean, it took him a little bit to heat up. I remember back in week 1, we were overreacting. some of us were nervous about his first performance just being quite middling, and now that we're just past midway through this stage, he is looking exactly as advertised. What we saw from him back at Ascension at the end of 2024, he is just different. That was essentially a 1v3. Crew were all over the map. Melzer kind of, I don't know what was going on. Bro got lost on the map. He didn't know where to go.
That TP over towards
And then from there, it was just, I don't know. He was exploring, but Dante just basically isolated wins a 1v3.
And that's after, like, you know,
so
Kesnet,
sick.
the spacing for Kesnet, he's a little bit early. Maybe he's just predicting Dante to come out of drift a little quicker than he does.
And respect to Calm, because he actually takes that timing of, wait, I can just take this fight before Dante's out of it. I'm just going to get this kill real quick. Yeah, that was a cool play from Calm as well.
He obviously leading the way right now for Leviathan. But the usual suspects are the ones we want to see get into the game, or I don't know, the duelists struggling. Okeanos and Sato really not getting any traction on the map yet.
I mean, hey, but historically speaking, Dante just kind of has Sato's number. I mean, if you go back to Ascension, the team that Dante was on all night, they were 4-0 in maps against Sato on Dolores. And one of those series, he put up 19-3 first kills to first deaths.
That team, though, were the
Obviously, very different teams
They
here,
were the most psychotic, most aggressive,
sounds like Crew to me.
face to the barrier team I've ever seen.
Sounds like Crew to me.
It's crazy to think that he's been tempered somewhat on this Crew roster, and he's still doing this kind of stuff. That team is bonkers.
Mental. It is mental. Oh my god, Messino just shuts down King on his lonesome. No one from LEV able to assist. And even if they try, they don't really have the weaponry to do so.
Athena points this out on the desk in between the maps, and I've got to agree. You know, despite what Crew are doing, they're looking incredible. LEV have felt disjointed at times. Like that cohesion is not there, not to the degree they need it to be.
Yeah, it does feel like it's waning compared to where they were at last week in that banger game against NRG. Obviously, they're still in this. It's only tied up, and it's early days here on Haven, but it feels like Crew have really captured some momentum.
I'm saying 4 defense rounds. You gotta feel good on Haven to be able to stack those so early.
And just thinking about buying, like, LEV couldn't recover after that clutch mentally to get back into the game. Okeanos with a great kill there, but instantly traded out by Shy, and a perfect time for the neural theft as well.
Kesnet now sees 2 players back behind the side. They're gonna flash themselves around the corner, but Kesnet's ready for it. The spacing awkward again. Sato ducked out of line of sight. And Menzino finds yet another unlikely pickup. It's on Com.
Yeah, when it comes to Haven and a post plant, you can always trust Com to be pretty much playing far away for some of those lineups. And unfortunately, when it gets into a situation like that, though, isolated, he just doesn't have a chance.
He has Hunter's Fury. He has everything he needs to play a pretty powerful post plant. But LEV double swinging around the side, trying to take a fight into backseat to secure it. Maybe throw a smoke down there and stall out. So he never has a chance to really execute the post plant game plan. He's going to fight for it.
Yeah, they're just not easing up. They're not giving a moment for LEV to breathe and set up anything. Shy just gets that instant trade onto Okeanos, and right after that, they're just swinging through spawn straight away. The 2 players on site getting pressured by Kesnet immediately. And Crew are right back to just fighting for A-Long. Look at all of this presence.
It's the same again. This is their pistol round strat.
And then when you need to, you can just have Dante teleport away. LEV are trying to pivot way faster this time, though, after losing A, after knowing that all that presence is there. Let's get into C before Crew can get there and try to flood onto us. Let's get in the site. Let's try to set something up in a post plan.
Great way to punish a commitment on the other side of the map. Tech's lucky there. Looks like the line of sight wasn't really available to Shy. Hunter's Fury, though, takes the Cypher out of the game. That is, of course, a neural theft now off the table. Bomb set up. 1 is good. 2, not so much. It's Kesnet able to get under it. And in they go. Double tap is active. Crew want to fight for this, and they want to fight for it now.
LEV want to flip the map, though. Maybe try to isolate a fight against Messino, who's still back in spawn. This is the opportunity for the Crew players to get forward, and the kill contract takes one away.
All right. We'll see what comes of that. It's King v Kesnet yet again. The double tap gives him the edge he needs, and now Dante reappears. And Crew! Man, when the rubber hits the road, these guys are just shooters, pure and simple. You get shot, you die.
LEV just did not know where to go to find a fight. I mean, they had the right idea, which is to try and flip the map. get an engagement with our numbers against one solo player forward. They were hoping it would have been Mazzino, but he just played even further back, and then one of them is just taken away by Kesnet. And that gives an opportunity for Mazzino to take a fight and no one to trade. It's just so many little things adding up. It's so decisive from KRU. You can just feel LEV being suffocated in all of these rounds.
They had the rug pulled out from under them there. That kill contract.
Now it's just back to basics. Let's just hit C. Okay. We have not found success with anything else.
They're inside the site. KRU are refusing to play off of this. Dante backside, Shy also got an off angle, but caught out by the relay ball. It just doesn't matter! Dante for 3 yet again! Sharp as they come, and Melsa continues to demonstrate excellence in the fight. You cannot out-anchor these guys. KRU will fight you on these sites.
And this is why sometimes, oh man, a fast hit against a Yoru comp just cannot work. You are hitting a brick wall. They already had 3 players on C to anchor this, along with Shy's setup.
Yeah.
Oh my god, man.
Does the bell toll for LEV? I agree, observers. Back we go. Similar approach to this C site, and again, KRU played themselves in early. Once again, it's
just some spam onto Okeanos. This is all really just an attempt at a fake.
They sold it dearly, and Kesnet again is going to be waiting for them. Just chomps them down inside lobby.
Because there's just no reason to do anything but wait. Spike is now dropped. There is no hope for LEV to get back into this round, surely. All of KRU are grouping up. That attempt at a fake in the last round.
That hard time couldn't come quick enough for LEV here. The game's getting away from them.
They need to get on the defense. Like, they just can't figure anything out on this half. KRU have absolutely dismantled them.
Not the way that we thought this derby would be playing out, folks. KRU Visa look lethal. They're shooters, and honestly, they're more than happy to fight LEV on their own terms. Look at this dominant showing. Mel's at 14-4.
Runs. Crazy. I mean, yeah, that again, it feels like there are these rounds where a player on KRU is able to clutch up, make some magic happen, and LEV just can't recover past that point. Melser gets them back into that game in that 2 versus 3, and then there's that Dante moment as well, and it's just wraps from there.
We've got Dryad, though, standing by with a sideline report here on KRU Visa. Let's cross over and check it out.
Thank you, guys. I got the chance to listen to KRU Visa's voice comms right now to see what the vibe is and to turn it around into that first half. There's a couple things that they do that I found really interesting. They define things like active plays and reactive plays to go into these rounds. So when they're going for an active play are usually the plans that they have before the round, the brawl fights that we see early on, the brawl fights that characterize KRU Visa a little bit. But when you go a little bit more reactive, it depends more on the late rounds when they have a read on where the enemy team is going to be located, where Sato is going to be located sometimes, and how they're going to play this out. Meltzer is calling a little bit towards the beginning of these rounds for the general idea of what they're going to do. And then you have a little bit more of Mazzino, who is constantly having a read on where the next ultimates are going to be coming through for the other side of Leviathan. Everybody else is having their input in the late rounds because you see how clutch these players have to be. So it's little things like information, positioning, and also just giving the confidence after the rounds. And that's something that Kesnet is doing constantly. Just bringing the vibe up, making sure that the team is staying the same way. And then the last thing that I feel like it's worth mentioning is how Adam and Sonic work together behind the scenes. You have a lot of support between both of them. They have a read on when things were getting a little messy towards the beginning, how they're going to turn it around with those specific role fights that we have around, making sure that they're always one step ahead of what Leviathan were doing to them. And that's how they have the advantage right now. So there's a lot of cool things going on for KRU Visa and the communication. And that being said, I'll send it back to the casters.
I mean, can't argue with these more active plays that it seems KRU have been more invested in going for. I mean, again, like just to return to the context of this game, this Omega group is really close. We've got 2 teams at 2-1, 100 Thieves and Visa KRU, and then we've got 3 teams at 1-2. Leviathan, Loud, and MIBR falls to 1-3 after that result yesterday. So playoffs still on the line for both of these sides. But going into week 5 at 1-3 means that you don't really have control of your own destiny, even if you win that game. In fact, you have to win that game to even have a shot at making playoffs. And for a team like LEV, who's was present at Champions last year, if they want to run it back, they need to come alive right about now.
Last time they played Haven, they were so aggressive on defense. And at times, there was a major disconnection between the Neon and the rest of the pack. They will have definitely needed to clean that up to be able to run things back here, take us to Ascent, try to stay in this series. Kesnet is totally caught on his own on C. And now LEV can just set up for an honest 5-on-4 retake. But I like Mazina's idea here. Look at that reflank coming through C.
Yeah, we flipped the map. With LEV getting so deep down that part of the map, it's going to be King able to whip on Mazino's direction. It's a clean pistol round, folks. No other way to put it. Dante Deus not able to show us that multi-kill prowess we saw in the first half, and so this had to happen for LEV. It was a requirement. Pistol round in the second half now. 1. The lead of KRU shrunk to 3.
Feels good for them to get an easy one on the board. King just having a sixth sense about a potential flank timing.
I mean, getting to beat that ISO player with shield in that pistol round, getting the drop on him is huge.
Yeah, 100%. ISO is just so dominant when you're playing out pistols. That is exactly the start that Leviathan needed on defense. Both just in terms of the rounds and honestly keeping their mental on track, not letting things get out of control as it did on Bind. Remember, that was 6-6, and then KRU just wins 7 rounds in a row, and the game is done in a flash. See if they can continue, stabilize into this second round. Wow, actually, Melser, nice guy, IGL, spends all of his money just to give Dante a Guardian.
Well, he's up front and in a position to make use of it. Pretty proactive from KRU, even though economically they are not really in the same postcode as LEV. Now some slow exploration, maybe an attempt to clear some of this util towards Garage, but doggedly, Tex is actually protecting it.
I mean, this is really just, let's see if Dante can do something.
Sato, nothing off those couple of shots. We force off that line. Here comes the double tap for Kesnet. Wants to get his hands dirty in on the site. And it's been vacated by Sato.
Yeah, needed to teleport out of there for sure. What can KRU actually set up, though, now? Okeanos getting a spam kill immediately onto Dante. Guardian recovered, though.
Okay, Sato ready to receive. Arms wide open, and Shy and Kesnet fall in a screaming heap. And well, they got the plant.
Just about as easy as the pistol round, honestly, for Leviathan. 2 super clean ones back to back. They're going to be able to grab that Guardian as well, so they have a pretty decent buy coming into this bonus attempt. Investment from Melser does not end up paying off in any capacity.
1 enemy remaining.
All right, back to brass tacks we go. Melser spending, so the Guardian could be held by Dante, obviously only on a stinger this round. Considering his performance in this game, crazy that he takes a back seat in that regard. Stinger though, we've seen, this is VCT Americas. Sure, there's some application for it this round.
Dante wants to get into A main, and of course can teleport away when all of that defensive util is going to be thrown there. How far do LEV want to push this? There's a tripwire.
Deploying drone.
KRU have already pivoted. They want to get into Garage off the drone from Mazino.
Guy backing up on this. That is a big kill. Knocked down to 10. That's the Outlaw speaking.
Yeah, even bigger that he can escape, but is actually hunted down.
And oh, Kianos and the Guardian. Heads are rolling. Honestly, that was looking a little bit uncomfortable there for LEV. They realized they'd overextended. They kind of had to make something happen.
Now they're just going to fall back, not go for any more. Should be a plant going down for Mazino. Him and Melser in a 2 versus 4. Now, he doesn't want to plant just yet. He wants to see if he can, sniff out one of these players, get it into a 2 versus 3 first. But it just doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Tex has to narrow down here between B presence or a move out towards C.
30 seconds left.
Guardian's getting all too much value this round.
Look at how fast Okeanos is running over here to support Tex. 20 seconds left, and Zeno knows he has to take this duel. Does win it out.
From here on out, though, it's going to be a tough climb. And the death ball, including Oki at the front. For his 4th kill of the round, LEV have been flawless on this second half, and they've almost closed the gap entirely.
We haven't gotten to see a ton of Okeanos playing Duelist in VCT yet. It's mostly been initiator roles. But if you've been a viewer of challengers in the past, or just Tier 2 Valorant for many years now, he has been a Duelist main. He has racked up thousands of rounds on each different Duelist agent, just playing in Tier 2 tournaments. Like a real grinder on those agents, for sure. And so I do think this team has a lot of potential leaning into double duelists, especially when you just consider how good Sato's Room has been.
Ooh, tough. The Outlaw struggles sometimes to get past the double tap shield, and Dante, well, he got purchased with that stinger. Kesner gets in there as well, and oh, it's a round that shouldn't be happening this way, but it's just crew things at this point.
One enemy remaining.
Even up to a 2v2, gun upgraded, and Dante calls the cancel. Gets on out of B, but we are post-plant. That is snappy work, but he needs to stop this defuse. King is going to be sitting there happy as Larry! There's a peacock! Another round delivered for Leviathan!
Just over in a flash. King steps up for the team. He's been having a great stage 2 individually. Genuinely one of the most consistent players year after year at the high level in VCT Americas. For the first time ever was struggling, a little bit in his stage 1, frankly, as were the team as a whole. So how much do you want to attribute to him specifically or just the team? I don't know, that's up to you, but man, he is back in form over the course of this stage.
Hardball round. Could have gone either way, but that was crew, of course, on that stinger by now. Proper weapons in hand. Dante unsuccessful, though, over towards A-Long.
That's just a dry peek from Sato. Wins out the duel. Shy is hoping to try and trade this back late on the drop. Okeanos spotted it, though.
He has all the information. He also saw Kesnet get pinged out just now.
Wait, what is this? Are we just getting the reverse of bind now? On the half swap, other team wins the bonus round and just take the game over?
Sure as
This
hell
one's
looks
already
like
done. It's time to save. Crew are dead broke if they lose weapons here.
Yeah, it's the least egregious 3-gun save I've seen the last couple of weeks. There's just really nothing to do. Look, I mean, look where the kills happen. Hey, you know what I'm talking about.
We haven't seen a LEV save yet today. We have not seen any LEV save situation.
Little 4-gun save.
4-on-4, save 4 guns.
Yeah, that one.
Not going for that yet. Mostly because they're killing everybody.
Yes.
But mostly because they're winning the rounds. Just not even been a situation.
So let's dial it back, because one thing that LEV have been doing very well is asserting themselves to that A-Long part of the map. Couple of rounds now, including the pistol round. They stave off any interlopers. They've been able to lock it down quite nice. I think Melza tried to TP across, get on the bricks at one point.
Yeah, it's just having access to, especially the relay bolt with the neon, to be able to send into A main. You know, a la Breach era of earlier this year, just being able to stun that choke point off and run up long so quick. Like, there's just so many good tools with this comp to be able to do it.
Nothing if not crowd pleasers, our observers. Here we are. 17 rounds of gameplay. LEV get up into the lead. This time, staunch hold on the A side of the map is what gets them there.
Thinking out loud.
Now, Crew, they do have the dimensional drift to play with. Coach Adam is going to call a timeout at a crucial point in this game as LEV have taken the lead.
In fairness, that was
the most interesting part of the round.
Yes.
I would say so, yeah.
All right, so yeah, the classic 3-gun save in the timeout, so Crew have a little bit more time to get their ducks in a row, because yes, forgivable, losing the pistol round, not getting started there, that's fine. They have a decent sort of stinger force that gets them very close. Not quite though. King's able to find that defuse. Then that's a buy round that looks atrocious. They get steamrolled instantly on the A side of the map. So nothing out of the box has been working here for Crew. Granted, they've only had 2 chances to really execute on some proper strategies with, weapon parity, so to speak.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they want to do with the dimensional drift. It's just going to be such a challenge for them to try and take these A fights early. I don't think they have the utility to really contend with LEV when they're there at full force. It's also possible in this round they try to kind of round the world, get some orbs for Kesnet because he's really close to the ISO ult. Could try to get towards that kill contract if they want.
Yeah, and it's the kind of round. Expect Crew to have a game plan to employ these weapons. They've gone up into Melsa again, still suffering economically is the ripple effect of that sort of second round bye being felt.
Looks like maybe Sato wants to get aggressive towards mid. No, just going to hold the angle more passively. Both duels were positioned there, and here's the teleport away.
Show me a target.
Pop from Kesna to break into Garage early. Trip going to be broken as well, and escape without taking any damage. So LEV having to fully give up that part of the map, completely conceded. The cam is going to give any info if crew actually made their way into C, but you know, for all they know, they could be positioned in Garage right now. And now it's time for the mid-re-clear of A. Yeah, or mid-round re-clear of A, rather.
So what opportunities does this noise-cutting Garage create for crew? Are LEV liable to walk into a setup here? Might try and make that mid-re-clear happen now.
Oh, Calm just swings out and dips Dante on the angle. Backs up after getting a bit more information.
They've got no choice. They've kind of got to go for this, Wyatt.
Yeah, they are just slowly working their way forward. For all they know, LEV could be flanking down mid. Shy is stuck in the smoke. Calm is on the angle. Crew are just full contact.
30 seconds left.
Next couple seconds they've got to go, but the paranoia saves them off again. Now we're down to 23 seconds. This has not played out the way crew would have liked. There's the paranoia that comes in, but King with the Phantom gets active on the side, and Okeanos, overloaded as he is, hope to shut them down, but he's shy of the later timing. Doesn't really have the weapon for that running gun. Asserts himself yet again. Stays at the top.
Calm does such a great job there, just being able to make sure that he's only facing one player at a time. Collects both at the end.
Such a stabilizing presence that whole round, Calm.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's this kill too, just opens it up in a 1v1 against Dante. Who almost wrangled it back, just swinging back sight together. What a play from Calm. He had such an impressive first couple of weeks and then had a really unfortunate drop-off in that close game against NRG week 3, but right now he is just getting his team into the lead, winning out crucial rounds. Crew here, they're on a pretty bad bye, right back to the Stingers.
And you invoked this very idea, but we are watching crew have a completely lifeless second half on this map.
They weren't even able to, in that bye round, activate any of their idea of what they wanted to do with the ults that they had. Now they have all 5 of them, but unless this round gets close, in terms of getting some kills with the Stingers, I don't know how many they want to use. Well, Dimensional Drift, though. They want to get into the site off the back of it.
Feels like they're committing once again. No push and pull, just all up front action from crew. Melsa Stinger once again involved in the fight. It's Sato going down, but elsewhere, Okeanos absolutely ruins them. Shy 12 health. Surely it's not to be. And once again, with crew, there's no push and pull in these early rounds. They are very much committed on that first opening that they create with the Dimensional Drift.
It's crazy. It is actually just bind, but in reverse with LEV on Haven. I gotta say, this is a game as well for LEV that is just displaying the depth of the personnel on the roster. This is so heavily contrast to that last game where Sato had to drop 35 for them to get over the finish line. This is everyone contributing. Full team effort to run this back and steal away the lead. Extend the lead now.
And the energy is really there after being down 4-8.
Oh, that's what the 2 new guys for the team have brought as well. Not just that hunger, making it into the league, the firepower, but they bring energy to this team.
LEV had 3 players on a flank around here. It's going to be covered by 2 for crew, but yep, Sato now he's going to park in the sewer. He's going to see this. Flash to set up the rest of the team. That's an opening now. You can see Okeanos trying to make his way on in as well. Shy dealt with it, traded out. Oh, Kesnet! Fast reactions there allows him to find Sato as he pops out of the drift. Now LEV, rich as they are, very limited ways into this A site.
Yeah, Tech's going to see if he can just deal a little bit of damage, maybe rip some guns away while crew have to escape from the site before the spike goes off. I like the idea that Sato and Oki had there, using the Dimensional Drift and then the relay bolt off the ping. You know, it's flashbacks to the Breach and Yoru meta of old, but you're sending a relay bolt instead of the fault line. Tom goes down trying to get some exits, doesn't really matter. He's got a ton of cash. But Kesnet just able to win out those couple duels is just all it takes to actually win out that round. Sato just getting out of that ult a little bit too late. Doesn't have the gun out in time. Yeah, you can just see this from Kez's point of view. Finds the trade, and Sato just doesn't have a window to shoot yet.
Yep. And by no means are KRU really stabilized here, but there's a couple of ultimates to allow them to keep rolling. Still waiting to see what this kill contract is supposed to be made of. Kez has really been holding back on that. Hades Fury also for Mazzino. Again, LEV have been very strong on this part of the map. It's been really difficult to get past it. Sato! Oki! Steals the ace away. Well, the impact was still felt one way or another. Earth-shattering moment for the two newcomers of Leviathan. KRU in shambles.
This just feels like a display of the future of VCT Americas, genuinely. These new players that have joined up the league halfway through this year are just taking over. This sequence of shots is outrageous.
Oh, it's a texture moment.
Outrageous.
Map point here for Leviathan. Slow going for KRU. Stopped in their tracks by the pros of tomorrow. And I don't think they're going back to A-Long anymore on this map. They are done.
No, it's stopped. No more early A-Long fights. It's over. I mean, this is basically almost for LEV at the end of the half. Like, oh my God, we can't do anything on the map. Let's just hit C.
Let's just run it down.
Let's just run it down on C. And hey, they've taken the site, to be fair. No one from LEV posted up here. They just have to remove a couple darts. But do LEV want to flood? No, they can't. They're denied by that Hunter's Fury.
Mazzino denies them away in. Couple of stingers here means that Dante needs to play up close to enable them. Not bad. Sato and Tex dealt with that. Those stingers fighting one each. They're going to try and play into the site regardless. They would love to be done here. Key and Com flush with cash, so could definitely go for this.
I like how KRU are playing this super aggro, just stuffing them at the choke. Com is trying to go for a rotate, get over towards Garage. I mean, at this point, they're not going for the round win. They're going to deal as much damage as they can.
Player standing.
Not going to be anything from Dino, and Com is shot in the box before he gets to the grip.
Life in the Miets. KRU, yeah, it looks pretty straightforward, simple.
Oh, that's as straightforward
Walk
as
up on
it
a
gets.
C.
Just C-slam into we have stingers.
They
just keep running at them. Just keep running at them. Like, that's what they have to do, though. You just have to find a timing window where you can catch the defenders setting up for their full retake. And that's the timing window they hit.
Of course, Leviathan for the rest of the game in a position to basically buy up. So they're not too worried. A lot of ultimates to work with. Still, the kill contract for Dante, Kesne, excuse me, is being held on to.
It's going to go so hard on round 1 of Ascent.
Shut up.
The KRU are playing it.
He's saving it for VALORANT 2.
Oh my God, Sato with that timing, but instantly traded by Mazzino.
All right, here we go. Okay, there's that kill contract now coming out. Okeanos causing some problems. It's Com in the contract, and Kesnet signed, sealed, and delivered. We'll take the kill.
I mean, this game is just pretty unreal display of the mechanical skill of the players in the server, if I'm being honest. Shot onto Okeanos, running around in the overdrive. Not bad. Not bad into the little kill contract. And now KRU just want to slow things down. You know, just in case Tex is flanking, which he is, and over pushes, they'd be able to catch him. But Tex doesn't overextend himself.
Not spotted there. Tex good for one, if not more. Hey, okay.
Of course it's Kesnet and King in the 1 versus 1. They've been back and forth all game. He's been caught in 2 kill contracts. King beat him in the 1v1 clutch earlier. Can he do it again to send this to map 3? Keep the series going.
Kesnet will sit. Tucked up here on this C side of the map. Obviously for King, it's a little bit to work with. Should he try and be more methodical about how he wants to work this side, but he might be spotted out, and that's big damage for Kesnet. Oh! What's it got to a non-believer? What a moment for Leviathan's King. Steps up, shuts down his age-old nemesis, and keeps his team alive in this series.
What an unbelievable comeback from LEV. They were down 8-4, but beyond the scoreline, it felt like they were down mentally. The rounds they were losing were just dominance from KRU at the end of that first half, and they are able to take it all the way back, showing a similar level of dominance, if not even more. KRU could get nothing started on that attack side. Calm had a great game, and respect to him for coming out and providing a lot with his utility, but in terms of the fragging in that game, he was really on point.
Stepping up with some pretty key multi-kill moments. It's that A-long control for Levitan that just seemed impossible for KRU to break. Not once were they able to get inroads there, and there was, of course, that Okeanos and Sato combo for 5 kills that really decimated them. We're going to take a quick break, a quick breather. This one's going all the way, folks. We're going to head over to our expert desk to break down, and then we'll be back for the thrilling finale.
I think this year for me personally has been like, obviously I think every year has been tough for me, honestly, at the start, like whether it be individual performance or like just overall like mentally, I guess. But I think it's just been rough this 6 months because it's been a new challenge like overall. I think it's been hard for me as like kind of like a people's person in even previous versions of this team this year. it's been a lot harder on me, I would say. It's definitely been a different experience, more than in-game for me this year. And yeah, I've had to grow a lot, even more so as a person and a leader.
Oh boy, it's a big game, big game here as we're going to map 3. The players are getting ready to go here, of course, getting that sustenance, as we like to say, as we get ready for map 3. And like I mentioned before, it's a big game, guys. You know what happens when you have a big game? Got to bust out the big hat.
Big hat.
Okay? Big game means big hat.
Yep.
All right, and here we are.
Some of us take our work serious.
Somewhere out there, Mimi is just angry at me right now. But, no, okay, let's talk about this one, though, because, man, I thought that KRU, after that half, I felt so confident about KRU, Ender, but then you just started to see the cracks in the armor form more and more and more as that map went on.
I mean, that second half, Leviathan just hit them with their own medicine, right? Go nearly perfect, seeing that one through. But to like stay on the first half for a little bit, like KRU, I thought were playing out of their minds. I thought Dante showed up in a major way in that first half, was playing so nicely, and they were letting Leviathan have it from across the stage. This is some of the most animated I have ever seen our players here.
I feel like what was happening on the stage actually really, truly represented what was happening in the game too. Like round by round, it was going back and forth, and then you see all these players going back and forth as well on the stage, yelling at each other, hyping each other up. There was so much energy. This was really shown in the game.
Like, it's crazy to see it. Calm getting up there, thumping his chest. I think Oki as well, up so many times. Like, this was super intense, but there was a major turning point at the halfway mark. And all of a sudden, KRU were sitting down the entire time, and it was just LEV that were getting up.
Yeah, I mean, that one right there, we'll see that play in a second, but that was the 4K, and that one in particular was nasty from Sato as well as Oki. Great coordination there from those guys. But I think of all of our inter-regional matchups, right? Obviously, us being Americas, we got teams coming in from Brazil as well as Latin America, North America as well, right? This one in particular has always been the most exciting because LEV and KRU came into VCT with a history, and now that history just continues to live on in this league. And it's always intense. It's always exciting. And a 13-10, of course, forces us over to map 3. But specifically, though, we wanted to talk about that comeback, when that comeback started to come to fruition, but also just seeing, Ender, how put together Leviathan were in those runs, how good they needed to be in order to come up.
I mean, some incredible awareness as well from King in the pistol rounds, getting a jump on the ISO, and then also having a little timer. He goes back and is able to deal nicely with that player creeping up all the way until round 3 here, where again, it's the bonus in theory for LEV. They do this big aggro piece out of A lobby, and then Oki just kills in window.
Yeah, it feels like they had such a good game. Every single kind of setup worked out their way. Felt like they were getting behind enemy lines, and Comp, he had such a good game this time. We heard him earlier talking about how he was saying he struggled mentally, he struggled in the game. He had so many teammates, but this game, he played so well. I think it's been a minute since we saw Calm on the top of the leaderboard, and this game he actually was MVP for LEV, and I think he proved it. He had the utility. He was just taking that A long fight every time on defense, and usually getting one or two, getting all the information for his team.
I think Leviathan were consistently crushing when it came to that long fight, whether it was going to be Calm or even towards the end of the half as well. They do this little hidden Sato trick where Oki's baiting in the corner, and then Sato comes around killing everyone. It was crazy.
Yeah, it really was something, and I would say, like, for those rookies to continue to perform the way that they have been consistently good throughout this whole series. We were talking about them in map 1 coming out of it. Those stats were insane, and yet they had a 13-6 score line for the loss. So it's nice to see them continue this one forward. But now we're taking a trip over to Ascent, and this is going to be the decider. This is going to be where everything goes down. How are we feeling? Like, at this point now, it does feel like whoever's hitting on the map is just going to win, right?
Yeah, it really does feel like that. And I feel like momentum-wise, like, yes, technically, LEV should go into it hard, but I mean, I don't know. This is KRU's last map to kind of get themselves into playoffs, and I feel like they're kind of coming swinging. Like, I feel like every time they take that break and they talk to the coach, they're like ready to go every single time.
For sure, but LEV, they've been on a map 3 twice this stage already. Both times they lost map 3, 13-11.
True.
They've been so close so many times, but they got to get it now.
Oh boy, that's right. Well, Leviathan shut down KRU in 2024. Can they do it here? The decider is up next.
It's hard to call this one a rivalry. These are the two biggest teams out of LATAM, but so far it's been Leviathan dominating in that head-to-head. But this has been a back and forth, no holds barred brawl matchup, and we're headed into our last map. It's going to be an ascent, and Wyatt, really quickly, Leviathan in the past have played this really standard. This is anything but.
I'm really excited about this LEV comp that I'm seeing right now. I was hoping, praying even, for a switch in their comp, because week 1, they ran the old default that I never want to see again, and certainly not in 2025, Mitch, and they lost with it.
The KRU on Ascent, yeah.
I've seen enough. And they have now switched up to something way more meta, which is getting that double Sentinel with the Vice Chamber going. We've seen G2 have so much success with that. And Tex used to play a ton of Chamber back in the day, by the way, pre-LEV, even thinking back to when he was on like NRG, for instance. So this is an agent he's very comfortable with. And honestly, I demanded a switch for them against KRU, who have just been unbelievable on this map. This is their best map, I think, by all accounts in this stage too. I mean, the numbers supported as well. They played it twice. They won 13-4 and 13-1, running this double duelist look with Dante on the Jet. They have been nothing but dominant.
KRU have not ever missed the champs. They've been in every single VALORANT champions, and if they want to make it this year, they need to do it through the playoffs here in stage 2. So far, so good. They get a win here in this series, they're locked for playoffs at the very least. It's that step taken care of. Leviathan will be nipping out their heels, no doubt. They'll be starting on defense here. 13-7 in that pistol round win rate, pretty solid. Doesn't hold.
An immediate clash here in mid as Dante wants to take a bit of space off this drone. LEV with 4 players in the vicinity, but none of them getting particularly aggro outside of Tex, who of course can get away and wants to bait for King.
Oh, the rendezvous leaves King unattended. He's able to find 2, and Tex's Headhunter also took his powder flesh. Gatecrash out after the flash. Back to A main, or B main rather, is Kesnet. Also though snuck up onto this B side.
Like that doesn't get too greedy in that moment. Is just going to reposition back towards the defender's spawn. But that does give time for a dark cover to get cycled back up. This is really awkward map, completely divided, but it seems like KRU should be able to get this spike for free.
Yeah, very much for free.
But what is the move from here? It's a very low HP Kesnet on his way to plant the spike, wants to act as that piece of bait that hopefully the much healthier Melser can play off of to try and convert in a very difficult 2v3.
He sees a lot. That information crucial, but now he might be forced out of this game by the smoke. Needs to get in himself. Melser sets up and has a timing that they're not ready for. Kesnet also holds his own on the site with very low health, but he's going to do it now against Tex. One of the Headhunter. Again, this comes down to the duel. Tex here hears the gate crash, but was it faked? He doesn't know. It's a right click. Tex back in familiar territory on the chamber. And that's yet another pistol round one for LEV, who now statistically are kind of dominating in that regard.
Gets far closer than I thought it would have at the end, given that LEV gets such a great advantage in the round with the trap play setup that KRU just weighed themselves into here. It's Tex taking that swing, backing off with the teleport, and KRU getting so ahead of themselves, trying to collect the space that they thought LEV and Tex had specifically given up. But it was King tucked in that corner, a second player in market ready to fight. I can't believe it got that close, but Tex is already heating up on this chamber. I mean, he hasn't had a chance to show it yet in this game, but this guy used to be a duelist main. He had his Chamber 1 trick era. This guy is mechanically very talented.
You have 4 one-time duelists on this Leviathan team.
That's very Leviathan coded.
Yes.
Actually,
Now that we've been waiting to see what they bring out for us on Ascent, they've really gone away from that standard comp. Great to see that variation. Just how well will it take when we get to these gun rounds where that macro becomes that much more important?
This comp, though, it is what the world's finest have adopted. Fnatic love playing the chamber here. G2 have picked it up.
Seems like a pretty snug fit for this LEV outfit as well. Tex with the Outlaw playing from hell. Already, though, KRU got an up on this side. Okeanos are able to take Melter out of the game, and Tex holds his nerve. Finds a kill on the Jet. This should be more than enough now. The Headhunter's also going to work. Tex just reaches into his bag of weaponry. Pistol to the dome. It's LEV with 2 on the trot.
Picks up another 3-piece, gets 1 away from having that free operator ultimate. Might even see that on this round. Who knows?
Really getting energy from the fake Labubu on his table.
Okeanos in time with the swing to help. This is all too easy for Leviathan. They don't lose a single weapon. Have an opportunity at a pure bonus attempt. It was this very bonus round in the second half of Haven, which is when they completely took over.
Eyes for tiles. Straight up mid though, Dante goes. Tex has heard that. No mid presence, with the exception of Com watching it with a stinger.
Dante is fast to take this space off of that initial recon. Wants to avoid the drone, but nobody can break it. The drone's movement is crazy, I guess. They got a lot of distance.
Oh, okay.
He hasn't chunked down, but everybody investing in heavy armor, given, you know, they know the Outlaw's on the field. You do not want to get one shot.
Yeah, not going to come so easily to Leviathan. But in this comp, the middle of the map doesn't have any center util to set it up. Hard to get information about movements there. That's why an Aldrome was used to clear it.
Stealing sight.
It's okay, going to be gate crashing on out. Looks like Mel's really trying to keep them interested in B main, but LEV aren't fooled. They have eyes here for market. They're going to see this push out wire.
Here comes the split, because it's such low HP and they're not able to find the train.
That's a cut down. These thingers are getting involved. Tries able to find 2 though. Cobb knows he's under pressure, has to double back and try and group up with the rest of Leviathan. They will maybe split their resources now in that market direction. But KRU get the plan. 3 rifles still in the game. How do LEV unravel this on their bonus?
3 rifles, but very low HP. I'm looking at Okeanos. He does have the one real piece of utility here in that Paranoia. Is there even going to be a time to use it? Shy is just trying to play in a tough angle to clear, a one and done.
Back on logs. It's Okeanos now. He's got to find a way in. Ready the Bulldog to make it work with, and they'll be spammed down through the smoke that would lay him low.
At this point, Okeanos would be happy to even just get a little bit of damage done, but that's not going to be the case. KRU get out of there with the remaining 3 rifles, and you know, I love that they're not easing up in terms of the aggression that they're playing with, even in an instance like that, just swinging together, holding LEV at the choke points, not letting them get out, not letting the lack of HP on a couple of their players affect how they want to play out that situation. You know, in fact, maybe it emboldens them to want to take more risk and actually fight together as a unit.
Shy's had some
that was a great trading. Yeah, great trading from him.
I'm curious to see what the layout's going to be like for Leviathan. Yeah, I can see now they've moved the trademark in towards mid, so they've got something to watch that, some form of Sentinel util, so they don't have to have a player there or re-clear it with the drone.
Tex is about to pop that tour de force, so the op for LEV is going to be controlling B main. And they're hoping that that's going to force KRU to want to go into A, where the Vice util is waiting. Oh my god!
There's a whistle, baby! Sado blasts him! in A main. And as our astute audience have realized he's on for the ace, but Tex had to get some value for the tour de force this round.
I just got deja vu. That was Haven A towards the end of the last map. Just feels like you're watching an aim trader. Those adjustments are just flawless. I mean, the first one, that's ridiculous.
Enemy remaining.
Well, if those are going to be your first kills of the map, not a terrible way to get started. You gotta be kidding me, brother. So unserious. Okay, I am a professional that talks about people like Sato playing video games. Okay. Back to it, folks.
Few stingers here for KRU. See if they can do something with them. It's a very deep teleport from Kesnet into that cloudburst, actually. You know, where is this man going? I'm looking at the gate crash. It's miles away.
Oh.
He's done it. He went for the teleport. Tex is in some trouble here.
Yeah, he is all of it. He's not from where he expected it to be, and Tex, sharp shooting, my guy. Eventually overwhelmed on the side, but taking 2 kills there is more than you'd expect. Left with some room to get back into the game.
Spike planted.
Ping out there on Shy, it's an easy pickup. Oh, buddy, this one is threatening to get ugly.
Cool idea from KRU, honestly, on a bad buy round with a few stingers.
Damn, bro, that synchronized standing? That's got him shook. Damn. That is cold. All right, 4-1 is the round score. Suzuki getting that pressure over towards broken window.
Double teleported this spot. This was a cool round from KRU. But the fact that they couldn't trade onto Tex, he was blind up, but bro, they just got...
They all did that?
Got Lysored hard. The quintuple Lysor. That's tough to recover from.
Oh, buddy.
His impact on the Valorant culture will be everlasting, Mitch.
Okay, timeout here called by KRU Visa. Shattered in that round. But again, that was like a half investment. Some stingers getting involved. What do you look at? What?
Nothing, I'm just listening. Oh, I can't listen to you?
No, you just give me a look. Oh, what do you mean? I'm waiting for you to spring the... Oh, never mind. We'll get to it. I'm waiting for you to tease me about the comment. No?
No.
Okay. 3-round, yeah, like I said, 3-round deficit. This is the buy here, though, for KRU. So they threw a bit of a fruity one in at us, getting in through tree, out towards broken. Yeah, it's a party in here, if you can't tell.
A lot of love in the building.
No, the vibes are pretty premium today. I give that to you, Riot Games Arena. All right, so op in the hands of Tex. By the looks of things, it'll be like a B main contact hold and then fall back if required.
Yeah, he has really been controlling that little area of the map on his own. That's why it's nice to have a chamber. He can walk forward, he can sit there, and he can teleport away if he needs to.
Tex heard the can go up there.
It's that same gate crash going up mid, except this time, because it's going to pop that ult. Get a lot of information, and it looks like, do they want to go for a similar thing?
Bro,
maybe
run it back?
crunching onto A, except the teleport is back in spawn. What is the movement, KRU? Hello, Kiana's is right
had time to check the weapon as well. Got himself the upgrade. Dante here dancing, dodging. Shots coming in through the smoke from Com. The cloud burst bottom of space.
Man? How is he alive? And now it's Dante and Kesnet, both duelists faced up together, but King
peers in, finds his. Kesnet forced to drop down. Steel Garden is now active, and that's because King was able to stay alive. Now what? Shorties for most of these guys. Sato not noticing the player in hell, and Kesnet did zero. Oh my goodness, Com picked up, and here's King. Shy's able to find his now, even up the score. Steel Garden expired. Hunter's Fury in play. Oh, and around the corner, it's Sato yet again. What? What the hell are we watching? What a bonkers round!
It is
just
just
unreasonable.
Madness in this game. It's madness in this whole damn group. All of these games are ridiculous. It's just a potent mixture of insane individual players, really close skill level teams, everything on the line, and a whole lot of whimsy as well. A lot of whimsy among these guys.
And you know what I might suggest? An inordinate amount of caffeine, because that is what I just saw in the server.
Oh my god, that steel garden caught everyone. KRU had that great reflank from Shy towards Cat. I thought that was going to be it after he gets that kill.
God, just to distill that round down would take quite some work.
Hunter's Fury from Mazzino as well. That wasn't enough.
He got overwhelmed.
I think it was, LEV as well. They got it to half a little early, so they forced those swings out. That's when Tex is able to get the kill with the AWP anyway. I'm living in the past. I'm going to live in the present. And the present is KRU with 5 stingers. Yoru's teleporting into the site. Dante dashing in.
Stinger here clears the drone. Dante trying to send some stinger shots in there to follow it up. Money's just not great for KRU. They've really got to play this fast hit style in A and hope to anchor down with the stingers. Well,
that's unfortunate.
Sometimes they fall into your lap.
Dante wanted to make up for that. They were getting proactive with the stinger, close the distance.
And he got on the board, got rid of the op player as well. Sato with the dimensional drift, though, is going to be able to see Melza playing slow and close at Gen, and King will be able to eat him up. Dante flashed out. Perpetually, it seems. As Sato was able to deal with the jet, now it's on Kesnet playing from main. A swing and a miss. Sees LEV go up by 5.
The KRU just do their best to try and take fights with the stingers when they can, where they can, but ultimately LEV are able to play at the distance, swing back in together with multiple players through tree, superior weapons, connecting the shots. KRU are struggling to get anything accomplished on this attack side.
Yeah, Shy a little exposed there in mid. Just an overwhelming amount of flash utility.
Let's go!
Gets Leviathan back into that side comfortably. What a series this has been. 6-1 on Ascent.
Trying to set up Dante to take a fight really early. Dashed in over the top. What a shot on the Sato. A second.
Logs player, where are they? What is the plan supposed to be? King can't see any of this. He can't get involved. Dante let loose, unchained, to do what he pleases. King, though, slows it down. The spike is loose behind that she wall, and they've got to push it. He knows that was a clone. Another for King, surely. Heavy is the head, but this guy keeps that chin up.
Does he know Shy has just crept his way into sight, though, with
I don't
the
think
spike?
so.
Xeno walking up mid. This is so awkward. Tex, is he aware? Does he? No, he does! It's into a 1 versus 2. Shy had that monster clutch back on bind. Can he do something similar to get KRU a second round on the board? This has been a disastrous attack half. This round was a gimme.
Surely there's a double swing in the making here. Tex and King grouped up, high and low, set up. It's all too easy and on a dime. LEV extricate yet another round from KRU's grasp.
What more can KRU do? Can Dante do? He just sends it in with the Blade Storm. 2 instant kills. Oh, the second one is crazy with the snap. King logs the entire time. Honestly, if I just simply sit here and don't make any sound, they will not know. And he was right. I think he was right. Why would there be another guy there? You're just not expecting it.
Well, he knew he had to play off the sheer wall. He cannot peek from logs until that is activated. And of course, Dante's not going to set it off as Jet. So he had to let his teammates get battered, kind of just offer them up.
And just wants to be patient. If he swings out there and kills Dante, he will have to then just retreat back to the site. He's not really going to have a good opportunity to get another kill. He played it in the best way possible, which is just act like no one is there.
Yep.
Just hide, tuck away, wait for the next guy to come in, and then get the 2-piece, and then you're good to go. And then he got 3 as well, because why not? Why not? King is absolutely on one right now.
Playing the long game.
Sentinels combined 24 kills for LEV at the moment, 12 apiece.
It's the perfect storm. Start on defense.
This comp is so good. It is so good. I'm really glad to see LEV switch things up. If they came in with the default today, I would have been livid, Mitch. I would have been losing my damn mind. I'm really glad they made the swap.
So what's the play for KRU? It seems like, yeah, you can buy into this round. It's not the most compelling. Melsa yet again forced onto a stinger. Just feels like that was every buy round for him on Haven. But outside of that, KRU have plenty to work with, except for the big impactful ultimates. LEV is sitting on a bevy of them.
Tex has that operator this time. Looks to be peeking towards top mid. Set for the jump spot angle. Melser not yet going for that jump spot. So he will be safe at least for now. Clone sent out to get rid of that sheer wall. Standard practice from your Yoru on attack.
That sheer wall in B main is very powerful. He could have reposted on that line after getting rid of the camera and not be punished for it because of that wall.
Yeah, I think Vice is just incredible on this map. I think the LEV comp really is just insane at the moment. This cloud burst expires, opportunity for Tex. But wisely gets away.
Now though, there'll be a setup here on the LEV side, waiting for this push to come through. Com's going to give up some of that space, get back to the site. Let me try and play off Okeanos and A main a bit more. That's still being challenged, being controlled.
This dark cover is placed.
I love this angle.
Want to make their way through. Sato, that's your teammate, brother. You don't have to shoot him.
Sato maybe a little bit jittery, doesn't seem to matter because he finds the cranium of Shy either way. Okeanos got TP'd out of A main, so he gives it up. Full retake protocols here for Leviathan.
Yeah, just set up for the 5v4. No reason to stay there. Shy really getting ahead of himself, going for a fight. Maybe thought he could timing Sato. It's a weird situation, but Dante evens it up.
Getting dangerous. There's a Hunter's Fury here for Com, though. A lot of good retake util.
I mean, yeah, King can rip the Steel Garden.
Oh, the timing from Dante is good. The trade there, though. That Steel Garden is active. Mel's trying to fall back into tree. Tex inside the smoke with the shorty. And off we go. King and Tex bring the house down, and it's on Kesnet, who now has access to his primary and lined up perfectly. Dangerous, very dangerous for Lev. Tex tries to swing on it, tries to keep him busy. Okeanos has to make this work. Dimensional drift will put Kesnet right in front of Oki. Emerging, ready to interrupt. Oki, those reactions not enough.
That is genius play from Kesnet to use the dimensional drift. Look at him. Just matter of fact. You see what I had to do? You just got outplayed, brother. that was so sick. He timings that perfect to get him off the spike.
You don't see Oki's POV.
Well,
Kesnet is making that sort of the face across the stage. Oki is yapping at him. Absolutely yapping at him.
Hey, Yapper pointed
7-2. 7-2. 7-2.
I told you. I mean, the reading comprehension
I'm glad
is
we
there.
got the context.
Yeah, it's getting a little acrimonious out there, but you know what? That's the game.
Oh my god. Cage drops and is just firing squad up. Both teams calm with the Odin.
Falls back off this pinged out.
His favorite weapon, but he doesn't really get to use it too much in that instance. Spike is going to go down in the corner from Mazzino. He does have the Hunter's Fury. Will he have an opportunity to use it? Yeah, he will, because he just wants to straight away to seal this round off. Tex just out of the way, but on low HP. It seems like the intention from Lev is just to save.
This is the kind of team that will be pretty patient in these kind of scenarios. Save when you think there's a reason to go for it. Texas Tour de Force would require him to walk out in the smoke and have a crack at it. Free kill? Yes! And a fallback on that rendezvous.
See if we can deal any more damage here, but probably not going to be the case.
So now things get a little more respectable for KRU. Get up to 3 rounds on this attack side.
Yeah,
it's taken a long time to get
too bad.
traction. You've got 2 rounds left in the half. Lev, though, of course, with that save, are pretty stable. Can keep applying that pressure. Com with an Odin. Tex will buy up into an op again.
The KRU defense side on this map is no joke. When you think back to the other games they've had here on Ascent, well, I think this map being floated is advantageous for them. Is that they, you know, for instance, week 1, blowout MIBR, they start on defense and win that game 13-1.
Yeah.
They absolutely destroy them. They are a brick wall on defense.
So no A main presence for Lev early in the round. Trademark there to watch it. And the gate crash back across the map. KRU all their eggs in the A-side basket for now.
With Sato posted up in B main for the defenders, you can see that LEV have King rotating more towards this A side. This is where the hit's coming in, and Oki was ready for that teleport.
Oh, up close and personal, we're getting it. Oki was busy TPing. Dante out on the side now as Melson downs King, but Comms Hunter's Fury at least gets him 1, 2 in fact. Shy and Mazzino both electrified. Now Dante Deus and Melson.
Didn't see him. Tex didn't see him. There was just but a moment. He could have tried to go for a flick shot. Not able to do so. Spike still needs to be planted. And KRU are going to be concerned because that door could get broken at any time. So they're going to have to watch even one more angle, be concerned about just one more.
Yeah.
So they're going to smoke it. Yeah, they have to smoke that off. And now it's going to be go time for LEV. Sato does have one flash here as well. Comms recon, they were waiting for that to cycle back up. Combos with the flash.
Need that Odin starting to ring out. This fight here for Tex is important, but he doesn't have the most appropriate weapon to swing on it. So groups up. Makes a decoy of himself, and there's the shot, it's good. Melsa, 76 points of health now to try and navigate this sticky situation. Will be dragged into the molasses. And Sato posts up yet another round for LEV. They go to 8 here on this defense side.
Those two KRU players there, Melser and Dante, they just weren't able to synchronize to do something together. They weren't facing at the same moment because it looked like Melser wanted to maybe rewrap towards Heaven, just different ideas as to how they wanted to play that. But we need to see this from Calm. Oh, that's a Calm classic. The cross map dart into the Hunter's Fury. That's the Calm special.
That really saved him that round. Yeah, he knows it. Trying to get him pumped up. See, emotions running high. I mean, it's been a long series. Some really volatile maps. A lot of individuals being put to the test, and that skill expression on an individual basis has been there in spades.
He's going to be flashed off that angle. He's been happy to post up here in B main a lot. Goes for a pre-fire really on the corner. Does he want to repost? Seems like it.
Oh, I mean,
his teammate just trolled him. All good.
And yet he can still hold this. The other player, of course, is Kesnet.
Cutting through.
Gate crashed out of B main instead.
Yeah, has to get out on account of the drone being used, while the rest of KRU just slowly make their way up towards mid. Eventually, if they want to go towards market, they will have to break that trip.
Comms rotating, he's actually crossed mid. Might not be quick enough to help out here. It's going to be just King. Yeah, who extricates himself hastily from the situation. Back to Logs, he falls. Dante was always going to be punished. Such an overextension, and yes, Shy was able to find King in the end. Tex very low here on the side, and here comes the Dimensional Drift. This is going to sniff it out. But there is an offset here. Tex tested, found wanting.
Oh, that movement from Melser is so nice. 3 versus 2. KRU desperately need a 4th round here on the board. Operator picked up now by Melser. He's holding that angle towards spawn. It's going to need to be crossed, and smoke will allow safe passage for the last 2 players from LEV.
Komanoki got to put it together. There is a paranoia on the Omen.
They're smoked off towards lane. What is the moment to go? Oh, that paranoia lineup would have at least hit Shy, tucked in the corner.
They don't know about the backstab either way.
Starting to dwindle.
Limited information here for Leviatamo. Going to have to go for it. Here comes Paranoia. Both players pinged out. What a recon. Now Oki swings the corner and Shy.
One enemy remaining.
He's so low. Wide. He's so low. Com tries to chase Kesnet, but again. Ah, yes. Too canny. Too clever. And too sharp when it matters. KRU get up to 4 rounds after a difficult first half. And Kesnet doesn't know why I've never been getting so excited at all.
He's so matter-of-fact about it. Clutches up twice for the team. And neither of them in the Kesnet clutch fashion you would expect. Where are the snappy, crazy headshots? No, just outplays the opponent.
Yeah,
outplays them with his mind.
Like an aged Sly Fox, you know what I mean?
What a first half. Honestly, this one, it could absolutely go either way. I think KRU's defense is phenomenal. They win the pistol, get the ball rolling. LEV are by no means out of the woods here.
The El Clasico, and it's a Classics halftime scoreline here on Ascent. Stick around to see how this series wraps up. It's LEV leading by 4 heading into the break. pretty competitive first half, all things considered. It's KRU put on attack first on Ascent. And 2 out of 4 of the rounds they win is Kesnet just being a sly fox, isn't it? Just outplaying on a mental game. But in general, Leviathan have had the momentum, they've had the firepower, and they have not been afraid to use it.
This comp switch for Leviathan has really propelled them to another level on Ascent. It plays into their strengths with the team that they've got. Getting Satu on Yoru. Getting Tex in a comfortable position where he can frag out on the chamber. Where he can, in a rare moment on this team where the agency has to play, flex his muscles as a mechanical star that just kind of goes out of the purview when you're looking at the firepower that the new guys are bringing to this team. How well King has been playing, but right now he is on top. I was saying this at the end of the first half, how impressed I am by KRU's defense. They have displayed pure dominance on it in their previous showings on Ascent this stage. It's looked like their best map if you're just going by the numbers. Both of their wins, 13-4 and 13-1, just they don't get more clear-cut. So this is still dangerous for LEV.
I will say though, the water's looking a little muddier in this matchup. Hard to call. KRU still trying to secure that playoff spot here in stage 2. They need the win though in order to do that. Now they lose and this group gets even more tangled up.
The drone was just sent all the way through B main from the side of KRU. And because it didn't actually spot out King, it seems like LEV may want to play around that false info and go back. Because King is actually looking like maybe he wants to take that space on his own. No, he's just going to bide his time, wait for everyone else to show up. But
Dante's rotated off this early.
On account of a bit of a delay in any activity, Dante has made his way back.
And he's determined that this is going to be a big hit.
Oh my god, that shock. Look at the damage that's done.
Yeah, Sato, Com took a hit there as well. Means his classics look a little scarier. Melsa wants to play up a little bit more off the side. Tex took a headshot there. Dangerous. But Mazina's in such a hurry to try and get through the smoke and play herself into the side. The LEV are just capitalizing. KRU's composure doesn't quite seem to be here in such an important round in this map.
The players are so low HP, but they can't convert anything. Kesnet swings out, but there's just too many angles to clear.
Oh, I thought it was a clone too.
Yep.
Just, you know.
He actually went for the clone maneuver.
The Durka,
devious.
if you will.
Devious activity.
So a criticism we had of Leviathan, especially on Haven, was that cohesion wasn't quite there. I think on that defense side from LEV, saw it in spades, are really playing off each other well. It gets put to the test on this side of the map though, well and truly.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
Oh, he's doing it.
Fight.
Nice, boys. Yeah.
But it works. But it works.
Now you've got to go for that a play like that in the more pivotal round. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the more pivotal round that determines if you make the playoffs to get to champion.
They're in a 3v1, you know. Sheer wall triggered, so King plays back. Knew the KRU will be chopping at the mid to try and find a fight. He gives them one, just not the one they were hoping for, that's for sure.
Gorgeous little tap from King.
Little high-low. Little high-hello, goodbye. Yes.
Free couple kills for Oki. LEV playing this very safe on the anti-eco. KRU were the ones forcing any and all pro activity in this round, so LEV on their way to getting 10 on the board. Denying KRU an entrance into playoffs in week 4. It has just been a trial by fire for all 6 teams in this Omega group. So many roster changes, and it feels like the roster changes panned out for everyone. Everyone made moves that elevated the team at the same time, and it has just resulted in an absolute banger group to watch.
That's still so hard to call. Still 3 playoff spots on the line at this point in week 4. So much yet to be decided about that group.
And you're looking at a LEV team that are trying to live up to the success that they had last year, putting together this international roster, making it to champions, having a deep run there. They've just not been able to even I mean, an attempt at replicating this success this year has not even been close up until this point for them.
I mean, it was a nightmare start to the season for
And
them.
to be this good right now, if they fall short of making playoffs, honestly, that would feel devastating.
I mean,
if it's
that's how
too
we're
little,
feeling
too
about
late.
MIBR, frankly.
That's how we might be feeling about a lot of teams.
Enemy remaining.
I mean, honestly, whichever two from this group don't make it, it just it doesn't feel right. All right. Buy round for KRU. Everything on the line. Only Mizzino with light armor. Only Mizzino susceptible to a one-shot here from Tex. They are on the same side of the map, so who knows? We'll see if that ends up panning out in any meaningful way.
Certainly not the most compelling bonus offering from Leviathan.
Scanning ahead.
We know exactly what Stingers can do. He could have gone for it there, Sato, just saying. Clone crosses. Shy waits and logs to receive. Sato's able to turn this into a trade and more. Mizzino and Shy already fall by the wayside. Sato gets his upgrade. And B-side control sits with Lev.
This feels like the game on the line. Kesnet.
Okeana's got timing there.
When the pressure is on, he wants to be the playmaker. He's going to even it into a 3-on-3, in which Sato has a dimensional drift, but realistically, don't think there's a time to use it.
Perhaps he's got an idea, something creative. The timing is so good. Oh, it's just criminal from Sato. 4 on the run. They'll let him have another, but Dante shuts him down. Now it's Oki and Com. Dante Deus acquired a map on this one. Silenced properly in round 15. And Lev convert the bonus.
That might be the nail in the coffin for KRU. Sato just comes to life late in this game with that 4-piece. How was he able to get 2 on the entry? Is it just a deep, just a deep teleport in towards Switch while the rest of the team pop out main? Wins the first duel, swings back for Shy, and then catches that timing, walking upstairs. Beautiful play.
And he still has that dimensional drift to hand. Obviously no prior opportunity.
Now this is KRU fully forcing into this round. No intentions of trying to play this for OT. They want to stop Lev at 11. That's going to result in Melser just having the Stinger. There's Guardians, there's a Bulldog. It's a mess of weaponry. Nowhere near the full buy that they would love to have.
Gate crash over towards the B side here, so Sato might well join them or not.
Painful timing from Melser. And that's just going to result in an immediate dimensional drift. Time to get into this B site. There's not going to be any smokes going down on that choke point, that's for sure. Sato gets all of the info.
Yep. Also knows that there's a rotation back to the side. Man! Right in front of Shy emerges the Audacity and the Shorty. Both inflict damage in equal measure. King by logs. No bit of lumberjack to hang your head on.
Oh my god, that was a dink onto Com through the wall.
Dante's got a lot of work to do here with the Guardian trying to throw off the crosshair placement. Sato bails Okeanos out and takes Lev to series point.
Feels like an absolutely brutal way to go for KRU when Melser is going down to just such a sick timing. It's honestly nauseating to watch. I mean, just peeked around the corner as soon as Melser took out the smoke. And then there, that movement to pop out of the dimensional drift. So sick.
Okay, what just happened? What the fuck just happened?
Me? When I watch every one of your rounds.
This is it for KRU to try and stay in the game.
I don't know. Nervous for them indeed. Flame Storm here for Dante, wants more. He's always asking for more, but with the paranoia now, he'll be brought down, and KRU impale themselves upon Lev. They run into A main and are decimated.
We are headed towards the craziest possible result for this group, in which both KRU and Lev go into the final week 2-2 with playoff hopes hanging in the balance.
Shy is in a 1 versus 4. We know how these tend to go. No corpses for neural thefts. No teammates to back him up. But Okeanos shuts the book on yet another chapter in our El Clasico Rivalry, and again, it's LEV who get the best of KRU. Both these teams now go to 2-2, with the head-to-head being won by Leviathan. So this represents a significant jump up the standings for them.
Absolutely. This switch of comps on Ascent has propelled them to a totally different level here. They were so good on that defensive half. Tex had a great game on the chamber there, and on the swap to attack, Sato totally took over. An incredible performance from him on the Yoru. Yet again, it's just him on that agent making magic happen every single week.
You said it yourself, Wyatt, this game was a showcase of the talent that is to come in VCT Americas. And for LEV, the future looks bright. Not just the longer term in terms of quality of roster, but also they have a real crack at these playoffs.
We are just in such an insane spot. I mean, yeah, it's KRU who are trying to make it to champions again. They have not missed one yet. This roster is sick. The double duelist gameplay that we saw today, I mean, what they were doing on Bind, they looked insane, and LEV were still a cut above. Mental.
Unbelievable. Just the skill expression we've seen out of this team. King also back in the IGL role this stage has been fantastic on an individual level in some of these performances. Sitting at log, sacking two of his teammates in order to win the round. Like, that's kind of crazy. The guy is seeing the game in a different way. And we saw Tex get high flying there on multiple occasions on the chamber. Nice to see LEV with a different look here for Ascent, joining the rest of the league, it seems, in changing up their approach. And I tell you what,
he's got that Sato face with the highlight reel again.
Oh man, it is too good.
The two 4Ks that he had, the one on this map and the one on Haven Long, were some of the most effortless aim trainer looking 4Ks you'll ever see. He just makes the game look so simple.
And it's becoming a bit of a trademark of his, Wyatt.
Insane, man.
Yeah, it's not.
He's so good.
It's not just a flash in the pan from this guy. And it's, you know, he was heralded as this player that would really make an impact. Same with Dante Deus, in fairness. We saw him in Ascension. We had a chance to look over this glorious team. We knew he was coming. We knew he was going to make a big difference when he landed here in VCT Americas. LEV with a team that gave him the shot, gave him the chance. Very impressed, of course, with what this Leviathan outfit are able to provide, but there's still another game here in this stage for all of these guys. Still a heck of a lot still to be decided. And I can't wait to hear more from them. So let's send it to Dryad down at the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with King.
Thank you guys so much. Can we hear for LEV and for King as they secure the win today? King, congratulations. It was an insane series. It was so back and forth. Tell me about how that first map goes and how you turn around for the second and third, where it's just so back and forth towards the end.
Honestly, the first map, we were just playing very bad. We were playing like scared. We were playing like doing ones, basically. So after like we lost, like we all knew we were playing, like we were constantly saying, guys, what the fuck are we doing, you know? So then we finished the first map, and I have a talk with everyone, like, guys, come on, like we don't need a hero plays. Like, we've been practicing the whole week. We're very good at scrims. We're doing good. We have good fundamentals. We have good spacing. Right now, I don't know what we're doing. So I just told them, boys, go back to what we know, what it works. So we just went into like this practice mode. We know what it works, and it showed off.
It showed up at the end, and he looked so good. Again, something that you mentioned earlier today, before we were on camera, is that this team is crazy. And I feel like we see that energy, and we saw that energy throughout today. What is it like? Can you describe your teammates a little bit?
It's kind of hard. Okay, I'm gonna go like one for one.
Okay.
I'm just gonna start with the new ones. Sato is just a crazy kid, bro. Like, this guy is fresh, 18, just like doing the most crazy stuff, shouting, screaming. In practice, he doesn't shut up. Like, every single time, he's just like doing noises, and I'm like, Sato, please stop talking, bro. So I told him, bro, you give this energy to the team. Bring it back to the stage, you know? Oki is just kind of like the guy that's making the plans. He's like the nonchalant guy, like the Valorant accent and stuff.
I don't know if he looked nonchalant today.
I mean, okay, he tries to be, but honestly, he's also like a big energy guy, and he's like, he has a lot of talent, and I'm very proud of him. Ian, he's like a very good anchor, a very good senti. He's one of the guys that goes unnoticed in vibes, because he's like kind of like the most chill guy, but whenever you hear a nice from Ian, you know he means that nice. So it's like, damn, like
It means a lot more
good
as
word,
well.
Yeah. And Corbin, I just love Corbin. He's basically like my second hand in everything. He helps me mid-rounding. He helps me with the calls. Basically, he helps me a lot to lead this team. So he does a very big part, and also he's just insane, honestly.
And my last question here, now that we get to learn about the team a little bit more, is now you're still not secure for playoffs. KRU had a different scenario where if they won the match to secure playoffs, you're going to delay that for a little bit longer from them. But for you specifically, what is that mentality now that you guys have looked great, but also you're closing out these series?
I mean, our mentality is just to come here and win our last 2 matches. So we got the first one, and now we're just, like very locked in for the last one that's gonna be against 100T. Like we don't care about like other results. We know we're gonna be in playoffs if we win next week.
Just looking confident, and I mean the team looked amazing today. King, congratulations once again for this victory. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. We're gonna send it to Match Point, where we have Sato and Okeanos standing by.
Welcome to Match Point. Yeah, I'm here with Okeanos and Sato here, coming back after the big comeback, 2-1 win. First of all, you guys have been in a couple of map 3s before in this stage. You've just barely lost them. So talk to me, Okeanos, about turning it around this time.
I mean, genuinely, like these map 3, the hardest losses are like these map 3, 11-13 losses, because like it just comes down to like the small mistakes. But we didn't want to feel that way again, and we just wanted to close it out this time. And I think after map 1, we really woke up. We gave them way too much respect, but at the end of the day, like our 5 is so much better than their 5, and we just started fighting.
Yeah, I also saw you guys getting a little energized, like out of your seats. Sato, you kept doing the stare into the camera as well, which we loved backstage. Where did that come from?
I think the only time where I actually stared at the camera was when we were trying to get me the ult orb, and Shai was the last one alive, so everyone kept him alive. And then when I came up to him, I just whiffed every single bullet, and then that was just very embarrassing, So I had to play it out somehow.
Sure. And what about the 5, all of you just standing up and looking to the other side, Oki?
That was all King's idea. I'm gonna be honest. I was so locked in the game. King said, "Let's do the live store." I was like, "We have a play called live store?" I'm sitting here like, oh, and then he goes, "Oh, stand up." So we just stood up.
Yeah.
So because I think they lost in a really tilting way, and I don't know. I feel like if I lost in a tilting way, and I see 5 people standing at you, staring at you, Mazzino's about a pie, bro. What's going on through your head?
Well, you know they're doomed when King is, calling in the server and also calling just like the trash talk out of it. That's absolutely crazy. But earlier we put out a call to our viewers to send in some of the worst clips, the ones you can describe as unlucky. And every poor soul featured here, the good news for them is they're going to get the I Create gun buddy. We've got a cute little gun buddy we're handing out to people. I'm enlisting both of your assistants to react and maybe console some of these players. So let's go ahead and roll this first clip. What do we got here?
Whoa.
What?
That is not Kang Kang. I'll tell you, that is not Kang Kang.
Sato, that looked good to me.
That also looked good to me. I don't know.
That's unlucky. Let's try the next one then. Maybe some better luck there.
Oh, it's a console player. This guy's aimbot. Oh, what are we aiming at? We're aiming at you. Behind you. Whoa. Wait, Mazzino did this. Remember?
That is crazy.
Remember we were saving him and Mazzino ulted? Wait, can we play that clip actually?
You want the Mazzino clip?
The Mazzino ult when we were just saving?
Yeah, maybe Mazzino will submit that for the next time we do this. 100%. Let's go on to the third one here.
Whoa.
Oh my.
No, that's hard though, because Sky's like...
Sky's a difficult character, yeah.
Sometimes the bird weighs like 4 tons.
I mean, it's an animal, you cannot control it, you know? So it's a wild beast.
That's probably why neither of you play Sky, right?
Yeah, of course.
100%. Too hard for even the pros.
I'm not an animal tamer.
I'm not a zoologist.
I love it. What do we have next?
Zoologist?
Z-O-O.
What's after O?
Whoa.
What? Hello? What is the Reyna looking at?
Nah, he got his.
He got his. It doesn't matter how you start until you finish. He got his.
He got his.
The 1-for-1 we take, I guess.
Yeah,
that is That's crazy.
No, we take those. He got the kill, you know. I think that's good enough. He did his job, yeah.
Yeah. I love it. That's the support we're asking for. Okay, I think we have one more clip.
All right. Ooh, a clutch.
Bang.
Bang.
Oh my God.
That was deep.
Okay.
You're better.
No.
So, fun story about this. Last night, I queue up.
That's you?
That's not me. I'm in the call, though. I queued up with some of our replay operators. And yeah, we hit this insane clutch. I'm screaming, no, your legs.
Oh my
Who was that?
Fall in death. That was Zach. Tough.
Poor Zach.
Poor
Nice
Zach.
Nice shots, though, Zach. Nice shots.
Nice shots. Well, we love it. Wait, sorry, did I hear that we have another one? That's it. All right, we're good. Thank you, everyone who sent in the clips. Again,
Nice
getting
clips.
some gun buddies. And if you feel like you're missing out, follow on socials. There's going to be plenty more opportunities where that came from. Now, before we close out the Saturday, we are going to look at the standings very quickly. Your group is crazy right now.
The actual group of death.
Yeah, only NRG has qualified technically. You've got a matchup against 100 Thieves next week.
Yep.
How's that one going down?
I think we'll win it. We'll win it. Who do they play this week? Do we know?
I don't remember.
They play Loud, if I'm not mistaken. I think they play Loud.
All right, poor Loud.
Loud tomorrow. All right.
Tomorrow. I mean, I think 100 Thieves will win that tomorrow. And who's the last game in the first group?
That's above my pay grade. I'm not gonna lie.
Fair enough.
We're gonna figure that out. Oh, it says right there, Furia versus G2. I'm casting that game. I should know that.
Fury wins, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah?
Fury
wins. Yeah.
Is Baby Bay just diffed or is he even playing? We don't even know.
Is it even gonna be Baby Bay?
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Well, thanks both of you for consoling some of our players that sent in the clips, and thanks everybody for watching. Here's the Samsung SSD Fast Replay to close out the day.
For Sentinels, the story has been told, and we know what their outcome is. We know that they're making it to playoffs. We know that they're going to Paris. For Evil Geniuses, the story has not been finished yet. Supa holds the line. Supa stands tall. You've dealt with Narrate, but what about Bang? The only two things standing between Sentinels and a 9-3 half on their map pick, IC and Ye. Every single player falls at the hands of Bang, and the spike continues to tick away. The Stinger's a problem! Narrate gets 2, but Bang and Celsius both so beaten, so battered. Supa with 3. Celsius position given away, and Supa avoids disaster. IC finds his mark on the Bang, but Zekin continues to be a menace. John goes unchecked as well. It's all on to Derek now. 13-8 for Sen City as they take a 1-0 series lead. While Zekin tries to insert back double, he gets 2.
Walking into Zekin.
13 seconds left. Supa has to push forward. Zekin is just on a tear. When there's nobody there, Zekin drops onto Supa, pops his ult. Nature falls, looking to best Ye once more. He has had his number. Zekin, a 1v1 against Ye. Not the shorty. Not like this. Ye has 10 HP. Trying to bait him in, and that's exactly what he does. 13-4 as Sentinels obliterate EG in 2-0 fashion.
This Omega group is still an absolute mess. We have one team that has qualified for one of those 4 playoff spots. For KRU 11, it's all up in the air. Blows him out of the server, and it had to be on Shy. This would have to be miraculous. Shy gets the plant, but down to 43 King, waiting patiently. And his gambit doesn't pay off. What a dirty 4 piece of Shy. Come here inside Shower. It's a late wrap from Mazzino. Kesnin tucked in under Heaven. Sato needs to find a way to peer in with his operator. Tex has been so careful about his Heaven pick and giving Kesnin all the room he needs to work with. The odds just as much against him as they are at 4 for Kesnin. I mean, clean on the scoreboard, but in game, that was raw. Dante to come out of drift there, but still he can flash himself into it, even has time to make a correction. Weapon exchange, those Texas behind the barrier. Oh, God! He is the Inferno!
Yeah, even bigger that he can escape what is actually hunted down.
And Kianos with the Guardian, heads are rolling. It's going to be a tough climb. Livet Ball, including Oki at the front, Lev, have been very strong on this part of the map. It's been really difficult to get past them. And Sato!
What an unbelievable comeback from LEV. And they're hoping that that's going to force KRU to want to go into A, where the Vice Util is waiting. Oh my God!
It is a whistle, baby! He's on for the ace, but Tex had to get some value for the tour de force this round.
I just got deja vu.
Clo crosses. Shy waits at logs to receive. Sato's able to turn this into a trade and more. The timing is so good. Oh, it's just criminal from Sato. Shuts the book on yet another chapter in our El Clasico rivalry. And again, it's LEV who get the best of KRU.
Sato is just a crazy kid, bro. Like, this guy is fresh 18, just like doing the most crazy stuff, shouting, screaming. In practice, he doesn't shut up. Like
L4 going down short. Let's rip that shit. Let's go. Okay.
Yeah.
And everyone be cool,
Someone
calm,
scream.
collected.
Someone can scream.
Ah!
Go.
Help! Okay, let's go.
He's okay.
Good shit. Let's go.
Ah! Ah! I need that from you every round, Loki. Nice!